Quarterfinals on the cards here in the NECC. I'm making my debut in the playoffs as well here this season. I'm Tom Delight. Joining alongside me here is Carpy for our quarterfinals matchup. It's St. Ambrose taking on the York College Spartans. Carpy, you've been here a little bit more than I have, to say the very least, just about every week. Have you seen either of these two teams yet this season?
I am yet to see either of these two teams, but I will give you a little bit of information on St. Ambrose University because I've had a little look on how they've been playing into, and it seems they're currently 5-0 up in the regulars, so they're yet to lose. The real question is, are they going to be able to continue that tonight? Quarterfinals, definitely going to feel a little more pressure than the usual playoff week. I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, we take a look at some of our stats. York, on the other side of things, coming into things, are 3-2 through their 5 weeks of play. They had a bye similar to how St. Ambrose did. So St. Ambrose are the favorites in this series. Actually, speaking of St. Ambrose, we could take a look at the St. Ambrose roster for our quarterfinals matchup.
Yes, so on St. Ambrose, we have Big Country, Flegs, Boot, Brapdon, and Doobie. And once again, they are 5-0 up. So are they going to be able to continue this masterful streak they've gained, or is tonight going to be the night that York Spartans take it away and manage to send them home? We'll just have to wait and see.
Speaking of the York Spartans, of York College in Pennsylvania, you have fun size ain't fun, which is absolutely true. I've never heard a more factual team name. Tanner's so cute. Kessler, JDX underscore zero, and uh, I don't even know how to Tilalkos Blade. I'm gonna go with Blade.
Yeah, seems. I think
Yeah,
yeah, Telokos, bro. Yeah, that's
yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. We'll take a look at our map videos. This is best of three, as is every single game in the NECC, apart from grand finals, I believe. Bank first, chosen by St. Ambrose. I like the selection. I really just hate seeing Oregon Cafe and Club every single game. So I'm happy Club's a nice decider.
Yeah.
I love seeing standard maps as the third map.
Yeah, I definitely do love that this week we're going to see a little bit of Bank purely because it is one of the larger maps in Siege. And when playing those larger maps, there's a lot more that you need to think about. So I wonder how both of these teams will use the space, whether they're going to struggle more or I don't just. I am looking forward to seeing something different, as you said.
Chalet second, with Clubhouse soon to come later. But Bank first on the cards. We will see York College start on the defensive side, and surprisingly enough, like nobody expected it, St. Ambrose will choose overtime defense, should it be an important factor. On paper, this should be a St. Ambrose victory, but in terms of our format, there are no guarantees by any means in terms of who will take the game, who will take the map. These two teams may have not played each other. I believe they have not played each other, so there's no definitive way of saying which way it'll go. York will start on the defense, surprising absolutely nobody, and we'll start off banning Dokepi, surprising, you guessed it, also nobody.
Well, they're going to be it's the usual bands that you're gonna see, but I'm interested to whether St. Ambrose will maybe choose something different rather from a Thatcher, or whether that's gonna be a Flores or Osa. But nope, it is gonna be one of the usual ones. Osa definitely probably gonna be more. You'd expect an Osa on bank purely because you can set up one of those shields and play on the windows, whether it be you're attacking the top floor sites, set up one of those Osa shields on the windows, whether you be playing basement site and setting up an Osa shield down in basement. Really a strong band, followed along with a Zami. Definitely another great band coming out here just because, Azami can make these impact angles almost instantaneously, and you're going to expect it out of nowhere. But the final band for tonight will be Solace. So, you know, pretty normal bands, nothing yet. But what's your take on the band?
I gotta say, it's nothing absurd, but it's still something notable to see the Osa band here, especially on a map like Bank. Osa, just for some context, was one, two, three, four, five, the sixth most banned attacker operator, tied with Brava, Nook, and Twitch at the major back in Atlanta. So something to keep in mind. Not absurd, but the fact that Ying wasn't banned, as she was banned in 57.9% of maps played, is interesting, to say the very least. Osa in place of Ying, maybe you're just seeing a team like St. Ambrose is perfectly fine playing against a Ying or playing as the Ying. We'll see that down the line. But Dokebi, Solus, Azami, nothing surprising there. Solus 25% of the time, Azami 55% of the time, and Dokebi 27.4% of the time, only beat by Ying, you guessed it, and Montaigne, interestingly enough.
I feel recently that Monty has become more of a predominant operator, and people are starting to see, the benefits rather than, what he doesn't bring to the board. I just feel like Monty is one of these strong operators, and he has the ability to, you know, change rounds instantaneously. He can shift players to where they don't want to be. You can even use him if you've got the coordination and the communication. You can even use him as a little mirror shield, but that's just my opinion on Monty. We're going to see Fun Size Ain't Fun, potentially looking to get us an aggressive pick onto St. Ambrose, but no one is going to venture down to server tunnels, so everyone's going to stay alive for now. But it looks like we're going for a repel, sort of sided push. Whether York Spartans read into this and decide to send someone into lobby to potentially pick them off the repel, that is just a different story.
On the window, looking to contend with a couple windows here. I've done some research. It's pronounced Lalok, Plalocs, Lalok. It is a Mesoamerican deity recognized from the Aztecs back in, ancient Aztec history. So if anybody's curious, Lalok's blade, the blade is their weapon of choice. So there's your fun fact on Pan-Mesoamerican history for the day. Heavy focus on the roam for St. Ambrose in the earlier stages of this. They're trying to set up crossfires towards the backside of Shelf. I don't hate this. The problem is you're not using a whole lot of utility to force them out of position, so Tanner is perfectly comfortable just sitting behind the bookshelf. Nobody's really forcing them out of position, and with all the reinforcements at the top of the square, it seems fairly comfortable, but York Spartans aren't really contending with the top square, except for Fun Size Ain't Fun. In the meantime, JDX will fall, the Legion, the first death of this series.
Yeah, it seems the push is starting to come out. A minute and 20 on the board. Breach only now just getting it open. You can see the angles, but here we go. Sabu snuck in and he's able to get himself a double. He's going to rack it up towards a triple, and all of a sudden it's a 5 versus 1, and Fun Size Ain't Fun scampering up towards site now as he realized he is in a bit of a predicament.
And this, kids, is why you do not reinforce the top of square. Yes, it does keep you safe on the site, but it also leaves you susceptible to said square push. The swing in, you will walk into a 3-man crossfire. Boot will end up finding their 4th kill to boot. Pun intended. And St. Ambrose steam out the gates with a quick first rounding.
Honestly, I thought that York Spartans might have that just because St. Ambrose were really slow. Reach a play for Salbu to get in place. Was it all just a big distraction?
I don't hate that. I mean, when you're playing as a distraction, it usually helps to create the distraction later in the round, but if you have everybody tunnel visioning on you, you could see York Spartans were setting up 3 individual players on 4 windows. It's 2 groups of 2 windows on the top floor. So maybe it was that original plan. We saw this a couple times from W7M in Atlanta, where they would basically set up early, just focusing a lot of pressure on one position, just to send somebody, usually on a Nook or some similar quiet operator, in a different direction, just to be that flank. It also helps when your flank has an AR-33, which is a hell of a weapon to say the very least, or in Boots' case, the L8 that Sledge usually possesses.
Yeah, the L8 is definitely one of these, I'd say, weapons that you get less recoil on. If you're first starting to learn Siege, you'd look to learn the L8 as a recoil pattern because it's one of the simpler ones to get, and it's definitely a hell of a gun with a significant amount of damage it does. But St. Ambrose droning the top floor, looking for any roamers coming across from York Spartans, but I don't think they're going to find any on the very top floor. I don't think there's that big of a run game from York Spartans, but I say that, but Fun Size Ain't Fun is going to be picked off the board by Sal, Figs, and Rapton.
Already seeing a fairly easy way of opening up the vault hatch as well. JDX is here with a shotgun in hand. They were the first death of the game back in our previous round, but for the time being, it seems like they are on flank watch. They have some help. The issue is over-dedicating yourself towards this vault position will leave you less dedicated elsewhere. I also love the decision from St. Ambrose, bring a heck of a lot of hard breach utility. Seeing Cabana being brought alongside the Ying, this was the lack of a ban I was talking about. Candela thrown through will be caught by a magnet, but will still go off vertical. It'll be delayed, but not by all that much, and it'll allow them to push in should they need to. Kessler still watching that general direction. JDX still under the vault hatch. Will they play for that fake game again? It doesn't seem like anybody's back towards the vault side, except for maybe that ace who was sitting above it earlier, Brapton.
Doobie gonna drop down into elevator here, potentially looking to make a play, but will he notice the person who's gonna swing? No, he won't, as Brapton gets one, but Kessler right back as it turns it into a 3 versus 3. Brapton's gonna be taken down here, and it's all down to the final 2 players of St. Ambrose. Just over a minute left now. They need to be careful. Boot is on pretty much no HP here, and with the Aruni gate in his way, it's not going to be looking particularly good. They're going to use a little bit of utility to clear the gate, but now they've just got to be careful because there's definitely a couple of angles being held from the York Spartans that are going to put a heavy dent in St. Ambrose's plays.
And the issue is the diffuser sitting at the bottom of the vault right now. I think that's about where Big Country is heading, if not towards a different hatch to try and drop down the middle of this. Flash is being thrown through the main split hatch. There's the drop, and oh my goodness, Big Country is shot from 3 separate directions. Tanner with the TCSG will end up finding the final shot required, and Boot in a 1 versus 3, less than ideal to say the very least, and on 1 HP, it'll be a little bit of overkill. TCSG headshot, and a heck of a lot of damage over what was remaining. St. Ambrose, they looked good to start it. They had an idea, just not one they were able to execute off of. York will tie it up.
Yeah, York definitely, they were playing those cross angles, and that's what I like to see from teams when you're defending. I like to see that you're playing cross angles that you know if a person drops, either one of you is getting that pick, and the very worst case scenario, one of you is getting picked off, but yet the other person is getting that refrag. Because if you give the attackers those easy 1v1s or those 1v1s at all, then your chance of winning that round is just going to go down a lot. And it's just going to keep on going down until you decide to get those cross angles to make sure that person cannot easily pick each character off.
What's the adjustment for St. Ambrose? Back to the top floor will York Spartans go. A few adjustments made in comparison to the first round. Notably enough, JDX will go on to the Fenrir. We're still seeing Lalak go on towards the castle. Kessler makes the adjustment on towards the Thorn, interestingly enough. But Tanner and Fun Size Ain't Fun, same operators as they played in round number 1. And I believe maybe round number 2. No, Fun Size Ain't Fun played Capcan in round number 2. But still, Valkyrie and the Cage, respectively. St. Ambrose running almost exactly what they ran in round number 1. Adjustments really only consist of I like Sam Fisher, or the Zero, as he's better known as in Rainbow Six Siege, and Fleegs is going to pick up the Gridlock with nades, because nades are still broken, and they will be for the next 3 weeks or so, when the season comes out.
Yeah, and this time with Sight, they've decided to keep the head calls for CEO, because I noticed when they first played this, they initially put head holes down, but then decided to reinforce it up. And I feel like that might have played into the advantage of St. Ambrose, giving Boot an ability to just sort of walk past the wall because there were no head holes to spot them out. And that might have led to the demise of the York Spartans. So this time they're going to play the head holes. Whether that's going to be a key factor of them winning the round, it's a different story. Fleek's just looking to push the window now as 0 cams are going up, and I like the operator choice of 0 just because you're going to get so much intel off of those cameras. I think you get four cameras, I believe, and then you get those 2 extra drones. I mean, that's 7 cameras that you can use.
Especially considering it's such a big map. That's the most important part, with so many
Yeah.
open common areas like the main lobby where that main zero cam was. It does not see both of the players that were in that general vicinity. Fun Sizing Fun sitting on the backside of Kanto at the elevator, and I believe it was Kessler earlier who ended up dropping down towards the main lobby, but that has been adjusted around. Fleegs still trying to pressure stock, has been for about 45 seconds. Very little has happened, all things considered. But finally you're seeing Square start to be open. Big Country will throw a couple Selmas on, and that distraction starting to set in. Minute 15 on this clock, and St. Ambrose is trying to set in with a decent bit of utility and damage if they can find it.
Yeah, 5v5, St. Ambrose and York Spartans, neither able to find a pick, but here we go. Boot, once again, swinging into the square, but Fun Size ain't fun. He's just going to walk past them. They are unaware of each other. Boot and Fun Size. Ooh, the pings are coming out. He's looking to get the pick onto the rappel rather than going for the C4, but he's not able to pick it off as Big Country swings in and takes him off the board. That's a big pick. He's got the C4 on the hand, but Tanner ain't so cute. Couple shotgun shells going to rain out, but in the end, he's going to be picked off by the IQ rather than Big Country. And it's all down to Alex Blade and Kessler.
One found by Alex Blade, but Fleeg still holding this stock cross is going to make things much more than difficult. It would be a nice cross into Trump as well. Nice shot onto Alex Blade, and that should do it on the round. There's that earlier Argus camera set up. Kessler's position duly noted. Fleeg's just patiently waiting in stock. I don't even know if they clear this, but much less they still have to worry about the main window, with Doobie just waiting there for somebody to swing. Kessler's more than situationally aware. They will clear this. They'll look for the shot, they'll still lose the fight. The F90 just arguably a better weapon. Even though they're taking on the 50 caliber micro Uzi, it is yet another round for St. Ambrose on the top floor.
St. Ambrose, they seem to have the attack down picture perfect, honestly. You know, they're going for the repels. They like to take their time, though. And it's interesting because some teams, they like to take their time. They like to execute at the very last moment. Other teams, see them try and gain the majority of map control, and then they'll work their way from there. It's different playstyles from different teams. But St. Ambrose definitely looking towards the slower side of attacking. But it doesn't matter whether you're slow or you're fast. As long as you can get that execute down, that's what's really going to matter. York Spartans, they're struggling on the top floor. And it's getting me thinking, do you think that's because of the majority of angles? Like, you can just get so much more angles on the top floor than whether you look to the bottom floor. There's a lot more, you know, hard surfaces that you can open up. There's a lot more walls that you can edit or change. But if you look at the top floor, you're given a lot more free will to work with.
I'm still sticking with the interesting call being going Teller's Archives. Usually teams will end up going the hierarchy of sites on Bank, at least. You go bottom floor, then top floor, and then open area and kitchen. And if you're really desperate, you go Teller's Archives. Very rarely will you see a team go here without playing open area, and very rarely will you see them not play the top floor while doing so, at least not as heavily as we're seeing here. JDX, apologies, will be the only player off-site. They're also playing as the Mozzie without a Nitro Cell, so keep that in mind if you happen to be looking towards explosives. There are 2 Nitro Cells. There could be 4, but instead Kessler's bringing beepers and JDX is bringing barbed wire. So a heavy focus on the information game rather than the explosive game for the York Spartans defense.
Yeah, and I wonder, it does get you thinking why they haven't brought the C4 out, but I guess we'll just have to see what they have in stock for us. JDX going to be roaming the top floor, and he's been picked off.
Yeah.
Doobie on the rappel. Gonna get JDX there, and we're in a 5v4. And I'm reading into St. Ambrose's lineup here, and I'm glad to see that they've read into them going Tellers, because this is one of the sites that you can just destroy the whole floor if you wanted to. So they've brought the RAM, and they've brought the fuse.
Combine those, and it is a deadly situation, especially with how much soft flooring is above. The explosives will not take out the Mira, but the buggy drones certainly will take out the flooring. Alex Blade is not safe and will just barely get out alive, but they're walking straight into more flooring that is exploded above them. They're not safe by any means. The mirror is blown up, and St. Ambrose seem to have more control of the site than the team that is defending it, and it doesn't even seem to be closed. The Jackal will find footprints through the floor, free information, free vertical play. You have the Fuse, who's already used most of their utility, and Alex Bleak, who's stuck in the back corner of Archives, has the flooring above them gone, the wall next to them gone, and a long angle holding them down. This round is almost certainly over, but a kill is brought back by the Cat Can of Fun Size Ain't Fun.
Yep, and is that kill going to be the decider? Maybe he might have just been able to bring this round back for his team by picking off Dalby, who's playing above, but they've got the verticality, and they've had to run and hide in these corners, and now they're going to get the Jackal footprint scans coming out, and that's just going to put them in even worse of a position. Tanner's so cute, just running and hiding for his life right now, but Kessler looking to play the door. He will hear a breach, or a little tin can opener go up on his wall, and whether he decides to move due to that is a different question. Fun Size Ain't Fun going to be droned out here, but Fleegs is going to get one onto Kessler, and then Rapton's going to get one to Tanner so cute, and Boot going to finish it off with Size Ain't Fun.
Yeah, questionable round, I have to say, for York. It didn't seem like they had a definitive plan there. You're putting your Mozzie on the top floor, and I like the timeout call here. Obviously, you want to be able to hold the top floor there. You put one player as the Mozzie, who should be getting drones and or shooting them. Unfortunately, he was doing neither. And more importantly, you had no lobby control to negate the vertical presence that could have been there on the windows. You had no extra recuperation possibilities with the RAM and the Fuse. C4s should have been put down. More information could have been played, but the fact that you didn't have the Mozzie hitting any drones, and combine that with the fact you're not bringing a Valkyrie for only the second time in the map, probably not the greatest of rounds for York Spartans. Obviously a lot to improve on, and I like the time out call here. Probably the best time they could have called it, Sir Staff.
Yeah, and I like the fact that St. Ambrose been keeping on the intel side when they're attacking. They've got the high drone economy, and they're making sure that they're not losing a heavy amount of drones. Because I feel like on these larger maps, like Bank, like Villa when it was back in plays, or I'm just trying to think, Bank, Villa, what other large maps drone economy come and I feel like
Nighthaven Labs.
Nighthaven, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, Nighthaven,
especially considering how new it is.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more there. Those maps are drone economy predominant. You need to make sure that you're not losing them, but you're not, whether you keep them on the board. If you keep them on the board, you want to have them in a position where they're going to do something. Whether that is as a flank cam, or maybe you've managed to hide it somewhere where the defenders aren't going to see it. Because you could, in theory, walk into a map with 10 drones. Now, whether you use those 10 drones to the fullest of their abilities is a different story. You could put them in useless positions, and then at the end of the day, you'd be better off having 2-3 drones rather than 10. Well, St. Ambrose have definitely been utilizing their drone economy, because you can see it right now. They've got 10 drones on the board, and previously they were bringing 4-0 cams, so a lot of intel to work with. I feel like that has definitely been helping them on their attacks. You see, they're good coordinating, they're joining each other in. The coordination is definitely there from St. Ambrose.
So no, all I'm saying is these teams should play like my ranked stack, where we keep all 10 drones in our back pocket, we all move them back to spawn, and then everybody holds W straight to the site, and we lose the round. That's what they really should be doing. That's the 3000 IQ way to play Rainbow Six. For all of you who can't pick up the sarcasm on that one, it was massive sarcasm. Please do not do that, especially if you're on my ranked team. I'd get very upset. St. Ambrose, this time, however, are really not using their drones. You can see at the top left, there are 4 circles that are filled in, and 6 circles that are not filled in, right next to the little drone icon. The not filled in circles mean they have not been thrown out, so somebody ended up actually throwing their drone back to spawn and picking it up just not to use it. Here's a drone that's being used on the top floor. Fun Size Ain't Fun again will be seen here. The question is whether they survive. Their position duly noted. 2 players walking up Spiral, and now 1 around Banana. I don't know if Fun Size Ain't Fun survives the next 15 seconds, because their position has been eliminated to CEO, and there's no safe space to sit around CEO, especially with a soft wall right next to him. If he's seen, if his position's droned out, if the Jackal right in front of him finds his footprints, he's very much a dead man. Candela thrown on the floor. Fun Size Ain't Fun is having a staring contest with the sun, and ends up losing it to the C7E. Great roam clear from St. Ambrose. However, it does take a little bit too long.
Yeah, I mean, they're wasting a lot of time, and I feel like time wasting is good. Fun size ain't fun. He's able to waste around a minute 30 to 2 minutes. Whether he gets a pick is a different story, though. Flag's going to be down, but not out. Are they going to be able to get the revive off? I think they should be able to, as he has just been down to a couple of those cheeky Capcan devices sitting up in kitchen double door. 5 versus 4, but they're gonna have to go in with flags on a one-shot HP. Talux Blade holding an angle from Garage, so you can already see from York Spartans the crossfires are gonna start to come out.
30 seconds, though, they're really limiting themselves. The fourth defender, or the fifth defender, or sometimes the sixth defender, depending on how many people are alive, is the time. But great usage of the Candelas, and a nice shot from Fleegs. The Diffuser being put down, and there's nothing that can be done by the defensive side. They have no vision, they have no way to swing this, and with a C4 in hand, Tanner couldn't even get there in time to throw it. We will see a post-plant. We will see a great start to this round, and an even better finish for St. Ambrose. And there's no way back in for the York College Spartans. They don't have vision back into security. They don't have the information they need to work with, and Tanner's going to swing here. They will survive the first 3 or 4 seconds, but as soon as they swing again, Boot will shut them down. A second for them on the round, and JDX has a toxic babe in hand that is thrown out just to try and eliminate vision. The problem is, they're dropping straight into a reinforcement that is open on the left side, a door frame in front of them that is open just the same, and there's a hatch on site that would have ended up being the Achilles heel regardless of the first 2 situations not being there. St. Ambrose, about as clean of a win with 30 seconds remaining as you like.
That, I mean, we've talked about St. Ambrose and how they do like to wait until the last 30 seconds to push, but that really was a 20-second drop, and it was silent for most of the round. You saw they got an early pick. I say early. It was a mid-round pick onto Fun Size Ain't Fun, but then all of a sudden there was nothing apart from Flex getting down there, sorry, by the Capcan traps, but then all of a sudden, last 20, 30 seconds of the round, St. Ambrose just burst onto site and they turned it into a post-plant scenario. I feel like when you as a defender are entering, or as a team actually, as a defending team, when you're entering a post-plant scenario, it shows that you've held your weight the round. You've then struggled like holding it for the last 10 seconds. So it shows that you're in the zone, but you just need to tweak maybe the tiniest thing, and then you're gonna win that next round. Now, York Spartans, they might need to tweak.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
York Spartans, their defense has adjusted at least a little bit. In direct comparison to the previous round, they're subbing out the Capcan, which I think was a good pick, just didn't get baited in as well. You're seeing the Aruni kept over, Smoke kept over, and the Kaid kept over, but Kessler's making the switch from the Womai on towards the Fenrir. I like this decision. I like a lot of the adjustments they're making, and more importantly, they are very well aware of what they have to change about their defense, at least in terms of the defensive operators that are being brought. The one issue I see is that they are not roaming in the slightest. St. Ambrose's main bane of the previous round's existence was having to spend a minute and 40 seconds, like you mentioned, Carpi, in clearing the roam. Yes, it was an early pick, but it was in the middle of the round. That meant they only had about a minute 20, maybe 50 seconds to really set up that on-site presence, and they did so. This time, they're going to have a full minute 20, or 120 seconds, or 2 full minutes, to set up as much as they want on or around the site. There's not a whole lot that York has done to shut this down.
Yeah, no, York Spartans, I feel like you said, they could read into potentially getting out a roam game. If had one person, I mean, maybe if they bump that off to 2 and they leave those 2 players to play off each other, then St. Ambrose would struggle a little more. Just because, like you said, they're wasting a lot of time doing droning, trying to find that player if he's even there. If he's not there, they're then left with around a minute and 20 to plan, their execute, drone even further, get the breach open, get hatches open, get more angles into sight. I mean, I feel like if York Spartans did fling out that second roamer, it could make a huge difference.
Still on the board, we saw this in the previous round. Candela's thrown in and everybody just sends it onto the site. That may very well end up being the case here once more. Spray coming through, smokes as well. Candela is being dedicated behind. Rapton will avoid the possible C4 and then will rededicate themselves. And again, look to get that plant down. C4 again thrown. That one actually a Toxic Babe as Rapton looks to put the diffuser down. The swing through from Doobie, finds one, swings for a second, looks for a third, will find Tanner as well. Will look for the finish, but will not be able to find it, but it's not going to matter in the end. Tanner's still down. JDX is only down to 2 Toxic Babes, and more importantly, they don't have the vision they need. That reinforcement's still open, and York are in a similar situation to the previous round. 3v4 retake, limited vision, limited information, and apparently no way to get back through. Boot finds a double on the L8, looking for the third. It's Brafton to do so. He who planted will also be he who finds the final kill. And St. Ambrose, 5-1 in the first half. Clean as you like on the attacking side of Bank.
Yeah, a 5-1 split is you're gonna struggle, especially when you're switching from, I'd say Bank is a defender-sided map, so I feel like if you've just come from playing defense and you've lost those 5 rounds, you're gonna struggle a bit on the attack. But you never know. Some teams do struggle in their defense, and they are just a completely different team when it comes to attacking. Whether York Spartans are or aren't going to struggle on their attack, we're just gonna have to wait and see how they play it. St. Ambrose, they've been a team that likes to take their time, so I feel like they might be better for a defender-sided map. I feel like their attacks have just been well coordinated, so I'd like to see what their defense has in store for us.
Attackers have located
More importantly, I also want to see what York Spartans can do on the attacking side. A brief reminder, this is St. Ambrose's map selection, so it would be expected for them to win it. I don't know about a 7-1 margin, or 7-2 or 7-3, whatever it may be. But I've seen teams come back from 5-1. Last night, as a matter of fact, I was producing a different collegiate league, and a team was down 5-1 and or 6-1 after the first round of the second half, and ended up coming back and winning the first map 8-6, and winning the second map like 7-2 or 7-3. So to say the very least, it was not all that close afterwards. However, something has to change, and more importantly, it was the teams that were playing on the defensive side that were heavily favored, not the teams that were on the attack like we've seen thus far in this game. Something has to be brought through that St. Ambrose is not expecting, considering this is their map pick. This is their defensive side of their own map pick. They're expected to close this one out quickly. Just a matter of how York can set in early. I don't know if that Valkyrie has just been seen. This is a problem, to say the very least. JDX has cleared everything except for one cubicle, and Doobie is the most patient Valkyrie on the face of the earth.
Oh, I don't think they have, and I feel like that might be a factor. When you're droning, you've got to be, you can't drone everything really fast, really quickly. If you do that, I'd almost say, what's the point in droning? But Brapdon is going to be able to find one onto Keslar, and all of a sudden we're in a 5 versus 4, but then Alex is not so thick, but Doobie is going to find the man below. He won't be droned out properly here. JDX going to hop in. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Doobie. He's going to swing him. JDX was just on the middle of his reload there as he got picked off by Doobie there. But Tanner's so cute. And Talok's Blade, it's all down to them. A 4 versus 2 scenario. It's not great as Talok's Blade gets picked off by Flex there, and all of a sudden, it's down to the Thermite. Tanner's so cute.
No way.
He's getting picked off instantaneously by Doobie down below, and I feel if they spotted Doobie, do you think that round might have been a York Spartans kind of round? Because I feel like
it would have been more likely.
Droning.
I mean, the problem is you have your Buck who thinks he's more than safe sitting in Tellers, or Archives in that case. Then the re-swing through from the Finca didn't see the Valkyrie quickly move back over. I honestly thought the Valkyrie was going to go back up square stairs, not over to Staff and Kitchen. So in all fairness, I had X-ray vision, didn't even expect it. But the Finca just jumps in while reloading. Please never do that, by the way. PSA to everybody. You need to be able to have your gun up while you're walking through doorways or vaulting through windows, and that just didn't happen for York College. And more importantly, they just didn't have the information game that we saw from St. Ambrose's attack. Throwback to St. Ambrose's attack, they were playing the IQ just about every round it was required. They were picking up just about every single bit of information they needed, and yet you missed her in the Valkyrie. Valkyrie then comes back for a second and is able to set up the C4 for the third through the floor because there was still a camera set up in stock. So,
Oh,
bad, to say the very least. Big Country is also taken from the K1A. Their teammate, Gooby, ended up shooting them accidentally 3 times in the body. Luckily, team damage does a little bit less than opponent damage, but it's still impactful to say the very least. And we're seeing our first Goyo of the game, interestingly enough. I gotta say, I'm a big fan of the Goyo, but I'm not a big fan of the
same here.
Goyo on 50 HP. Oh,
No.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
They
bomb and
impacted
defuse
themselves.
it.
Feels bad, man. Oh, I forgot. Friendly fire's off in prep phase. I'm smart.
Well, I forget it all the time. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, I try to headshot my teammates in my
Siege.
ranked games, and it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Jeez, come on, Rainbow Six.
I mean, I'm in my rank stack, and sometimes they do make me feel like I gotta shoot them, and just that's enough. But I do like the Goyo. Canisters waste around 25 seconds of time, so if you play your canisters correctly and in the right positions down the stairs, almost from a minute 30 till 0 seconds, you could make sure that no one enters that server door.
I'm not sure if that drone saw Brapton or not. And as he picks up a drone, doesn't seem like that's the case. The Mozzie Pest will indeed pick it up. I don't know if the information's been gained. Seems like they are still trying to pressure this top floor, but you have both a Mozzie and a surprising decision to bring a Vigil here as well. And if this isn't changed early enough, I don't know if York are going to have time to start to push the bomb site if they don't clear this at all.
Yeah, they have to clear these 2 roamers off the board, but Sal Doobie's gonna get one. Sorry, Doobie is gonna get one onto JDX as he was just approaching down the corridor. But Doobie looks to swing again,
Oh no.
and he's gonna find himself a double. Is he aware that Keslar is currently droning him out? He activates the vigil ability, but Keslar has decided not to push in towards ATMs and has decided to back out and potentially rotate towards his teammates. Alex Blade up the stairs. Are they aware of the double roam game of the Mozzie and Vigil? They've got top floor, but I don't think they're going to be aware that they actually have managed to get top floor.
Even if they are, there's only 60 seconds left. Brapton's still on the top floor. Doobie ended up rotating over, and Brapton just now will as well. So they don't have lobby, they don't have lone, they have none of open area, kitchen, staff, any of it. They are focusing on square and security alone. A very one-dimensional push for York, and this becomes a massive problem when you realize there are still 4 Vulcan canisters on the default plant position with 20 seconds of 8 damage every half second. That is a heck of a lot of damage. I'm not going to do the math off the top of my head because casters aren't supposed to do math, and it's going to be bad. Sure, they will open up the first breach. However, Vulcan Canister 1 will be popped. They still have another 80 seconds of efficacy around those, and there's no way to plant. York Spartans, if they dedicate to this, they're going to lose the round, they're going to lose the map. And even if they don't have the time to go elsewhere. This map is over. There's more than enough of denial around, there's the Vulcan Canisters, there's everybody's favorite Toxic Babe, and no matter how many kills York will find from this position, there is no easy way in, nor in the end, easy way out. Kessler will find an inconsequential final kill, but it will be the Brazil here in game number 1, 7-1, St. Ambrose on their map pick of Bank.
Yeah, 7-1 scoreline. That's a pretty good scoreline to end your map pick on, but that's not to say that the York Spartans aren't going to find their footing when it comes to their map pick. You know, we could look at a completely different team next map. Maybe York Spartans just don't really practice Bank, and when it came to the map veto stage, they just had to let Bank be played.
It comes down to how much you prepped on your own side. We saw St. Ambrose take their own fairly easily. Their attack looked good. Their defense arguably looked better. We need to see better things on a couple of different fronts from York College. Number 1, the roam clear. Their attacking side probably would have been better if they had that roam clear done earlier. They could have taken security directly and shut down some of those Vulcan canisters. Twitch will shut down Vulcan canisters, by the way. It's a laser, not a taser. It will take out the gas can. Either way, it's a question mark, to say the very least, for York into map number 1, but that is only map number 1. It's a best of 3. We play best of 3s for a reason. Maybe you just need a little bit of a warm-up. We'll see if that's the case for York, or if St. Ambrose will 2-0 and move themselves onto the semifinals when we return the break. Nearly clean sweep of game number one of this best of three quarterfinal. St. Ambrose pick bank and win bank in about as clean fashion as you like. 7-1 to take their own map selection. And Carpi, I gotta say, it was exactly what they needed. They started off well, they finish off well, their defense looked better than we could have expected, and more importantly, they have a little one that's going to be at the top of the scoreboard when we go into our second game.
Well, you know what they say, consistency is key, and St. Ambrose were very consistent even when it came to the switch. They were just able to stick with the communication, with the coordination, and it all came together. And I feel like that's really what led us to that 7-1 scoreline. But nonetheless, I think we'll look towards our map veto again to
Yep.
just see what our two maps will be. Now, you are looking at Chalet as map number two, and whether or not we go to Clubhouse, you just have to wait and see till the end of Chalet. Now, last map, it was St. Ambrose's map pick, his bank, 7-1. They've obviously practiced and played this a lot. Now, we look towards York's pick as Chalet. Now, they struggled on bank, and bank is quite a big map, sorry. Chalet, slightly smaller, but it's still one of the maps that leans towards the side of being larger. So I want to see what York have in the bag for us. Now, whether they're able to bring it back or not, just gotta wait and kind of see how they play it. I feel like York definitely, if they just breathe in, take a couple minutes, think about what's going wrong and how they can edit it, that they're gonna get a lot more rounds against St. Ambrose.
It, Bank heavily favored on not only the real estate but the information game as well. Chalet a little less real estate, a heck of a lot more information. This is one of the maps you'll see Brava banned on more often than any other. Bank is the other one in that conversation. If you're looking for some of your teams to watch, whether they're playing in the NECC, whether you are looking for teams or individual players that are looking at the NECC, or maybe you're looking to join the NECC, take a look at our socials. Don't forget, you can follow us on Instagram, X, or formerly Twitter, YouTube, or any other social media that we have here at the National Esports Collegiate Conference. And we can keep you updated. Don't forget to turn on your notifications. And maybe you can see your own team playing in these playoffs over the next 4 weeks. We have this week of play, we have a break for Thanksgiving, and then 2 more weeks between semifinals and finals back to back. You don't want to miss any of the action between all 5 of the esports that are played, including Rainbow Six Siege as we move into Chalet and St. Ambrose. I would not be surprised if we see yet another Dokebi ban. They could also ban the Oso once more. I wouldn't say it's absurd to see on Chalet.
I definitely say that we're going to see an Osaban coming out here, like surely. And there you go. We've hit it. We've hit the nail on the head with the Osaban. Now, when it comes to their second ban, I feel like you might see someone like a Ram or a Sledge. Oh, Jackalban. They're calling out in
Really?
check. They're
Well,
the
they
teams
said
are
like 4
doing the
different
work for us.
operators.
I mean, us as casters, we do say quite a few operators, but
That's true, but we're allowed to.
yeah, we got the casters. Players doing the jobs. Solace, no.
Ooh.
Unlucky the country. It's going to be Valkyrie, as your Spartans were fairly consistent with their Valkyrie plays here. Brampton coming in with the guess of an Azami. I don't think it's going to
Their
be
own
an
team.
Azami. I
It is
think.
it is their own team. I mean,
Nah, I'm calling
they're
it
saying
Mira.
Azami.
I'm
I
calling
I
it
think
Mira.
I think it's gonna be Azami. I don't think they go back to back maps of that pick. Yeah, I would say Big Country may be wrong back to back, but Big Country had a vote, so
I
I don't
thought
know if they acknowledged go, oh yeah, it's gonna be A and then pick B.
I thought he was playing the mental mind games. I thought, say Azami in chat, but then pick someone completely different.
Maybe we'll see. How much the lack of a Dokebi ban maybe comes back to bite some of these teams. Oh, geez. Hopefully the game will pause. That player disconnected. Yeah, we got it. Nice job. Tech pause, unfortunately. Already a DC. Honestly, the beginning of the map is the best time to get a DC. So hopefully we get them back in. I think I just heard them join back. So no, I definitely didn't. DC crashed. Feels bad.
Well, that just gives us a little more time to talk about the lovely map of Chalet, and it gives us a little bit more time to talk about these map bans, because I feel like, the map ban timer just doesn't give you enough time to really look into those operator bans. Because we did see that they removed the Valkyrie, and I feel like that is because York decided to play a lot of Valkyrie on when it came to Bank. Now, whether the intel from the cameras were consistent, a little bit of a different story, but they have decided that Valkyrie is going to put them in a worse position on their map pick. But you never know. York Spartans might not use Valkyrie in any capacity when they play Chalet. It could be someone completely different that is going to be their key operator that brings them those defensive rounds.
I mean, we're seeing York Spartans here surprisingly ban two operators that were heavily focused on, or unsurprisingly, I suppose, by St. Ambrose. But I like looking at stats. So I'm going to throw back to some of the Atlanta Major stats. Of the top banned attackers, I was talking about Osa. She is tied for the sixth most banned attacker. 5 times over however many maps were played. I think it's just shy of 100. She is tied with Brava, Nook, and Twitch, and she's been banned twice in this series. The other attacker that was banned by York was Jackal, and Jackal in all the games that were played was banned a singular time. Once, just once, alongside Amaru and Lion in that conversation. On the other side of the coin, the defense. The Valkyrie, unsurprising ban. Again, information game for St. Ambrose was very good. York wanted to mitigate that problem, so they banned the Valkyrie. The other ban was the Azami. Those two defender bans were the two most defenders that were banned in Georgia. 53 times for Zami, 43 times for Valkyrie, 55.8% and 45.3% respectively. Nothing to speak of out of the ordinary, at least on the defensive side. That'll be kept over here. I don't know if it'll be the same notion for the attackers. We'll see if that's the case, but with St. Ambrose starting the defense, I think they may have the advantage.
Yeah, and looking back towards the bans, I believe Jackal was banned, right? They took Jackal off the board this map, and it has just been brought to my attention from our observer that Jackal was brought every round from St. Ambrose. So getting rid of the Jackal this time, once again, it's a targeted ban, because I feel like when you look to ban operators, you ban them either because of the map you're on, or because you've done research into the team and you're going to target ban them. And whether you're target banning the way the team plays around that operator, or maybe you have someone who is going to drop a crazy kills given the operator, so you're going to target ban them, and you're going to, just take them off the board slightly by getting rid of their favorite pick. So I feel like there are a lot of ways that you can look into banning operators, but enough about maps, enough about operator bans. We're going to sit down, enjoy this lovely game of Siege on Chalet.
Yeah, my other question when we get to the second half, I'm curious as to what Fleegs ends up switching onto, because they were heavily focused on the Jackal. What do you change to here? We saw them, I think, play the Gridlock one time, so maybe that changes. Doobie has cranked the heck out of their DPI. They are spitting. See, now, I would do that sometimes, like, when I used to play Rocket League a lot, sometimes my parents would walk up and talk to me, and they would, like, see me playing a video game. If I was ever playing Rocket League, my dad's like, I gotta look away while I'm talking to you. It's gonna give you vertigo. I feel like that would give something vertigo.
Maybe Doobie's got a pre-game ritual of cranking the DPI up to 16,000 and just spinning round in circles. We'll never know. Maybe we'll have to ask him at the end of the game. But they've gone for feet holes. I'm intrigued. Is this an NA thing for the feet holes? Because I feel like it's quite interchangeable in Chile. And I feel like when I'm in my rank games with my rank stacked, we decide to go for head holes. Whether that helps us, it's a different story because we're all terrible at the game. But they've opted for feet holes, and I feel like that's going to benefit the attackers. Because if you look at blue stairs, you're going to see their feet before they see you, unless they're prone on that angle. But Brampton, he does not need no head holes, no feet holes. He's going to take JDX right off the board. And that first phone call from Kirby is going to ring out.
E1D popped. Maybe some level of aggression being brought here early by York. You still have Kessler on the bottom floor with both of their... Oh, actually, only one of their logic bombs available. The issue for York is that they aren't dedicating multiple sides at the same time. Doobie switches to the SMG-12 and will find the line on the bottom floor. Wants to re-swing here. They're taking on Dokebi at a distance, who has the Mark 14 in hand. Similar conversation for Fleegs with the T5. They win a fight against the AK-12, arguably the best individual weapon in the game that is not a DMR, because those are broken. And it's still looking better. Kessler will end up using the Logic Bomb. Dust down Doobie. We'll find a second onto Brapton. Why did they hop off their gun? Free information, a free kill, and Tanner's been recovered. Hello, comeback in round number 1.
York Spartans, I mean, they've switched it up, definitely. I mean, if we were playing Bank at this point, you'd potentially be looking at the 1 versus 4, the 1 versus 5, but they've kept it even Stevens. It's a 3 versus 3. Fleegs potentially looking to swing onto Falcon. Ooh, he's going to be caught up here as he just tries to swing back in sight. He's going to do a little bit of damage back onto Talok's blade there. Nothing, just droning. 40 seconds on the clock. They're now going to have to look to whether they want to execute through this breach or if they're going to want to change it around all of a sudden and potentially get someone on jumping through that piano window there.
Oh my goodness. Boot with a nasty angle saw the body of Tanner because they were leaned the wrong way, and Kessler's left in a 1 versus 3. This round may very well be over. You have 2 impact EMPs and both your drones out of pocket. No extra information going to be gained with no logic bombs available. They'll try to swing for 1. They'll only take damage from the T5 though, and with 7 seconds remaining, you need to find 3 kills in 3 very different positions, and you're being swung by the SMG-11 on 40 HP. That round, a definitive one for St. Ambrose. Almost thrown away, with the Dokebi finding 2 kills on the bottom floor, but not enough. And St. Ambrose will indeed win their top floor defensive bomb site. Usually, a site everybody tries to distance themselves from as much as possible. Seems like St. Ambrose more than happy to take it and win it.
I don't know. I feel like nowadays top floor is going to be your primary. I mean, if you even look further into it, nowadays people refer to as your tertiary because if they manage to get that breach open and they manage to get the vertical above that site, you cannot play anyway. You have to use blue, and if you've got someone on those bottom blue stairs cutting off the rotate and the elbow of blue, then you basically lose control of that garage site. And speaking of which, they have decided to go for the pool and bar site, and they've totally opted out of that bottom floor.
And I'm surprised by that. Usually the hierarchy, at least in North America, is bar gaming or kitchen dining, and then the bottom floor, and then the top floor. Occasionally you'll see teams just completely avoid the bottom floor because they don't like it, or completely avoid the top floor because they don't like it. Those last 2 are really interchangeable depending on the squad, but usually the favorites are playing vertical pressure because of how open Chalet can be with floorboards and playing bar gaming or kitchen dining. Not the case, at least, it seems, for St. Ambrose. They'll win Master Office, they'll go to bar games, and they'll happily play here. Doobie lines up a spawn peek over towards the logs, but will not find anything. I don't think anybody spawned on that side of the map, much less ran in that general direction, so this will find very little, if anything at all. And there is not a soul there. And actually, going towards the ladder.
Not a soul in Fleegs. Gonna be downed, but not out. Gunshots ringing out, potentially trying to find the kill here, but Fleegs, I think he's going to manage to get himself into a safe position, and JDX is actually going to be taken off the board instead of Fleegs there. I feel like he got a little tunnel vision onto the kill there.
Do they clear out suicide? That's the question. Dewey's position should be duly noted, considering the logic bombs going off. They don't have a frost mat to keep them safe for the jump in on either side. They do have a heck of a lot of ADSs, and they're re-swinging over here. They want to get aggressive, however, they will not see a dang thing. But no, Alex Blade will team kill through the dead opponent, and they'll end up taking out their own ram. No vertical pressure anymore in terms of explosives. They don't have nades. The extent of the explosives, ironically enough, are claymores. That's available for this defense, or for the attacking side. That is, it's not great, to say the very least. Unfortunate, TK.
Yeah, that is really going to benefit benefit, sorry, St. Ambrose as the verticality is wiped off the board. And especially, you look at how the site is built, a lot of the floor is destructive. So it's going to save St. Ambrose a lot of worrying about those floorboards. You will hear the second phone call rings out, but Brampton going to use the brain cells and walk into the mute jammer, but Fun Size ain't fun, going to pick one off, but almost immediately he's going to get picked off by Boot. And all of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 2 with just a minute left. York Spartans, they do have the capabilities to win this. They just need to narrow these gunfights down. And speaking of which, Talok's Blade is going to hit a nasty shot onto the dome of Boot. And it's a 2 versus 2. If they can get these 1v1s, maybe even potentially look to hack that phone case I see on stairs and get them a little more information, it might just help them finish their collapse here.
Well, they have all the info. Esler ends up spraying towards stock but doesn't find anything. We'll take out the goo mine just to make sure. A second one as well, but here comes the push. Drone just to set in. Some dead player will hop on it for information gathering. But do they clear the backside of bar? They don't know. Somebody's waiting behind the bomb chassis. That'll end up being their downfall. Nice swing coming through from Brapton. Nice kill to close, and Big Country ended up finding it down with the SMG-11 over towards that gaming doorway. St. Ambrose back to back, and clean as you like. They will heed your advice and completely avoid the bottom floor. Kitchen dining is the tertiary bomb site for the Bees.
Yeah, St. Ambrose, they are continuing with their consistency that they had on Bank, and they've led it all the way over to the map of Chalet. And York Spartans, I feel like I have seen a little bit of change from them with these attacks. They have been getting them into the closer end of getting the round. You know, they're not in 1v5s or 1v4s anymore. They're in 2v3s or 2v2s. So I feel like they've edited something that is helping them, but they just need to tweak a little more, and then they're going to be definitely getting the key rounds that you need for the switch.
My other question for St. Ambrose is, how do you play verticality this time around compared to what you did in the previous round? What we saw last round was really a small pressure of vertical, and all you did was have a person playing suicide. That was Big Country, who ended up getting aggressive and dying, which was completely understandable, not out of the ordinary. Or sorry, it was Doobie, not Big Country, but it was the Jaeger of Doobie. And then the follow-up was just one player sitting on fireplace stairs, and they ended up backing away about 20-30 seconds later. You also had a little bit of library pressure, but we won't bring that up right now. Here, you're seeing a little bit more. You're seeing more ADSs, a couple on the bottom floor, and more importantly, more players there. If more time is eliminated on this vertical take, York Spartans are going to run into the exact same problem we saw in the last round of the previous game. They will not have enough time to take the site, and instead of the Goyo being the impactful part, it'll end up being the Echo this time around. Also, first time we're seeing the Echo in this series.
I do like a little plant denial. I won't lie to you, I do like my plant denial, whether that comes in the form of an Echo or the form of Goyo canisters with the fire blazing. I'm trying to think, who's the other big plant denial?
Smoke.
You could get smoke. You could also argue that a C4 with the right information will become a deadly device. Not that it isn't already a deadly device. We're going to see Brampton utilizing his 1.5 as he looks through the head holes. And I like the way that St. Ambrose have set off this site. I don't usually see head holes like this. I usually just see, you know, the small crouch rotate.
Yeah.
But they've decided to opt out of the rotate, go for the head holes, and hold it all the way back from Solarium with that 1.5. And I feel like that is going to benefit them a lot.
Talok's Blade has taken, like, 30 damage from 2 separate goo mines in this top floor as well. But the vertical pressure is still working, but the problem is when you don't dedicate yourself over towards office and you only play these head holes, you don't have the same pressure you would have otherwise. Rapton's position's been duly noted, so Fun Size Ain't Fun should have the information, and they do, spraying them through the wall. It's at least one kill picked up, but there's the return. One picked up back by this Legion onto Talok's Blade, and they'll back away. It ends up being the Legion goo mine that ends up finding the finish, and yeah, they'll go 1 for 1. But I was talking about that time, York Spartans have a minute to start to set up this actual site take, and they're going to use a fuse to do it.
I mean, fuse coming out, detonating them with cluster charges this time, and it's gonna make St. Ambrose defenders run around frantically. I can barely hear myself think or speak as the cluster charges and the boogie woogie drones drive across the floor and just get rid of the floorboards there. Doobie sitting on that echo drone, counting down the seconds till he can use that plan denial and potentially win his team the round here. 4 versus 4. I mean, I've not seen a lot of kills come out.
There doesn't have to be. St. Ambrose is more than happy just patiently waiting. Doobie will end up walking up from the fireplace stairs and finds one towards Ivy. We'll switch back on to his yokai camera, and I don't even know if Ying is going to be an impactful part, or the yokai is going to be an impactful part. Nobody's going to start to get that diffuser down as the over-aggression through the hatch will come back to bite them. York waited 50 seconds after finding both players in the top floor, or at least pushing them back, and they waited 50 seconds too long. Took too long, had no time to set up the actual site take after throwing down all the fuse charges in the world, and St. Ambrose, I don't think another kill was found until the 10-second mark or so, and even then it wasn't even all that impactful. Questionable, to say the very least, for York. Again, they need to be quicker on vertical down takes.
Yes, I mean, York Spartans, they had the tools that they needed to win that round. They used them, but then they just weren't playing alongside the clock. They were playing against it. And I've mentioned this in my past couple of casts, that when you come to attacking, you need to work alongside the round timer. You need to make that clock your friend, not your enemy, because time is such a big factor of Siege. I cannot stress that enough. Time is the biggest factor. That's
All I
just
gotta
my
say,
take.
it's weird for York to take as long as they are a lot of the times, because their original start is good. They have this correct ideas. They're setting up well to start up the round. The issue is they are A, taking too long to start to drone out those positions and eventually start to clear them, and B, just not setting up the site take until all the utility they were trying to dedicate has been used. For instance, the fuse charges in the previous round. If they start to send in the fuse charges on one position, force people out of those positions, and then drop at the same time, they're in a much better position. Fun size ain't fun gets down. I don't know if Doobie's aware of it. That doesn't seem like they are. So they will find the down, but a quick adrenal surge courtesy of JDX's Finka will pick them up. And just like that, it's really only 70 damage done rather than down. However, you cannot be downed after getting down for the first time. So keep that in mind later.
Yeah, fun size ain't fun. Gonna be put in a little bit of a tougher position with his HP. But St. Ambrose, they've got a strong roam game here. They're focusing on Museum, but no one's gonna push through that window. If they play into their cameras or notice, I believe they're pushing in from down the stairs garage, and they might, York Spartans might be able to walk up West Main here and potentially disarm Brampton alongside with Doobie. Dokeby call's gonna ring out. Breach starting to get open now. This is well played. York Spartans might be in our call, and they've listened to us talk about time and how you have to play alongside that clock, because they're using it fairly well. Although they haven't managed to clear the roam game. They've got the intel now as yellow pings will come out, and they're aware that 2 players, or just 1 for now. Oh, but I think a second drone has been shot there by Doobie, so they will be aware that 2 players are below. Now, they've got to decide how they clear them.
Well, combine the E1D with the flash, force him out of position. JDX will win the opening fight, but Doobie just patiently waiting. A 2-tap, we'll say. Drops down Fun Size Ain't Fun. The low HP Lion from earlier in the round will indeed be dispatched. Of all 3, Adrenal Surges have been used as well, so very little attacking utility remaining. It is all but a nade, impact EMPs, regular EMPs, and a couple claymores to write home about, so challenges to say the very least for York. With 50 seconds left, they still have some time to drone out and find this information. However, they have to start to get on their horse and get going.
Yeah, 44 seconds. It's a 4v4. There's nothing that could really stop St. Ambrose's from taking another round, as they have 3 smoke canisters in pocket, so that's about more. Oh, and they got the deadly C4, and Doobie is still below, so chances of this plant going down are really quite tough. but I think Doobie's in a gunfight below. I'm not too sure. I did see a
Attackers
fair amount
dropped
of
the
damage
diffuser.
just be done, but
15
Brampton
seconds
can get
left.
one onto Tanner so
Attackers
cute.
recovered the diffuser.
And
10
all of a
seconds.
sudden, it's a 3 versus 2, but Keslar's going to get one back, and
5
6
seconds
seconds on the board, 2-1, but Brampton and Big Country to save the day for St. Ambrose as they notice that last minute Solarium play off the camera.
I don't hate the decision from York. I think the issue was they tried to clear out the bottom floor a little bit too late. When you go 1-for-1, fun size ain't fun finding one, and then end up being taken out by Doobie. The issue there is JDX tried to recuperate it, which was not the bad call. They took too long to do so. They find that kill with 20 seconds left or so. You take out the bottom floor pressure, you take out the possible C4, you allow your team up above to go, but then you take too long on the top floor to start to initiate. It is again York College versus the Time, and the Time is working along St. Ambrose. That sixth defender is
Attackers
really
need to
becoming the
locate and
impactful
defuse as
part
many bombs as
of
they
St.
can.
Ambrose, and they're looking so much better. And it doesn't seem like York has changed all that much about their attack. We're headed back to Bar Games. We are bringing the Ram and the Fuse once more. This time with the Bravo, just the same. So hopefully something better. We'll see if that changes. Hopefully sooner rather than later.
I mean, I'm hoping that this time we're not going to see Tanner So Cute, who's on the Ram, being picked off instantaneously.
10 seconds remaining.
Or, sorry, team killed. Yeah, by their teammate. Hopefully he'll be able to stay alive long enough to at least get 1 or 2 of those boogie drones on the floor and working their magic. Now, St. Ambrose, they really are just not letting up on the gas pedal right now. They are just purely accelerating. Whether York Spartans are going to be able to counter this, because these round 5 and round 6, as York Spartans haven't managed to get around yet, these are going to be key rounds. They need to get 1 or 2 to, I'd say, have a better chance of coming back, and it will give them more of a fuel for the fire. Let's just put it that way.
She's in Doobie staring at the sun, puts on another ADS, but still gets jumped in on. No help from down below, so it goes 1-for-1 elsewhere. Tanner is taken care of. I don't know if JDX is safe here, though. No, they're not. Very dangerous with the stock wall, stock door through the main library hatch, but they'll survive. At the end of the day, good enough, but York taking significantly less time to clear out library. The problem is, they have yet to clear out mezzanine and the library side. 1-for-1 once more, but Fleeg's re-aggressing in towards the library closet. I don't know if this position will be noted. Kessler seems to be aware of the possibility, but not of the closet itself, and they're going to hack cams instead. Will the re-aggression come through by Fleegs? Because both players are not directly sitting there with gun in hand. JDX is on a cam, and Kessler's sitting there on a cam as well. Library is currently occupied, but is not being consistently watched, and finally it will be. Fleegs will be pushed away and forced away from position with a player at the bottom of the library. Fun size ain't fun. Almost found a timing.
Yeah, fun size ain't fun. I don't think anyone was aware of his position, but no, all of a sudden he's been struck by a Legion mine, and Fleeks will be aware that his presence is on the bottom of the blue stairs there. Second call from Keslar. He knows that someone was sitting right under that hatch. It's a 3 versus 2 with a minute left. Spartans have got a fair amount of time to work with, and they've got 4 cluster charges in the pocket. So now they just need to, yep, there we go, start working those cluster charges.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Potentially narrowing the positions of St. Ambrose down.
Again, they're taking too long. They don't have that same information they need to work with. Of the players remaining, they have 3 active and available drones. Kessler's trying to get over to mezzanine. You need to hit spacebar for that one. JDX does find one through the hatch. Needs to find a second, but that second player's ended up going directly below them, and they'll try to use that charge to try and take it away. Impact grenade by Fleegs could shut that position down, but a nade ends up going through by Fun Size Ain't Fun. Will Fleegs survive in this corner? You better believe they won't. JDX will find that, and the first round for York since round number 2 of game number 1. It's been a little while. Finally, St. Ambrose are shut down.
You saw it in Fleeg's eye there. He wasn't too sure whether to try and hide in that corner and just hide there and hope that the York Spartans would be like, oh, we placed down the cluster charge, it's gone off, and clearly no one is in the couch's area of sight. But it didn't quite work out to his favor as that cluster charge managed to just get in that radius of
Attackers need to locate
where
and
it will
defuse as
equal
many bombs as they
instantaneous
can.
death. But as I said, York Spartans, they've taken one of the key rounds. If they're able to roll on from last round and roll it onto this round and gather themselves another one, I feel like they're going to be in a much better position to fight for their map pick.
I gotta say, this is a little chaotic for York Spartans. You pick up one, now you're looking for a second. I'd like for them to do something very similar to what they did in round number 1, just a little quicker. Obviously, you have to send in those drones faster. I'd like to see them play the 0, interestingly enough.
5
Hopefully
seconds
that changes here, but I don't know if it will. And it seems like St. Ambrose are extending their realm with utility more than they are with players. You put a couple of goo mines elsewhere, Doobie goes back to the bottom floor. Will Doobie be cleared? Because usually you throw a drone in the bottom floor anyway. Hopefully something more important.
Yeah, I mean, Doobie, he played it really well. I like that he actually did play it picture perfect in my opinion, as he sort of, kept his position safe for the majority of the round. When it came to making sure that if he was the last person alive, he ran down to basement just to make sure that he's gonna use those echo drones. But Doobie, he's rotated down to the basement a lot earlier than he did last time, and he might have to face the man, the myth, the legend, Blitz, also known as Fun Size Ain't Fun. And I tell you what, when you hear the clanking of a Blitz shields, in my opinion, it's the scariest thing you can think of in the world of Rainbow Six Siege. Fun Size Ain't Fun is going to ping out Doobie, and he's going to notice there, one impact comes out, does no damage, the second impact, but all of a sudden, Fun Size Ain't Fun, he's been down by Doobie. I don't know how. I think he might have just managed to shoot the legs in time. But JDX is up the stairs looking to get a kill, but he will receive a bullet in the form of Brampton. And all of a sudden, it's not looking great for the York Spartans.
The other problem is you're seeing difficulties for St. Ambrose in terms of finding that information, but York Spartans, their info game looked good just to not win a couple of those gunfights. Fleegs, what a readjustment. I was looking down at which goo mine was popped and ended up finding Dalek's Blade anyway. And Tanner and Kessler left in 2 versus 5. Not the end of the world by any means. You still have the ram on the board. Buggy drones from up above still going to rain down floorboards. It's not going to matter. They don't have the info they need. They're sitting with 3 drones and I think 1, maybe, logic bomb left remaining. And 40 seconds remaining here, Carpy. This is not looking good to say the very least for you.
No, it doesn't look like they've managed to carry out their execute they had last round onto this round. It's just down to Kessler and Tanner. So cute. Kessler is going to be taking damage. Fleegs is going to pick up Tanner. And it's all down to Kessler. He's going to take a hefty amount of damage from down below. He's unaware of where these players are shooting him from.
15 seconds to go.
They are just hiding amongst the floorboards right now. And he's going to have to sprint down. But at the end of the day, Brampton's not even going to let him touch the top stair as he manages to finish him off there. And that's St. Ambrose once again taking a 5-1 split.
And 5-1 with them going on the attacking side. Brief reminder, back on Bank, it was a 5-1 first half attacking split for St. Ambrose, so they're just as good on either side of the coin. And they've made very few mistakes, all things considered. The only one ended up costing them around here, and arguably it ended up giving York Spartans around back on Bank. But York has been good at taking advantage of St. Ambrose's mistakes. Just St. Ambrose hasn't made all that many mistakes, to be completely honest. If we see something change for York, if their defense just comes out like a bat out of the nether regions, maybe something goes better for them. But they're playing the top floor. They're bringing a bandit, interestingly enough, instead of Cade. And they're combining that with a Frost. Surprising it took us to the second half to see a Frost with her new Reaper.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about this last week. what is your opinion on the Frost rework?
I don't like it.
You don't like it? Not a fan?
I'll explain. I'll explain. So, the only reason I don't like it is because it adds an unnecessary
10
level of
seconds left
intricacy
before insertion.
to a piece of utility that doesn't need it. For instance,
5
if you walk
seconds
into a
left.
cap can trap, and you end up getting downed by the cap can trap, you
Attacker's objective is to
don't
locate a
have the
bomb
ability
and
to pick
defuse it.
yourself up. So Frost, because her utility is a very specific thing, is directly countered by the game, because people are just as unaware as if they would be walking through a doorframe. If you get caught by a Legion Mine and it downs you, you can't pick yourself up. It's not how it works. It just is unnecessary and unfounded, in my personal opinion. Rapton finds the opening kill. I have no idea where from. Oh, never mind. Yes, I do. Through the window from a rappel. Absolutely dusted down JDX, who is one of the 2 top fraggers, and Lalix Blade is not all that safe either. And oh my goodness, there's the Frost rework. Oh my goodness, Fleegs jumps in, picks himself up
Bomb
via
located by
the new
attackers.
utility, and just like that, Fleegs is back on his feet. Granted, would have been back on his feet anyway, and should have been by his teammate, because he can now no longer sprint for the next 60 seconds, but that's fine. And now he's spinning in the corner of library. For
Fleeks,
what
maybe.
reason, I don't know.
I think he seems to be taking a book out of Doobie's page, or Doobie's journal, as we saw him spinning around at the start of this map. He's going to start to use those gridlock tracks, but he's just on a minimal amount of HP, and not only can he not sprint, he will be leaving a trail of blood for those defenders to sniff out and follow. St. Ambrose, they are a player up, but then you have Leagues on minimal HP, but all of a sudden, Doobie, he's going to be on the Canine Pixel, and he's going to pick off Talok's Blade there, and he knows that someone is sitting by half wall. He just needs to get his team to shift Tanner so cute into his sideline, but Tanner's going to rotate, but Bonsai's ain't fun on the flank here. He's going to move down 1. Is he going to confirm the kill? Not as of yet, but Keslo, my friend, you will get a double. A triple, sorry, and all of a sudden, the round is over.
Chaos, to say the very least. 2 players walk through piano. Kessler finds both. A reswing onto the canine door finds Doobie, who was sitting there as Yash. C4 ended up finishing off the previous down they had earlier, and Tanner just turns around and finds the freest kill ever. Interesting, to say the very least, for St. Ambrose. Seems like a little bit of discombobulation, maybe a lack of communication. The push through piano and the push through the canine door should have happened at the exact same time. They didn't have information towards the backside of Master. Questionable, to say the very least, but hey, it's 1 round. They're still up 5-2. Not the end of the world by any means.
Yeah, I mean, they've managed to get further than last map with the 7-1 scoreline. So they're already doing better than last
Attackers
map.
need to
I feel
locate
like
and defuse bombs.
that was a completely different York Spartans that I witnessed there. They were coordinated, they were calm, they weren't panicked when a new angle had been opened up in the blink of an eye. They just calm, cool, and collected and rotated around, called for a teammate to go like, look, I am definitely going to die here. Can you get my refrag if possible? And York Spartans said, sure, we got you covered. So I feel like we've witnessed a different team there, to be honest with you.
You can stop worrying about grenades now.
10 seconds to
Hey,
insertion.
maybe it's something changed. Maybe it's a 2-player step up out of left field. Kessler really just stepping up in his own right. Found a triple kill,
Attackers
to say the very
objective
least,
is to
and
locate
Tanner
a bomb
actually got on
and
the board with one of his own. Who found that last kill? Wasn't Alex Blade? Oh, it was Fun Size Ain't Fun, who found another down somehow. They ended up finding the original down onto Fleet, and then a follow-up down, I think, on a Big Country. Oh, it was because they were sitting behind on fireplace stairs. I completely remember that. Anyway, York Spartans win the round, and a step up from them, to say the very least. They'll head down to the bottom floor, interestingly enough, and we're seeing Tanner try to set up at least an attempted bandit trick. I don't know if this is going to work. You have the Callie on the board, you have Thatcher on the board. They'll be very lucky if this ends up working in the end. Tanner ends up being forced off the angle and is putting down the bandit battery on the wrong side. They should be very much dead here. Stunned and concussed, and now in an early grave.
Yeah, I respect the play. I respect the bandit trick, but they managed to place it on that left wall, and I'm surprised Tanner didn't actually lose his life to the exothermic charge there, because he was really close, and usually when you attempt to bandit trick the exothermic charge and it goes off in your face, you'll see it pop up on the kill feed that you died to the exothermic charge, but he took about 5-10 damage, if that. But in the end, he was stunned and concussed, and probably were the main factors that led to his demise. But York Spartans, a player down, and I'm intrigued. I've not seen this setup. They're holding it
Device going
above
dark.
in
A really big
the museum corridor slash dining corridor. Not quite seen this one before. And they're playing with hatches open.
sampling at it.
I've seen crazier things, we'll say. Not by a whole lot. I've also seen this vertical play. The problem is it doesn't seem like St. Ambrose is all that aware of it. And they haven't cleared it, they haven't drone it. Brampton, I think, has just seen it, though. A drone was just put under that hatch, and seeing it's open, it does look like they want to either A, go a different direction, or swing with the situational awareness that the Cade is sitting above. Fleeg's a nice shot, ends up going through connector, and just walks into this site. And just like that, you have all the pressure you need except for that vertical pressure. Boot avoids it, but they still have not cleared it. Kessler, sitting inside a blue, finds one. The Cade, still sitting above, has yet to be cleared out of position. Just finally tries to be, but they end up missing the shot, and the diffuser's going down in the blue corner. Nobody there to shut it down. A down, by the way, on towards Kessler. And that may very well end up being the round in and of itself. Done and dusted. Fun size ain't fun in a 1 versus 3. Is going for a flank from the garage side, but the TCSG, even while suppressed, is not a quiet gun, and he drops into a Claymore. As Chancellor Palpatine once said, ironic. And St. Ambrose will go on the map and match point.
Well, there you have it. St. Ambrose, they let York Spartans gather at least 2 rounds, but York Spartans, they're on the edge of the cliff. They lose one more round and it's game over. They're off. If they manage to win 4 rounds consecutively, they won't get the win. They'll manage to put themselves in the fight once again. They'll get to overtime. And then you've got to win another 2 rounds. So in total, York Spartans may have to win from 4 to 6 rounds if they want to take us to the
Defenders,
deciding
protect your
map in the
bombs
form
from
of
being defused by
Clubhouse.
attackers.
Now, whether St. Ambrose will stop them in this round and said, okay, enough is
Located a
enough.
bomb.
Let's get this over with. Let's finish this game off. We've made too many mistakes, and we have paid for those mistakes in the form of York Spartans gathering a round or 2. We cannot afford to let our team make any more mistakes. Some teams, you know, if you look at it in a way of a viewer, if you're watching this match, you'll be like, wow, 6-2 scoreline, St. Ambrose must be really proud of themselves. You never know, they might actually be kicking
5 seconds
themselves for
remaining.
letting York Spartans gather these 2 rounds because of their
Attackers
mistakes.
are heading
It
out
just
to defuse the
depends
bomb.
on how the team's mentality is, whether they're a firm, strict team or more of a loose team where they just sort of work around and they go, okay, next round, let's focus up.
Changing mag.
I'm also questioning what York Spartans are doing to try and at least remedy the problem of just being swarmed. Oh, this is a problem. So you see that castle barricades on the left side of your screen towards the 4 reinforcements at the top of dining? This could be a problem. You have no information towards lobby whatsoever. If you don't play lobby right here, you are A, going to easily fall from vertical angles, unless you have JDX above, which they currently do. If he gets forced off the angle, which is most likely going to happen in about 3 seconds, make it 1 second, Rapton finds that kill. The entire top floor, barring Solarium, is open for the taking. And there's no simple way out for the Spartans here. They don't have the information they need towards lobby. Dining could be quickly taken with the removal of a single castle barricade. And to make matters worse, they don't have the angles they need to try and take out the rest of this. Tanner forced out of position. I don't know if they're safe here. They do have a C4. Possible explosive through the floor could end up working, but comes down to the angles, and it doesn't seem like York has them.
Oh, I really want Tanner to just toss that C4 up and get a kill, but Doobie is gonna shut down not only my hopes, but Tanner's hopes as well. As he gathers himself a kill, he's gonna attempt to cook a frag here into the rotate, but no one's sitting close enough. Kessler just misses the head, but Boot is gonna get one onto fun size ain't fun, and all of a sudden it's not looking great for York Spartans. Alex Blade taking a hefty amount of damage, and that's it. the
That
round, the
is,
game, the series. It's over.
yeah, I think a fairly definitive one if you're looking at this from the St. Ambrose point of view. It was more than enough problems for York. That's an obvious point. But the problem, to say the very least, was having St. Ambrose not shut down on their roam clearance early in the round, not seeing York College shut down long angles in terms of real estate, and more importantly, St. Ambrose just looked like a mechanically better team at the end of the day. That was a definitive series, to say the very least, and one that I think we're going to see York want back. Naturally, we said it earlier, they are not the favorites coming into this. It was 5-0 for St. Ambrose going through the regular season, and York only went 3-2, but they still had a shot in the quarterfinals and just shut down at every juncture.
Yeah, St. Ambrose really read into any mistake that York presented to them, and they just took it and used it successfully. And they were consistent. They were clearly communicating because those pushes, they had the drone work down to perfectness. If that is
Mhm.
probably not a word, but
Close enough. We got you.
yeah, you get what I'm saying. St.
Yeah,
Ambrose were just there.
Yeah, and St. Ambrose had every number for York College. It was good setups, to say the very least, for York. They had good ideas. The problem is A, the execution, and B, the mechanical skill. We saw St. Ambrose just hit their shots. We did see a few signs of life. Nice little two-piece from the Dokebi back on the Bar Gaming site. We talked about that earlier. But it was just too many statistical outliers required to pick up the overall site. Maybe York can take what they learned here and move on to the next season, but for the time being, they are out of the NECC fall. Speaking of which, if you are a team or a player or a coach or happen to be an individual that wants to look back at any of the games you've played on stream, lucky for you, we have some VODs for you. If you head over towards our YouTube, you can see here, just go to youtube.com/NECC_esports. Any VOD that is played, any live stream that is put out will be featured on the YouTube channel. You can go back, watch your matches, go back, watch your games, or just theory craft off of what could have been better. Could have been better, to say the very least, for York, but they are out. Unfortunately, we'll see TTU take on somebody else in our next quarterfinals matchup. We have one more Rainbow Six Siege game coming your way on the day. Don't forget League of Legends tomorrow with Overwatch Thursday and Rocket League Friday. We hope to join you for at least another Rainbow Six game, if not any other NECC action throughout the week. And stick around, we still got one more game to come your way.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NECC Challengers Group Quarterfinals here. An exciting night of Rainbow Six Siege. You've already had one game. You've got another one coming down the pipe. It is the Viterbo V-Hawks and Texas Tech Black. Meeting for the first time, I am Corbeck. Alongside me is Interidus as we get ready to tackle this next match here. Playoffs time, Interidus. That means all the chips are on the line. Everything down. Nothing left anywhere behind you. You got to put it all in play.
Absolutely, and these are both teams that have been, really good so far. They've been doing a good job of pushing through and getting themselves to this quarterfinals. They're both teams that are excellent at what they do, and we'll see if they can keep it up tonight.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they both have earned their spot here. Let's take a look at Texas Tech Black. It's Lace, Yojo, Epic Z-Ray, TB, and Skez rounding out the roster right there. The five of them obviously battled hard, like I said, to get to this spot. I could face a pretty interesting challenge here in the Viterbo V-Hawks. I need to go look at the sort of competitive records of these two teams, and I'll do so as the broadcast gets started here in Teradus. But definitely, as we switch over to Viterbo, a team that shouldn't be discounted either.
No. Some names going off the board here. Eggs going ham, El Puppy Loco, Board Creeper Guy, Starling Knit, Draven Dubs. All names we're looking forward to seeing if they can kind of get themselves some kills tonight. And we'll see which team can kind of bring it over top out here in this quarterfinal.
For reference, the Texas Tech University side are 4-1, so they've had a pretty solid performance here so far in Challenger Cyan, and then of course, or Cayenne. I never can get that word right in Teradus. And then on the other side, the Viterbo V-Hawks, they are 3-2, so close. A little bit of a favoring here on the Texas side, but let's take a look at our map vetoes here. We're going to do Chalet, Skyscraper, and an Oregon Decider. And in Teradus, that Skyscraper sliding in there under the gun.
Yeah, it's definitely a map that you don't see played too often. It's probably one of my favorite just because of how much you have to bring to this map. It's not something like Oregon where you can kind of just show up with a gun and just play it. It's a map that you have to take strategically. Obviously, the rest of them you do as well, but it definitely feels like you have to take it a little bit slower on Skyscraper than you do the other maps. So we'll see if they're able to do that or if they won't. But we also will be going to Oregon, and I don't know about you, but I think it rightly kind of is rightly named Snorrigan.
Snorrigan is what some people call it. I think there's still some interesting stuff that's sort of been found on that map. But, truth be told, Skyscraper we don't, I think, necessarily keep track of map stats here in the NECC. There's just too many teams, too many divisions to give us an accurate picture. But I would say, from personal anecdote, take it what you will, I think Skyscraper is definitely among the least played maps that I've seen teams be willing to throw down on here in Teradus, just because it is more complicated. But obviously, we're going to start off on Chalet, which in my opinion is starting to move into the position of almost a clubhouse. Chalet has become, it went from being a map that nobody wanted to play to one that people are eager to play in this day and age.
Yeah, I think especially with the emergence of Kitchen becoming very popular, people are getting really popular or really comfortable in the map, and just kind of getting used to it. Speaking of things we're used to, seeing Dokebi and Flores off the board, not something I'm surprised about.
No, nothing too exciting here, right? In terms of these bans, this is all pretty straightforward. Your Flores, he goes off because he gives you a lot of util destruction on what can be a very util heavy map. And then, of course, you've got a zombie taken off the board. Mira is an interesting choice. I don't really put her in the basket of, let's say, like a must ban here, if I'm being honest with you. But she's never a bad ban. She's definitely one of those operators where you're never unhappy to know that you won't have to run into black mirrors.
Yeah, I think this is kind of one of the only maps other than maybe Clubhouse where it's fairly viable. I mean, obviously she gives a lot of information, but there's a lot more bans that really could be taken. Solus is one that we obviously didn't see go through. She's been pretty popular, seeing her, but they decided to keep that alive, either to use for themselves, or if they just felt like it wasn't really necessary.
Yeah, Solus is an operator these days who is incredibly strong, and I actually think not taking her in a lineup here is doing them a disservice. I mean, the mute coming in, that Starling Knight right there, I think playing the mute, and mute is obviously a very good, still a good operator, right? He brings you some utility with the shotgun. He's got the nitro cell. You know, he can stop drones, but the pure kind of just drone destruction power that Solus brings, in addition to a very valuable scouting utility, to me at least, means that she should be kind of the one who gets the prior pick over mute. I'm not saying that as a mute main. That's somebody who loves playing mute. He's my most played operator. So like I acknowledge sort of Solus supremacy in that role, but I can understand why you maybe not bringing them. It's playoffs. If you're not familiar with the op, this is not the time that you want to start experimenting.
I mean, I also feel like it could be they want to bring the C4. You don't have that ability on Solus, and this isn't really a map,
True.
This isn't really a site where you need her. So I don't know. We'll see how what they kind of do. Right now, it looks like they're gonna just go direct into library and run into the gun of both mute and the player sitting on mezzanine right there. If they can't slow them down.
I believe that's Eggs going ham sitting up there, on the fen rear. So a solid power position. Worth pointing out, by the way, that TTU did actually bring Lace here on the Capital, who is an operator we genuinely don't see an awful lot of and never really have. He's very sort of surgical in his application, very much a thinking man's operator, and needs a certain strategic perspective to be used correctly. So I'm curious to see what value they get out of the Capital. Also, because they do have the Capital with the diffusers. So he should be sort of the point to follow up here, whatever sort of entry they make. Yojo, by the way, holding this low ground as Lace gets one on the Claymore, and that is an unfortunate pickoff right there, because that's going to open it up here for Lace to jump in. Starling Knight comes around the corner, gets one. He will not get the second one. Lace goes back to work. Good cover from Yojo, who's coming up the stairs there towards library, and El Puppy Loco is way off base, cannot get back. Eggs going ham tries to get on the action. He won't find it. Another Claymore nearly catches him out. Eggs going ham, going wild, living up to the name there, dropping off the balcony as El Puppy Loco comes in here, very narrowly survives certain death. Yojo, though, picks up Eggs going ham, and Puppy Loco stuck here, probably coming up off of these basement stairs. I don't really know how this is necessarily winnable, and it isn't. TB will get the finish, and I'm so sorry. I wanted to let you have a chance to say something there, Teradus, but it kind of kind of chicked it off on round number one of their own accord.
Yeah, I'm like listening to you, and I look down, and Lace is flanning. He's getting that down. That was fast.
Yeah, wild.
It felt a little weird though, because they lost that first. They lost a cover of, I believe it was Epic. I might be wrong. Whoever got traded out right there by Starling Knight. But Lace just held. He didn't have any other cover after that. The Nomad was sitting on the rappel on the top. The one player was sitting in basement. He had no cover. He just stuck it. Which honestly, you gotta give it to him. You gotta give him a little bit of credit for that. Being willing to put it down. Like, hey, we've realized that we've done this really fast play. We've gone in and just taken full space. We're able to get this down. I don't have to worry about not having cover because my teammates are starting to walk back. It may take them a second, but the defense hasn't fully recovered from it just yet. So he got that bomb down, almost got taken out when he tried to jump out that window. I think that definitely would have been a big kill to help them win it, because he wouldn't have had to jump outside and have to fight his way back in. But he wasn't able to find him, unfortunately. So the Finner had to fight back in, and it potentially cost him that round right there.
5 seconds to go.
It did, yeah. And I was gonna say I was so I was gonna say something rather negative about Yojo holding that kind of cross angle downstairs in the basement, but in the end that really worked out, because Yojo was the one who was able to swing back up the stairs and provide the cutoff there, which a little bit unexpected, I think, by Viterbo, and certainly worked out in TTU Black's favor. But we're going upstairs now to one of the more sort of difficult sites, I would say. This one generally gets bandied around as perhaps not even being the tertiary site, but it's really a personal pick your poison style place. That's master bedroom and office, obviously, for reference. No real players on the low ground here contesting around kitchen. This has pretty much been given up in favor of a full court press on the top floor, which may not actually do Viterbo any favors here in Terradus, because from the looks of it, TTU is pushing in pretty hard from below.
We'll see if they can do it. They've already taken full West Main coverage, so they're going to potentially try to walk up, walk up trophy. They're going to run into the gun of board here soon. TV. Looking to see if he can't walk up. He's going to go ahead and open up the floor. Hasn't found anything yet. Board's able to walk back, but he gets pushed down. He doesn't have full control of Solar anymore. They're going to throw that Lion scan down. If they can't continue to push him out, they're going to walk their way up and soon walk into some guns.
Starling Knight here, walking around just upstairs. Still, I mean, in a decent position, but the drone work here from TTU Black really putting the pressure on these defenders. There's not going to be many places they can hide, and because they don't really have any vertical control, they're going to be sort of victimized from below. Now, the first kill coming in here on Skez, who will find Starling Knight. Board Creeper guy tries to get one, but he can't get out of the tub. Lace finds him. Skez finds another. Skez holding this cross angle, might get a third. He does. Draven Dubs tries to challenge that, and he gets brought down. Then Egg going ham will finish off TV. Still a 3-1 here for the defender, so hard pressed to win this one back.
Bomb's gonna go down, so it's all up to Eggs. He's got no time. He's got a player sitting on that window that he's gonna have to fight. But the first one he's gonna have to fight here is gonna be that ace. Skez is gonna find him through the rotate. Excuse me, what a beautiful shot coming out from Skez. They're gonna find themselves that round.
Another solid round right there for TTU Black, really putting it together on these attacks here in Terradus. Looking mighty fierce, if we're being honest. And the Viterbo side getting a little bit bamboozled. The drone work from TTU Black, I think, is one of the key reasons they've sort of been on the back foot. But the other is just like a lot of space being surrendered by Viterbo early on in the rounds.
I mean, I definitely think that they're giving up a lot of space, but I think it's more to talking towards like TTU's ability to cut off angles. We got to see in that first round where you talked about it a little bit, him cutting off that basement, preventing that rotate, doing a great job of just setting up there. And then that last one, he set up on that window. And just prevented them from really being able to help out anyone on that side of the map. They couldn't walk from the rotate sitting in closet towards piano. They couldn't walk a player from one site to go walk and help over on solar. They just did a good job. They know where they need to set up, and they are enabling their entries.
You know, if anything, I feel like they got more value than they really should have on the big window cutoff, if I'm being honest. It's not a bad position to play, and I mean, you will often, see players do that, but it's not one I think that you should be getting quite that much value out of. Egg's going ham, by the way, now picking up the Solus, but the downside of the Solus pickup is that we actually sacrificed the Fenrir, and I genuinely would love to see a lineup where we got both of them, but I think the Solus is a good pick to put somebody out on the roam, which is what I think the plan was. Board Creeper trying to get an early pick in right there, drops down, sort of hot drops in, but he won't find the kill, and he'll be forced to rotate back over. Eggs going ham deep underneath, and this might be dangerous here in Terradus, because I genuinely think TTU Black have gotten a little bit used to the idea that there aren't a lot of roamers on the Viterbo side.
We'll see if it helps him or if it harms him. I mean, TTU's been doing a good job of setting up flanks. Exactly like I said, setting up flanks. It's like I spoke it into action. But yeah, they do a good job of setting up flanks. They don't just, even if they know that no one's walking around, they're still covering their back, making sure they're not giving up anything. And they're able to find the first one on the board because of that. Doing a good job of just kind of playing off of one another.
Agreed, yeah, and they're doing a good job here of closing these roamers down. So as much as I said I was a bit worried that they weren't, going to be too aware of the roamers, they clearly are. Skez here trying to play that cutoff again, really in the hands of TTU Black, or I should say Viterbo, how much they're going to let that dominate their life. Whoop, careful there. Starling Knight popping off with the shotgun. Can't blame him. But in this day and age, you gotta be careful. Those shotguns hurt hard. Eggs going ham there. Will click the kill from the room. He'll collect one more as well. Pulls the SMG 11 and finds it. But Yojo here jumping back in, but he gets Epic Z-Ray. That's a mistake, and a costly one at that, because now it puts him at a 2-3, and Skez is hanging on a rappel on the main window. So this is going to put a lot of pressure here on Yojo to sort of battle their way back to an effective take position on the site.
Starling's kind of stuck in a hard position here. He can't really do much to rotate out. He's kind of stuck in this corner. He's got a player sitting on that main window that we've been talking about. And he's got a player sitting inside of bathroom. He's going to fire some shots at the player in bathroom. He knows is over there. Not able to connect with it just yet. Jojo hears him walking around, walking towards that rotate. He's going to peek it, but he's going to un-ADS right at the last second. What we don't see off screen is Draven finding him. Oh, wait, no, it was a trade. It wasn't even Draven.
It was a trade.
It was a straight trade. And so it's all up to Skez here. He's going to jump in and get taken out by the smoke. They're going to find themselves round 3.
That was rough right there, and a rough situation for TTU Black to try and play out of. They're very unfortunate. I think the team kill was really what sort of tipped the scales in favor of Viterbo. And Viterbo, by the way, in Terradus, when they actually expanded out there and played that roam game just a little bit more, I feel like they genuinely did better, right? Like we saw some good play coming out there from Eggs Going Ham, who clearly is a player who wants the tussle. I mean, we saw him jump out of a window to get a kill earlier with a window with a claymore on it, no less. So he definitely wants to tussle. So I think letting him off the leash was a good plan there for the Viterbo side.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels like the Viterbo right now doesn't feel comfortable. You kind of see it a little bit with the way that they walk around. They're not too confident, and so once they kind of get into their stride, it can be really dangerous for TTU Black. They definitely have the gun skill to hold up with them. I just need to see them be a little bit more comfortable, being willing to make those aggressive plays like we got to see Eggs Going Ham do last time. And it could be a Viterbo comeback.
10 seconds left.
Eggs Going Ham here on the roam one more time. Now on the top floor roam. And El Puppy Loco will be playing that bandit yet again here, potentially investing in a garage wall defense, and they are. Some teams will forsake the garage wall. That is not going to be the case here for this side. They've also hollowed it out a little bit just to make it a little bit more unpleasant for anyone who decides to drop in. Yojo there planting the claymore on the overlook window. Can't blame him for that. Planting 2 claymores on that window. Wants to be doubly sure. They do have Skez on the thermite here in Terradus, so they should have a relatively straightforward breach if they can get around sort of any bandit tricking that we might see.
See if they can't do it. They're working right now to get that main wall open, and there it goes. They're going to find it open. Only one side, though. I'm going to go ahead and see if they can't open the other one. The electricity may come back in time just to cut it off. No, it doesn't. So it's going to be fully open, but Epic's actually going to find the first one on Eggs Going Ham. Later we've been talking about playing very good on the roam game for the most part. Already falling. They're going to see if they can't rush in, getting the red open as well. Skez is going to start opening the other one, and Body's going to start falling. Epic's finding one while they nade. Epic's looking for a second one on the flank, but he's going to get taken out by Thorn. TB's seeing if he can't get his teammate alive. He's got players holding him down from everywhere. He's going to see if he can't kill his player on West Main, though. Doesn't find him, and he's going to see if he can't get his teammate up.
Sterling Knight right there trying to play in. Here comes Board Creeper. Guy swings the quarter, gets 2. Epic Z-Ray and TB taken down. Skez on the low ground here. I mean, that's a good long angle to hold as Lace pushes in here and might even go for the plant. It's a bold move indeed. They've got a little bit of coverage there, but I doubt it's enough coverage, honestly, for Lace to really do this comfortably. El Puppy Loco, though, gets caught looking, and here you go. Now you can play it. Board Creeper Guy and Starling Knight, neither of them in a position to really push back on this without getting caught looking. There's one. Skez barely picking up the kill on the Starling Knight, and they needed that pickup for sure. Board Creeper Guy now making their way over to the diffuser. He's 3 kills here today. Will he find another one? No, he won't. Lace swings back in and collects that to finish the round.
I think shows a little bit towards my comment earlier about them not feeling comfortable. They're kind of just walking around like they don't feel safe in the positions that they're currently holding. You gotta make your choice. You're either gonna move or you're gonna hold that position, and it seems like they're kind of just walking back and forth between it. If Viterbo could, fix that, I definitely think they could do a lot
Attackers need to
better.
locate and defuse
But
as many
they're
bombs
just
as they can.
they're not confident enough to be able to hold those angles, and are just too worried about these long angles that TTU is setting up.
Mm. Yeah, no, I get exactly what you're saying, and I mean the long angles they have genuinely been paying off
Oh,
here
yeah.
for TTU. I would think in the main, the one round that Viterbo won, it was really a situation where TTU Black didn't actually have that many long angles to play off of, which is why I think they struggled a little bit more. They just had that one cutoff, and they
10
sort of
seconds
got
left
played
before
around
insertion.
on it. So, not to mention the team kill. I mean that again can't overstate that was a
seconds
serious
left
issue
before
that sort of turned that round on its head, but. Back down to the basement we
Attacker's
go
objective
here.
is
Puppy
to
Loco
defuse the
again
bomb.
on the bandit, and it was a good pivot, by the way, from TTU Black not to really engage in any shenanigans around that basement wall. To a certain extent, they really put a lot of pressure on the wine cellar side of
Yeah.
things in Teradus, which is what led to their win.
Yeah, I really like that long angle in the car. I don't think I've ever used that before. That's pretty cool, though.
It is a good one. Yeah,
I
I
like that
agree.
one. I like that one. But we'll see if they set up anything like this. Like you said, every time that they've won, they've set up some sort of long angle, and that seems to somewhat be their win condition. Something that's not going to help their win condition, though, is TV falling already. The Egg's going ham. He fell first last time. Ski's going to fall as well. That's their thermite off the board. It's going to be up to Lace to open up all these walls, and he's only got one more use, and it's going down. They can't open up Wine Cellar side. They're just going to have to play out of main.
Attackers dropping.
They are. Lace has got the opening that they need, at least to a certain extent, but pushing in through the garage door is always a difficult prospect here. And I think they realize that on the TTU Black side. That's why we see sort of a shifting of the balance here. Everybody's sort of moving to different positions. Nobody, I think, in particular, wanting to be the first one to step in right there and check that. Oh, that was dangerous there for Epic Z Ray, but he'll throw the nade in. It gets eaten alive right there by the ADS. Out comes another EMP grenade as Lace is going to go for an entry here on the top floor. Draven Dubs gets caught looking, an attempted swing by Eggs going ham, but Ace, the winner of that little duel, 6-2 now on the day as he begins to make his way down the staircase into basement. And there's another kill from Lace, who's just forcing the issue, one kill at a time. Board creeper guy up here, but I think Lace might be aware. The camera flashing right there, and perhaps not, because he peels off and goes the opposite direction.
Ward's gonna go ahead and find him, though. I believe he walked back up those stairs. Yojo walking in. He's gonna see if he can't clear this one player sitting on site. Gonna get the puppy to hold it down. He's gonna get taken out, though. So now Board's gotta come back on this roam. They're looking for him. See if they can't find him. Bomb's gonna go ahead and start going down here. Epic's gonna start putting it. He hears it. Looking to see if he can't find the person covering it, but they don't want to hold it. He's gonna find one onto Yojo, and it's all up to Epics here. He didn't hold that plant, and so now he's got to fight a 1v1 or try to plant. He's gonna try to plant here. 3 seconds, 2 seconds left, and Board swinging, but it's gonna be Epic swinging first, and he's gonna find Board, and he's gonna take him out and pick up another round for PTU.
Another good win for TTU Black. A very decisive attacking half for them so far. And for Turbo now, really struggling here in Teradus to pull out the 4-2, which would be the best they could possibly hope for in this scenario. Not the best you could probably have on Chalet. It does tend to be a little bit defender-sided, but we're going to go ahead and see a Viterbo timeout right here as they just take stock of the situation. And I genuinely can't blame them for taking that tactical timeout. This is a critical round for them.
I'm kind of interested to. I wish we could hear. We could hear what's going on behind the scenes with the teams. But if it's my guess, they're talking a little bit probably about the road game. So far, Board has been doing good on holding space on the rest of the map and holding his own. But he kind of comes late back on those rotations. He's waiting too long, and even though he's finding a few on the flank, at that point, most of the players sitting on site are dead. He just needs to speed it up a little bit. But other than that, I mean, it's mostly just been what we've been talking about. Turbo not really feeling too comfortable. It's something you get the more you play, you get more comfortable in these areas. But I mean, in game itself, there's a few things you can kind of work on to fix. One thing being to
Attackers
stop
need to
being so
locate and
antsy.
defuse bombs.
It's definitely something I've been seeing coming out of Turbo is that they just seem really antsy sitting. They don't want to hold their position, and if maybe they can calm down a little bit, we could see them win this last
Bomb
round.
located by attackers.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's close to a must-win, I would say, in terms of importance. Good attempt there by Eggs Going Ham to trace down that final drone, but it eludes. And this is what I was talking about, by the way, earlier in Terradus, how good the Solus is at the drone hunting role. Really a much more aggressive style of drone hunting than you would see coming out of a mute, per se, but it do work. It do work. Puppy Loco here setting up on the top floor yet again. They like this master bedroom site, but my concern, I think, remains that cutoff. They've used Starling Knight a couple of times now to set up that castle barricade on that mid window. But honestly, every time, basically, whoever's playing, I think it's Skez who plays off of that, has just kind of made his way up there and beat it until it broke, and then they can't really do anything about it. So maybe something a little more proactive needed here on the side of Viterbo to prevent that from becoming an issue.
Oh, it's already open. So that it doesn't matter. They do have it already open. Maybe potentially seeing them do a run out. Don't let them be as active right there. Speaking of active, they're already pushing into West Main. They've taken full side of West. Board somewhat nearby. Might get cut off here by Epic.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Board Creeper guy on the low ground. He's on the first floor. Eggs Going Ham is coming up from the basement. Both of them potentially in the gun sights there of Epic, Z-Ray, and TB. They're both going to rotate the basement rotate right now. As Creeper guy comes up to go ahead and take the long sight line coming up from library stairs. Skez is going to reposition. You could probably guess where he's going to as TB begins ripping up the floor here, still paying close attention to the potential clapback though from below. They learned their lesson from the last time in Terradus. They know that Eggs Going Ham could come up from that staircase and has done so in the past, which I think is what explains just how cautious they're playing that particular angle.
But he's actually just going to walk up Fireplace instead. They do still have a player sitting over there that can cut off this rotate. But for the most part, he's still safe and alive. Board's going to find his way back to site. And with only a minute left, they need to start getting active on site. They're going to take Solar side and see if they can't just get their way in. Right now, they've got that long angle that we've been talking about for most of the game. Sitting here on Skez, and we'll see if they're able to make use of it.
Smoke coming out from the Viterbo side, or I should say smoke canister. I always want to call them smoke grenades, but that's not right, of course. TB pushing up now. Evil Z-Ray here on the backing. Starling Knight finds TB. Will he get a second one? No, he gets caught reloading by Epic Z-Ray, who continues to push forward. David Dubs playing a little bit on the backside here, waiting for somebody to come on through. Draven Dubs now shifting position over. They may have left a little bit of a vulnerability here that they didn't expect. And of course, Skez now playing that metal window, nearly loses his head, nearly loses it again. But Lace is getting the plant down, and there's no pushback here from the Viterbo side. That cutoff doing all the work. TTU Black playing another long sight angle. Kez gets two. Draven Dubs and Board Creeper guy both getting off early here. Off, I should say, early here as Puppy Jocko just sets up for that long sight line. Eggs Going Ham on the slow rotate, pops a drone, catches Yojo off guard. Three members now of TTU Black left as El Puppy Loco steps up and fires. It's Lace, though, who finds Eggs Going Ham. Great effort here by El Puppy Loco to make it work, but unfortunately, Skez too dominant on that mid-window sight line right there, and Terradus cuts him down in a 5-1-half here for TTU Black.
And a deserved 5-1-half, honestly. They've been playing really structured. They've been doing a good job of making sure they have all their angles covered. They're preventing Viterbo from just being able to walk around freely around the map. And there's not really a whole lot of holes inside of TTU's attack so far. So they were able to push themselves to that 5-1-half. we'll see if they can keep it up on defense. Definitely something that allows players to have more individual freedom than attack does. Attack is a lot more structured. So
Attackers need to
maybe
locate and defuse as
maybe
soon as they can.
Viterbo will be able to find that structure on the attack, or it may just be an early map 1 for TTU Black.
Well, it might be. I mean, it's hard to see how Viterbo digs their way out of this, but, you know, sometimes the side swap, like you said, being on the offense or whatever, it changes how the way people play. And just because TTU Black was a very convincing attacking side doesn't mean that they'll be a very convincing defensive side. Usually people are better on defense than attack, right? In Terrace is usually the way it goes.
Yeah, no,
But it's not a hard and fast rule, and I've definitely seen teams even at the pro level who are more, let's say, attacker friendly than they are on the defense. Suddenly, you put them on the defense, and they clam up and go weird. But Viterbo here playing a pretty interesting attacking composition. Now you've got Starling Knight coming in on the gridlock right there. Eggs Going Ham is bringing us the Capital. So two again operators that haven't gotten a lot of playtime, though. Gridlock has slowly but steadily been creeping up in popularity ever since she got given frag grenades.
You think with the next update that she's gonna drop in play rate?
Probably.
Yeah,
I mean, when the utility, for those of you who aren't necessarily aware or aren't big followers of Rainbow Six Siege, they recently announced some changes to the frag grenade utility to make it a little less strong, because it really is the strongest utility in the game. And I do think that when they make those changes, probably Gridlock's play will go down again. Because she's slow. She's a 3 armor operator.
Yeah.
There are other operators who do similar things in terms of the gadget. But that being said, I mean, I do think, and I've always said, that Gridlock is a pretty solid operator. There's just other operators that do it a little bit better. And with the frag grenade, that sort of changed. But yeah, when it goes back, I think it'll be the same.
Well, maybe we'll see in whenever the update is. I forget what actual day it is. I think it's like December. Anyway, not important. Not much happened in this one so far. Viterbo kind of slow on their attack. Eggs Going Ham walking up blue stairs, though. Maybe he's going to catch some people off guard. Yojo's sitting at the bottom of blue, and I don't think he hears the sound, or he'd let his team know, or maybe look down the way. Or nearby, they're going to see if they can clear him out. Eggs, potentially being able to walk up blue stairs here, being able to take out that player sitting behind. He's going to get the ping. Eggs going for it. He gets that player off guard, and Yojo's gone. Lace is going to fall as well. Draven's going to fall, and another one falling to Poppy. Guy's going to fall too, and it's all up to TB here, sitting at a 1v4. He's going to get flashed out. He's going to get swung on by El Puppy, but he's not going to find him. Starling Knight is going to find him instead. That's that gridlock we were talking about.
Yeah, good push right there from Starling Knight. And unfortunate there, I think, from the members of TTU Black. You really cannot give up deaths like on the Ivy stairs. When you're holding that defensive position, you just can't afford that. The Wamai really has to dominate that spot, and somebody can't creep up on you. Easier said than done, I know, but it's a big no-no in the general sense of defending that particular hold. So a good starting attack here for Viterbo. Very aggressive in Terradus.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was kind of slow. They did take a while, but they kind of collapsed as soon as they got ready. They did a good job of slowly working their way towards the site, and being able to catch some of the players off guard. Like you said, you shouldn't be able to catch a blue player off guard. Someone should be watching it, whether that's someone sitting in mud or someone sitting in closets. But, I mean, kudos to Viterbo. They saw the little hole in TTU's defense, and we'll see if TTU can't patch it.
Yeah, I mean, TTU, they have to have learned some sort of lesson from that, right? Like, you can't, there are things now that I think they probably realize quite quickly about the Viterbo attack. The aggression, I think, being the key thing. This is good intel gathering, by the way, from Puppy Loco. I actually don't know why he moved that drone off, frankly. That's a very solid drone spot, and people, despite it being such a solid drone spot in Terradus, people don't check it that frequently. So... interesting.
I think that's just goes to show how much experience some people have. Even this far into the game, Epics with a super long angle here. They try to jump in trophy. This could be a free kill. Drone's going to go out, and they're going to potentially see it here. Board currently looking to maybe jump in. El Puppy Loco is going to throw his drone through. I don't know if he actually spotted Epic at the end of the hallway. I really want to see a jump in here, but I don't think it's going to happen. It does! He's going to find it. Lace is going to find one as well. That's 2 off the board already by Turbo.
Yeah, that's a great early opening here from TTU Black, finding those 2 kills. Starling Knight and Draven Dubs, the 2 victims right there. And that, unfortunately, is going to set back this entire Viterbo attack before it can even really get going. You're going to need a huge play from someone like Eggs Going Ham, I think, to really pull this one out of the dumpster. And that maybe not quite as forthcoming as they might like. Board Creeper guy there playing on that window, using those OSA shields to give a little bit of sightline protection. Actually going to put another OSA shield up on it by the looks of it. Not sure I agree with that decision, but Eggs Going Ham is effectively caught in a 3-way crossfire, so the options are somewhat limited.
He's going to run to this player on blue stairs first, but actually I lied. He's going to find Lace first. Or looking to see if he can't clear this player on mezzanine, but no dice so far. They're going to have to fight this player on blue stairs if they really want to continue trying to take the fight to Skez on mezzanine, but nothing yet. He's got that shield to work off of. Edge Going Ham. Seeing if he can't find any space in. Osa's going to go ahead and walk her shield up. He's going to get fired off. He's going to have to walk his way back and board. He can't clear off this player on blue stairs.
Yeah. Skez here holding a hard position on the shield. Out comes those flash grenades. They will not affect him. The 4-3 here set. Board Creeper pushing up, looking for a target. Won't find it. Now the hard push in. Skez ducks out from behind cover and gets one. He will not find the second one. Board Creeper guy finds him right there. Yojo, Epic, Z-Ray, and TB have all fallen back, so top floor control has effectively been surrendered, but don't let that say that they can't get kills. Epic Z-Ray pops out and finds one. He's looking for a second one right here. He needs to drop his gun sight just a little bit. How is that not a headshot? Board Creeper guy has only one tiny sliver of health left. Good aggressive push right there, but it's all in vain as Epic Z-Ray finds him again when he approaches the door.
And TTU Black is going to approach that match point, sitting here on 6-2 now. But Turbo can't make these mistakes that they've been making anymore. Obviously, it's only their second attacking round in that last one, but I think TTU Black realized that they played a little bit too overconfident in that first one, closed themselves in a little bit, closed off those holes, and let Viterbo just kind of walk in and force themselves into these weird fights. They tried to. You put it at one point. You said it was that triple crossfire, almost a triple crossfire. They cleared that player sitting in library because for some reason Viterbo decided they just wanted to give up library control. They didn't put anyone on that window. They just tried to full walk down the hallway, and it didn't work out for quite obvious reasons.
And now we're sitting on match point here, and Viterbo have only managed to put up 2 rounds. They're going to have to run it back 4 in a row if they want to win this out, and that's going to be a hefty task. Let's just put it at that. Probably a task that is going to be a little too difficult here, I think, for Viterbo to pull off. But you never know. TTU Black has definitely shown some weaknesses on the attacking side, so I wouldn't write it off completely. Just that's a hard thing to do.
No, yeah, I mean, they obviously are making their mistakes. We got to see that on that first defense round coming out from them, where Viterbo was just able to abuse that hole that they set up. Eggs Going Ham being kind of the main leader of that, and most of this round so far. He's been making a lot of space for their team, just finding them any holes that they can, or making holes in the attack when they were on their defense half. And so far, it's just kind of been everyone follow the Eggs Going Ham train, and we'll see if we can't win a round off of that.
Yeah, certainly they've been trying to capitalize on the setups that Eggs Going Ham has been giving them, and sometimes it's worked and sometimes it hasn't. Worth noting, I think, sort of in the gist of it all, that this is a good position here from Lace. No, don't do the run out. You didn't need to do that. You can hold him right there, bud. Oh man, I might have to sacrifice that position now. A little too spicy to hold on to. Don't mind the backup there necessarily, but that does pretty much leave that garage entrance open. What I was gonna say is, I kind of have lost my train of thought now, but I do think that Exo and Campbell Capital has been a solid choice. It's just been not the easiest necessarily to see a wide follow-up on it. Epic Z Ray on a mighty long sightline might have pulled off it at just the wrong moment. Starling Knight is still here in Mudroom, still feeling uncomfortable with the idea of pushing out. Definitely knows that their opponent is there just based on that check down, but can't do much about it.
I will watch over us.
Starling Knight's gonna fall, and another one's gonna fall to Lace. Two bodies off the border, ready to look to see if they can't find one of their own. It's Exo and Ham taking a lot of damage. He's down to basically one shot here. The mute is going to swing, and he's going to get taken out. He got a little bit too overconfident. Exo and Ham's going to go and finish him off. And Lace off the board with his C4 in hand.
4-3 the score line now. 4-2. Never mind. TB finds Eggs going ham, who was so very low. Puppy Loco and Draven Dubs, the only players left, both of them very far apart from one another, so they are not going to be able to provide much support. Now, Puppy Loco here sitting at the base of the stairs leading to Solaria, trying to figure out what the best play is. 30 seconds left on the clock. Draven Dubs is sending in the Gemini, less than 30 seconds left. TB finds El Puppy Loco. Draven Dubs, the only member left of Viterbo. Swings on the window, can't find the kill. Epic Z Ray with the headshot to finish. And TTU Black picks up map number 1 there over the members of the Viterbo V-Hawks.
And a rough one for Viterbo. I mean, I really don't think they had a whole lot of support for most of that game. Definitely felt like they just weren't. I said it a couple times. They weren't comfortable. They weren't really ready for this map. Whether it's them being warm or them just not really understanding how to play it. And that's a rough one to say because I know you said at the beginning it's kind of the new clubhouse. Teams really got to be able to know how to play it. And kind of showing that performance makes me a little hesitant for the rest of the series. I'll see if they can't pick it up in that second one.
I would agree. That was, however, the map pick of TTU,
True.
right? So that's important to keep in mind. That's Texas's map pick right there. And then the follow-up is that the map pick that we will see coming up next for the V-Hawks is going to be Skyscraper, which is a wild card map.
True.
If the V-Hawks are comfortable playing on it, they could really, I think, get the goat of TTU on this next upcoming map. So if you are a Viterbo fan, your night is not over. Stay tuned. We'll be back with map number 2 of this quarterfinal series right after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Challengers quarterfinals here on another wonderful night of NECC Rainbow Six Siege. The Viterbo V-Hawks going down 1 against Texas Tech Black. Will they be able to get it back on our next map, Skyscraper? I'm Corbeck. Alongside me, bringing you the action is Interitus. And Interitus, Skyscraper. It's a map that we talked a little bit about the start, and we're going to have to talk a lot about in just a second. A difficult map.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of confused me a little bit seeing Viterbo being the one to pick that, considering the way they played in that last one. They definitely don't seem like a team that 100% has that coordination down. And Sky is a map that you need it. You can have all the gun skill in the world. If you do not set up split pushes correctly, you're not getting in the building.
Yeah, that's the truth of it. It's a complicated map. There are a lot of twists and turns. There are a lot of entrances and exits. The angles are often tight. You really have to work to get good long sight lines on this map, which I think works a little bit to the detriment here of TTU, because we saw TTU Black play long sight lines so much on Chalet. That was kind of their bread and butter, especially on the attacking side. They're going to have to really, really struggle. It was up here on Skyscraper.
And we'll start with the bands going out first. TTU Black, starting with the first band. I want to see something interesting. I kind of expect to see an Osa, considering the fact that they got it played a lot from Turbo's side, but it's actually going to be Ying off the board first. Not a surprising one. We'll see what the next one is.
Yeah, Ying going off the board, that shouldn't jog anyone, right? She's very good at the tight, close quarters fighting. No, man, it's all right. Makes sense. Not a bad choice necessarily. We'll see who comes up next here for Viterbo. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say it's probably going to be maybe an Azami, perhaps a Solus. We did see a fair amount of Solus eventually played on Skyscraper. It's going to be Mira instead. So Mira has been banned on both our maps so far here tonight.
And if I'm not wrong, both by Viterbo. I'm pretty sure they banned it on on Chalet, excuse me, as well. It seems like they really don't like going against it. Solus is actually going to get banned this time around instead of Azami. Solus, one of the best operators on this map. There's so many floor holes you can set up on practically both sites. Actually, yeah, both sites have full floor holes that you can go through, sitting on both karaoke and office side. And so her off the board makes it hard.
Yeah, it's very valid, and I think taking the Solus off, like I said, I think that was a ban that we probably could have expected, and it makes a lot of sense in the grand scheme of things, even just for the anti-drone potential, right? We saw a lot of Solus being played yesterday, taking drones out, so that's something, or yesterday, at our last map, taking drones out, so keep that in mind as well.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
as we get started here on Skyscraper. Oh, go ahead.
And specifically by Eggs Going Ham. The player on their side who was going ham.
That's right.
We should just start calling him Eggs because he's going ham.
the scariest roamer, let's say, on their side for sure was Eggs Going Ham, and he was also the one that was getting the most value out of the Solus in general. So good to note.
But they're starting on attack right now, so it doesn't matter too much for the first 6 rounds at least. See if TTU Black can kind of keep it up and finish off this series fast, or if Viterbo is going to take this back in a hopefully fighting match.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity here for Viterbo to roar back into this one. Again, they must feel somewhat confident on Skyscraper or they would not have chosen it. That is the, general logic that goes into choosing maps in a best of 3. You win, they win their map, you win your map. That's just how it goes. So you don't pick maps that you don't feel comfortable on as a rule. Oh, poor Lace. This got stuck right there trying to get through that wall. Not exactly perfect in terms of the hole making. I don't know who you blame for that. If the mute had a shotgun or not. I think TV had one as well, so they've all made mistakes. TV on that Echo, by the way, we didn't talk much about the yokai drones being in play here, but they are certainly a tool in the toolkit, allowing some very good early scouting right there. But it's Draven Dubs who gets picked off by Lace, playing, I think, out of that floor hole. That's a nasty kill right there, and that's a good floor hole to remember here, folks, for any of you who are forced to play Skyscraper in your ranked games. At lower ranks, that will get you kills in Teradus. I almost guarantee it.
Yeah. No, it definitely will. Even at the higher ranks, it will. A lot of people don't like looking up or down.
They don't.
They like tunnel visioning, and we see it work
Murder
there.
holes.
Murder holes, indeed. Epic's gonna go and fall off of Drum. He's getting pushed out by that thermite now. Maybe setting up an interesting angle. That Osa that I talked a little bit about during the ban phase coming out as well. Ward really likes it. Oh. They also like finding one through a window. Epic's gonna get down by Puppy.
It's a good play right there. Epic's Z-Ray was so focused on the window defense, he didn't realize that there was a window right next to him. By the time that he realized he had potentially put himself in a dangerous spot, he couldn't fall back any farther, and now he's just forced to bleed out there in the room. Fortunately, Skez is able to pick up an evener, almost immediately gets a kill onto Eggs going ham, so that's the Capitao shut down. Skez still has a lot of room to play with right here. Honestly, not a bad position for the Thorn to be in. Looking for somebody to try and, I think, follow up the kill on to their downed teammate. And sure enough, they're baiting it out right now. Joe trying to fight it out with the SMG-11 recoil, getting a little bit better of him as Starling Knight pushes in. El Papa Loco finally takes Epic Z-Ray out of the equation. Just took him a little while. Lace finds one more shot through the wall. And suddenly, Ward Creeper guy is left all alone. His teammates have fallen around him, and he can do nothing but stare through this hole in the wall and kind of wonder where it all went wrong. Ward Creeper guy checking multiple angles. 15 seconds left on the clock. This one's pretty much done and dusted, unless he has some sort of really impressive body-seeking bullet. He doesn't, by the looks of it. 6 seconds left on the clock. Ward Creeper guy trying so hard, but it'll be Lace who creeps up and finishes him off.
I really hope he doesn't have a body-seeking bullet. We might have to do a little bit of checking if he does, but definitely doesn't. He's not able to find that. And so TTU Black is going to find themselves that first one off, sadly, a repeat round for Viterbo. I was really hoping that potentially the new map would help them out, but they still seem very uncomfortable. They're still doing the same things where they're not pushing in when they need to, finding that space, giving up way too much time of them just not 100% being sure of what they want to do.
Defenders,
you gotta stick to your plan. You have that plan. You make it for a reason. You gotta trust it. And right now, Viterbo isn't trusting their plans at all.
No, they're not, and it's definitely something that they struggle with on that first round, I think, and they have a tendency, and it's been a bit problematic, where they will box themselves in, especially at the later stages of the round. That was a good example, so much over towards the Kimono area, that they basically just got caught in a trap of their own making, and TTU Black just closed the ring, basically, at that point in time, and sort of forced Viterbo to play into them. Interesting choice by TTU Black, by the way. Texas Tech bringing the Lace on the Clash, which is an operator you really don't see all that often. A shield does mean one less gun, but Clash is both valuable in her ability to dominate space and to provide a little bit of reconnaissance.
Gotta say, as a Clash main myself here, Torvek, I love to see it. I don't love to see it on Lace. Generally, you put it on a player that has a fairly average gun skill, so that they can still use that pistol. But someone who's like more of a playmaker than anything, because they know when they can push in. Putting it on Lace, I mean, if it works, it works. We'll see what they're able to do. They're gonna start pushing their way towards Skez, taking full Geisha control now.
Yeah, sure enough, they're sort of shoving their way in right there. They've got another wall to open up, but I don't think it'll be that long for this world. Raven Dubs underneath, the flash grenades going out right there, or stun grenades, whatever they are. Eggs going ham here, creeping up the back stairs. Good efforts being made across the board here by Viterbo to take as much space as possible. They're also playing it very cautiously, which I have to applaud them for. Eggs going ham, sort of the initial point of contact right there. He's going to come around that corner and run face first in a Lace on Clash, though, if he's not careful. Sure enough, there is Lace, and out goes those electrical charges there from the Clash shield. Clash stacking up 2 in that part of the corridor, and this position is going to be incredibly hard for Lace to hold unless he has some serious backup. Sket gets brought down, but Yojo quickly swings the corner with the SMG-11 and levels it back up. Somehow Eggs going ham does not find the headshot, but he's just out of range of the shotgun. El Puppy Loco there playing the next spot in the line, has no idea, poor Yojo, that he was in some of these gun sites, and he gets brought down. The 3-4 coming in, the first frag grenade coming out from Draven Dubs. Lace continuing to hold them back right there, doing the best that a Clash can do. Eats a full flash grenade to the face as Epic Z Ray tries to set up for a little bit of cover. They do get El Puppy Loco down, but they are forced to fall back yet again. 45 seconds left on the clock here in Terradus, and they are giving up space, but they are doing it very slowly.
And another body's gonna fall as Eggs going ham is gonna find TV. Lace alive and well, holding off that side. Got the guns down, but it's actually gonna be Epic with his guns up. 2v2 now. Bodies all over the board, falling left and right. And they're gonna see if they can't find their way in. Flash is gonna swing and get taken out by Starling. It's all up to Epic here. He's already found himself 2 out of this 4K that he could potentially go for. Holding it alive. 8 seconds left on the board. LB Loco's about to walk into his gun, and there he finds it. Epic gonna finish that off and get himself a 3K.
Epic's Ray, huge gameplay right there. Huge gameplay from the backup gunner in that situation. Played perfectly off of the Clash shield to get those kills. Can't complain about that at all if you're sitting on the TTU side. That was very well done. Frustrating for Viterbo again. They had such a good start there as well in Terradus. You would have liked to have seen them kind of drive that one home, but just weren't able to secure the key picks and just a little too slow overall.
Yeah, I mean, Viterbo is really falling to the very linear playstyle right now. What you'll see a lot of teams in higher levels do is start off by saying, hey, here's our end game. We want to walk through Dragon. We want to walk through whatever it is. We want to walk up the house stairs. This is our plan for the end of the round. So let's set up for it. Let's get house single panel open. Let's make sure that we have a player sitting on top of the balcony so that whenever we get around to it, we can push through. And then we start our push. Turbo's not really doing that. They're not really setting up for that end play. They're just kind of trying to force their way through it. They're trying to get through the rest of the map until they finally get to whatever their end play is, and then making it.
5 seconds.
You can't do that. I mean, it's just not going to work like that. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now from Red Turbo.
Yeah, I agree. Skipping some steps basically is part of the issue right here. Maybe trying to force the issue a little bit at times too, when I think the issue doesn't need to be forced. I mean, the truth of the matter is that there's some good gameplay coming out of Viterbo, right? There's no doubt about it. You look at the coordination between El Puppy Loco and I believe it was Eggs going ham as they took down one of the defenders. It might have been Skez. I don't remember who was playing the mute. Took down Skez on the mute. I mean, that was well executed. Genuinely really well played there for the members of TTU, or for the members of Viterbo. But, you know, they're not able to keep up the consistency, and I think that's what's hurting them a little bit. It doesn't help either. I genuinely, sorry, Terradus, I was going to say, it genuinely doesn't help that they have to start on the attack. It makes it hard.
Yeah. I mean, it's a hard one, regardless. Skyscraper is probably one of the hardest maps to learn right now in the comp pool. There's just so much depth to the map, and I don't mean literally with how tall it is, but there's a lot to the map, and you can't come at it half cooked, and that's how my Turbo's doing it right now. I think what we're looking at right now is a good example of that. They just have people walking around. They don't have anyone setting up for late flanks, whether that's opening up Geisha wall, trying to put it on player on blacktop, whatever you decide as a player. They're not doing it right now. They're just walking through. We're seeing the same linear plays that we've been seeing the last 2 rounds, and I don't see it going towards Viterber's favor.
TB playing in T room now. Sort of the first line of contact here for the defense. Draven Dubs is already taking pretty fair amount of space. Epic Z-Ray is providing a little bit of coverage play here for TB, playing off a shield. But it's TB who finds the first kill. The 9mm there, ripping through. TB, though, will go down almost immediately in no position for the trade back from Epic Z-Ray, whose position is, I think, going to become untenable very, very soon, but it's Skez who gets dropped first. Epic Z-Ray still holding here behind these shields. If he's not careful, though, he's going to have the entire enemy team pouring down on top of him, and he will fall back. And with him falling back right there, that is the complete surrender of vertical control, but it's taken for Turbo a long time to make this happen. 25 seconds now left on the clock. Draven Dubs is playing this very aggressively. Face peeks the corner. Epic Z-Ray. Who else will find the kill right there? The smoke grenade dropping in. The flash coming down as well. Epic has a good angle on this. Finds Eggs going ham. Multiple flashes coming in. The attempted drop, but it's Lace on the other side who picks it up. Sterling Knight swings in and finds one, but with less than 3 seconds left on the clock, he's never going to be able to finish off both of the defenders. And another round going in favor of Texas Tech Black.
And a rough one, to say the least. I mean, this is like you said, this is Viterbo's map. This should be an easy win.
Yes.
Generally, when you do map bans, you set yourself up. I was a little surprised to see that Clubhouse made it through their pick. I think that'd be a lot simpler of one for them to play off of. So I'm a little surprised they didn't take that. But I mean, we're here on Skyscraper, and I'm still scratching my head a little bit. I definitely see like the potential from Viterbo to do it. I mean, obviously we have the individual plays coming out of both Puppy and Eggs going ham, setting just this map, but the coordination is still not there. And I want to say that it's because of a lack of understanding the map, but they did the same issues last map on Chalet. And that's a map that's been out since, God, what, 2 years?
Yeah,
Maybe
2 years now. I think we're coming up on the 2 year mark.
I mean, you can't make those excuses. There's a lot that Viterbo needs to kind of look back on in these last 2 maps, but right now it's gonna come up to individual plays, and I don't know if it'll be enough for that.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it's going to be enough either, honestly. Eggs going ham now, making his way up. He's got a deep spawn here to come into this. He's got a little bit of teammates right there as well to help him out, but they need to sort of coalesce, I think, as quickly as possible. One of the big issues that they suffered there at the end game of that round was just a timing issue, too, in Terradus. I feel like so much time was burned off the clock by the time that they were finally securing vertical control. We were basically in a spot where they couldn't, simply just couldn't finish the job. They might have if they'd had a little bit more time, but it just wasn't to be. That's a nasty angle that Epic's Ray is playing right there, and he's going to get a kill off of it. Starling Knight not going forward with drone coverage pays the price in blood, and he'll hold that position again. A fantastic 7-1 scoreline here for Ray on this map. Hard to be upset about that, let's be honest. Draven Dubs pushing forward, hits the Ella Grismot. Or no, gets hit by the yokai stun. My bad. Another yokai stun coming in. That's just causing problems right now. TV being a nuisance as Lace is forced to reposition there on the bottom floor.
Something we got to see in that last map was them getting stuck on still clearing those roamers. And it's kind of what I'm seeing here as well. They've wasted a minute and a half just by shooting through a single hole in a panel. And they still haven't really recovered from it. They've only lost one body, but they've just lost their confidence in it. Board is still sitting up on the other side with his shield up, and there's only a minute 20 left. They've still got to work their way through Skez sitting here in Drum. They've still got to work through a player sitting on Dragon side, and they're just waiting. CAC isn't a waiting side. You have to push through. They're going to find the first one of Lace, and what should not have been a kill. He overextended a little bit. but we'll see if they can't catch off more players overextending.
Draven Dubs getting that kill right there, has to be happy about it. Eggs going ham, running into some fire, somehow surviving despite all those bullets going right for his face. They've got drone coverage on it. Epic Z Ray coming in. Ray looking to add another kill to the tally. Might just find it, honestly. It's not a great position for Eggs going ham, but it's Board Creeper Guy who strikes next. Board Creeper Guy creeping forward as Draven Dubs finds one more. It's been a bumper round for Draven Dubs. Draven Dubs pumping fire into the wall, looking for another kill. Won't find it. Less than 30 seconds left on the board. Another kill for Yojo. Board Creeper Guy pushing up, gets caught looking. Nitro Cell out. Too late for that, my friend. Eggs going ham finds Yojo. And now everything on to Ray, who did find that other kill, but he's got to find another one. And Eggs!
No!
Eggs makes a critical error, but he salvages it for Viterbo. That was nearly an absolute disaster. And he manages to find the kill when they needed it. But, ooh, that had to be a little bit scary. Some words were exchanged, I'm sure, in the Viterbo chat.
I absolutely see that happen and be like, what is going on? What are you doing?
Yep.
What are you doing? Anyway.
Shouldn't run in front of him. That's, frankly, the issue.
No, I mean, to be fair, I don't know why he's shooting there. But
that's also true.
You do not run in front of a teammate. That is true. You should be splitting there. You should be sending one on Dragon side and one on Drum side. But not what happened. Draven walked into a bullet. It is what it is. They were able to pick it up in what I said last round. Individual hero plays coming from Eggs. It's their only chance of really winning. They don't have the coordination, at least that I haven't seen so far. And I don't think it's going to happen coming back out. It's very rare for a team to spend a map and a half doing something and then miraculously turn it around and go, oh, hey, this is what I need to do. I'd like to see it coming out of Turbo, but X to doubt so far.
5 seconds left before insertion.
There's the setup there from the, oh no.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Oh, okay, that was an enemy drone. For a second there, I thought somebody accidentally shot a yokai or something, but now that I see who was doing the shooting, I feel a little bit better. TV on the Echo right there. Supernova in hand, ready to cause some havoc, doing a little bit of hollowing out of the walls there in support of the teammates. They got both of the utility shotguns in play. Yojo a little slow to get that reinforcement down, but does it just in time. Nothing to worry about there as the Viterbo side begins to expand their way out, and 3-1. They're caught and fresh off the back of a round win. They're looking to pick up another one, that's for sure.
Just doing some standard stuff, setting themselves up, walking around, and nothing so far that has been really hindering Viterbo like the last rounds have kind of shown. See if they can't keep that up. Epic's still looking to see if he can't find the same hole. An interesting one, not one I see too many players use. So we'll see how Viterbo's able to deal with it. So far, it's just been Board walking up, and they gotta be careful. He's gonna get that shield down, but he could still walk up real close and just ignore the Valk and get a free kill.
Need this back.
Well, here comes Board Creeper Guy on the slow advance, using Osa as the budget shield operator. First kill has come in. It's Lace who got caught. But still some big guns left alive here for the Texas Tech side. Thinking primarily of Ray. Still very much a free variable out there. Skez trying for a kill. To be fair, any of the members here of the TTU side have really shown their ability to pop off in critical situations, so can't discount any of them. A new hole being opened up right here by Draven Dubs, who uses that as an opportunity to rush. Starling Knight on the bottom floor now, setting up some claymores as Draven Dubs continues to apply pressure. Doesn't have another breaching charge to take down that shield, or this would be a done deal right here, and time starting to run down in a dangerous way here for the members of the Viterbo side as Starling Knight finds a kill onto Yojo. Can they convert this to a round win? Draven Dubs steps up and takes TB down 2-5 with 38 seconds left on the board. They have to turn this one into a win, and they will. Eggs going ham finds Epic's Ray. Will they get the final kill here? It's all on to Skez, who's buried over in T-Room. He gets one, flips back on the opposite side. The position increasingly untenable, and it's Starling Knight stepping up and finding the third kill of the round right there. And another win for the Viterbo squad.
TTU, I mean, I don't know if fatigue is getting to them, whatever it may be, but they don't really seem to be the same team we saw in those first 3 rounds. I definitely felt like round 4 was obviously just a lot of individual plays coming out of both Draven and Eggs going ham. Other than Eggs going ham, killing Draven. But that last round was just Viterbo getting way too much freedom. They killed that first player on Dragon, and there was no answer for it. They didn't have anyone set up, whether that was supposed to be the Epics. I believe it was Epics playing that Jaeger at the end of the hallway, whatever it may be for that answer. It never came. They were able to use a lot of space off of it, and there wasn't really much that TTU Black did to answer for anything that Viterbo did in that round.
Yeah, no, it's true. And Viterbo, I think, doing a really good job of managing their aggression, putting TTU Black on the back foot a lot of times. Compared to sort of the gun skill that we saw coming out on Chalet, they're just not getting an opportunity to bring their guns to bear, and it's bearing big fruit for the side of Viterbo. And they're going to try and keep that pressure on here, and I genuinely, hope for Viterbo's sake that they are able to keep TTU Black sort of off kilter. They're going back to the tea room karaoke site, and that's a bold choice because this has not felt super comfortable for them.
No, I mean, it may be them trying to catch Viterbo off guard. I really don't think they need to do that, though. I think they just need to play their game. They need to go back to kind of that structure that they've been succeeding on so far, and hopefully they'll find it in this one. I think even if they do end up losing this round, they're going to swap over to attack, and they definitely feel a lot better on the attack. Not something that you hear too much. Yeah, like you said in the last round, not something you hear too much from most teams nowadays. But, I mean, that's just how TTU's been playing. They're a very structured team. Hopefully they can pick up this one so that they're set primed to win the attacking half.
Well, Viterbo looking ready to kill right here. Same trusted lineup they've essentially been running for multiple rounds. Doing a little bit of intelligence gathering here is Starling Knight, the star of the last attack. Nitro Cell being early deployed right there. This is all good, valuable intel. Gives them an idea of where some of these power positions might be. Starling Knight probably not aware how close they just came to death. Lace nearly gets caught looking. The MPX is quite weak in the damage that it does. That's the trade-off for its incredibly high accuracy. So lucky to make it out of that alive. Eggs going ham, also taking just a nip of damage right there.
But nobody's falling just yet. Epics is still close by. Karaoke, he could prevent anyone from really being able to take control of Geisha. We're going to see Draven walk in, take a lot of damage there, kind of answering for some of the damage that went towards Lace, but no kills on the board just yet for either side, as they're just wasting time right now. 1:30 off the board. They're pushing underneath, but they haven't even started to take anything on site. They're going to have to keep holding them back for another 1:20 if they want to find this round.
Board Creeper guy here playing out of the Kimono Geisha room again. And going ham finds Lace finally. Fireball there will claim Lace. Draven Dubs finds Kez, and the Viterbo side is heating up here. Yojo feeling increased pressure, trying to cover 2 angles at once. Yojo swings. There's simply too many guns down that hallway for him to realistically deal with. Eggs going ham here on a little bit of commando mission, rolling around for a different angle. Yojo being picked up on cam. FZ Ray getting pushed around here as well, but Ray can't find the kill he was looking for as Yojo is brought down. Ray playing out from behind the bomb chassis, and it's a flawless round for Viterbo. All of the sudden, the guns go off, the members of TTU Black drop, and Viterbo pulls out a great win on their attacking half here to sew this up at a 3-3.
But here's the thing. They're swapping over to defense now. We've definitely seen Viterbo play a little bit better on the defense, mostly because you can play defense very individually. Obviously, you do need to play as a team. Don't get me wrong. You still got to play off each other. But for the most part, especially on the roam,
Defenders, protect
it's
your bombs
all
from being
about how
defused
you
by
can keep
attackers.
yourself alive. Especially if you're playing solo, which we've been seeing mostly out of Eggs going ham. Whenever he's roaming, whether it's alongside board or just solo roaming it, he's kind of just been playing off of himself. They haven't been playing too much off of each other, so they've been having to play these individual games. And honestly, that feels like what Eggs wants to do. It seems a little bit like he doesn't trust his teammates too much. Whether that's just because he feels like they haven't been doing what they should be doing in these games, or if he just is more of an individual player himself.
5 seconds
That's
to
where he
go.
wants to find himself, is being able to take those 1v1s, and defense is the place to do it.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is where things get really scary here for Texas Tech because, oh, no, careful there, Lace. On the glass, no less. Don't want to be a team killing glass. You've got Montane and Glass in the same lineup. I was going to say, things get a bit difficult here for TTU because Viterbo, again, their map pick right here, they got to feel extra comfy on defense. Usually that's how it goes on maps that you pick, but maybe they're not expecting the wild ride of a Montane Glass combo attack.
I'm deploying a drone.
We're going to see if they can. The first one off the board is actually going to be Draven.
Have you covered?
He's gone. That smoke's gone as well. They're going to have to find something to take out this Monty. Starling's going to fall as well to Epic, who finds a third on the board. There's only 2 more players off the board. TTU Black already looking strong in this round. By Turbo on their back foot.
Giving a careful weather eye on how things are going now. Eggs going ham, stepping up here to the wall of karaoke. Waiting for a sight line to open up. El Puppy Loco is holding a pretty solid position, honestly. As the Sens comes out, that's going to allow Lace to rotate. He's actually going to use the keep barrier to his own advantage. El Puppy Loco getting rather frustrated by the Sens. That's actually paid huge dividends here so far as Lace just starts pumping holes in the wall. Yojo is going for the plant. And going ham, just firing across the top right there, putting down some damage in a random direction. Nearly gets killed in the tracks as Epic's Ray finds that kill. Puppy Loco, the only one left alive. He's about to be blinded again by another Sens projector. Puppy Loco throws the nitro shell at a short dip, and he unfortunately cannot secure the kill. He runs over the tracks as well. The tracks have claimed another victim. It's Ray who swings around the corner and gets him. And that one patch of tracks there responsible for 2 deaths.
And not just was it a flawless round, it was an ace for Epics. I don't know if you were keeping track there, but you got an ace. So I'm pretty sure. I think I was keeping track right. And
Yes.
that is a great moral victory. Anytime you can get yourself an ace, you feel like you are the king of the hill. And that's something you want to see out of one of your players, especially who's sitting at 13-4 right now, having a nuclear game, keeping the rest of his team together. So Epic Rays right now on that gridlock, playing strong. Really, not much to say about that last round, other than the fact that he was allowed to get 3 kills off that window, and I believe it was like a minute into the round.
Indeed, and you know, here's a good opportunity for Viterbo to try and get this one back. I mean, you again, much like what we saw from TTU Black on their first defensive half, which, you know, their first defensive round, I should say, you should be able to pick some things up, right? In Terrorists, like, you should be able to pick up some learning opportunities, let's call them that, from what is run at you by Viterbo. Now the shoe's on the other foot, right? Like the tracks playing out from that angle over towards Geisha. okay, well, now you should kind of expect that they're going to try something like that if you're going to play the same site. You have to be prepared for that. As TV here trying to play a wicked angle up into karaoke, and it won't quite work out. Board creeper guy down on the low might actually be considering some sort of run out. I'm not exactly sure what the focus is on that window per se, but certainly a dangerous position here for board creeper guy to be in. And you just look now at the setup here for the TTU side, and they've got the Montaigne ready for the rush. It's the same strategy last time in Terradus. No big changes on this attack plan.
No, to be fair, they didn't really get to show it that much. They got to show a little bit on Blacktop, but for the most part, it was just Epic killing everyone. We'll see if it works this time around. They're gonna try to push in Blacktop again as soon as they get Lace over there. Smoke trying to find his canister right now. He's not able to grab it. He's just gonna go ahead and pop it. But they're gonna be doing the same thing, seeing if they can't put a player right there on the window, walking into Blacktop, getting that plant down in karaoke, potentially finding themselves around, but Lace is gonna fall first before they can start that out. That's their Glass, one of their key characters here. And it's going to be up to this Monty to find something, but he's not going to find anything. Board's going to find one. Draven's going to find one. Draven's going to get down by the Monty, though, but Epic's going to find one as well. 2 more bodies left alive, one on a rappel and one in sight, and they're separated.
They are, and Yojo is essentially gunless. That's the other thing to keep into account right here. He's just a shield at the moment. They need the backup here immediately from Ray, but Ray is a little far ways off. I don't know how this is necessarily salvageable. The way those zombie Kiva barriers have gone up, by the way, though, that actually might cause some more problems for the defense if they can't actually get back in on these kills. Out comes the pistol. Starling Knight trying to find the kills. He can't quite make it work. Ray walking across as Yojo finds Starling Knight, and so much for it not being salvageable. They might actually be able to get this plant off right here. TTU Black, though, they're drawing the diffuser. What's this swap? They're going to use the Montaigne shield as cover. Board creeper guy comes around and Edge going ham with the fancy footwork. Gets Ray and then swings on Yojo. Catches them completely off guard.
I'm a little speechless. As a shield main, it definitely feels bad when you are holding that and you watch your teammate die behind you. It's not a good look, to say the least.
No.
You just drop that shield. You gotta force the pressure of the fight onto him. He has to willingly take the death in order to get that kill. And at that point, it's a 1v1. You're playing Monty. That's where you want to be. You don't want to be in that 1v2. You much less don't want to get shot around your shield.
Yep.
Ooh, that's a rough one.
Yeah, it is a rough one.
Definitely a bit of a morale killer for TTU.
I mean, the problem is, right? The problem is that you look at the Montaigne, and the Montaigne provides a lot of attacking flexibility. There's a lot you can do with the Montaigne. Yeah. You might not think that when you look at him at first, but there's a lot you can do with him. The problem is the more people that die, the less valuable the Montaigne becomes, right? Because he does require, in order to get the maximum value out of him and pull off a lot of flexible stuff, you have to have teammates backing him up. And there's just nobody backing him up right there. So when it comes down to it, when the plant goes down, they almost would have been maybe better off leaving the Montaigne as the planter with the shield facing the back, and then you have a cutoff being played by the gridlock. But anyway, speculation and Terradus speculation. On to round number 9, Viterbo really putting up a fight of it now. They want to keep this one at a map number 3. They want to see Oregon.
They do. Viterbo, I was a little skeptical of them at the beginning, I won't lie to you. They fought back. They were able to bring it to that 3-3 score line at the half, and now they're bringing themselves to 4-4, preventing them from being able to take anything. Puppy seeing if he can't get anything off. But he doesn't. He's going to get downed. Draven's going to keep him alive for a little longer while he takes out Lace, but he's still down. They're going to see if they can't finish him off. Draven's going to fall. His teammate's going to fall as well as Kez picks up 2. And they've got the man count even as they're looking to see if they can't clear Starling too.
Or Creeper Guy creeping forward right here. 4-3, the setup right now. Eggs going ham, looking for a potential run out, but he's a little too slow onto it. He doesn't have a nitro cell or anything to play from underneath. His Skez is on their third kill of the round. Poor Creeper Guy trying to shut it down. Misses an initial shot, but will find Ray on the follow-up burst. 2 bodies rushing him down, though. Poor Creeper Guy dropped by TB. Eggs going ham now, swinging back in. He's been the clutch player here for so many plays on the Viterbo side. Can he pull it off in deep? No, he can't. Surrounded on all sides. It'll be TB who finishes him off, and the round goes in favor of TTU.
Felt a little bit better for TTU there. It was really linear. Don't get me wrong. The only thing they opened was main wall, jumped in window. Kind of. I mean, obviously they caught Viterbo off guard. But that wasn't really the team plays that we usually see coming out of TTU. Most of the time, we see them do these really cool like cutoffs and setting up trades, whatever it may be. That was just pure gun skill. They opened up the wall, able to find, I believe it was El Puppy on that bandit who tried to bandit trick, but unfortunately got caught off before he could. And then, who was it? Draven? Yeah, Draven sitting on the mute or smoke or whoever he was playing. Just kind of trying to keep him alive. But like I said, it wasn't some miraculous,
No.
setting up these team plays. It was just gun. That was it. It was just guns.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, I agree. It was, and that's just the way it goes sometimes, right? You just force the and it works out. So hey, more power to them if that's how they can make it work. And Viterbo, I mean, they're hanging in there. Even though that last round, it did feel like TTU they got the early advantage and kind of just pressed it home. But Viterbo, I don't think will be particularly intimidated by that. I genuinely think they can swing back into this. Draven Dubs, by the way, playing a wild defensive angle. Haven't actually seen much of this, and I don't necessarily know what to make of it. I kind of like it, but if that wall goes down, then yeah, all that setup is kind of for naught. That's exactly what happens here. Is Draven Dubs focuses now on the breach, where the smoke canisters are going to be thrown out to potentially delay any attack. That'll give Viterbo's defense a little bit of time to adjust to changing circumstances, as the first grenade comes out from Ray and gets destroyed by an ADS. So we've actually seen that happen before.
We have the second grenade is going to go out, and it's also going to get picked up by an ADS. I don't know if you heard that in the background, but he's going to be able to keep himself alive. Egg's going to see if he can't find something, but Lace is going to be the first one to fall to Draven, who's sitting behind that bar top right now. Still being allowed to be a hindrance to TTU Black. Currently, they're looking to see if they can't clear him out. They think he's in that corner, but he's still behind that bar top. Still strong. He's looking for a second one. Swings wide. Finds Skez down. Or at least hasn't cleared him just yet. He's going to be able to get him up. Has already dealt the damage.
And Draven Dubs playing so aggressively with the SMG-11. He gets 2 in one clip. The headshot there doing all the work, but Ray finding another kill, sneaking in from below. They have to know he's here. TB is so low. Unfortunately, Ray tries to get himself to revive, but it's not going to happen. El Puppy Loco locks it down. TB finds one. TB is very low. That last-minute health boost doing him a little bit of a favor, but it's still a 1v2 with less than a minute left. TB does have case, which is advantageous, but it means nothing. He swings into the sightline of El Puppy Loco perched on high. He will secure that kill in another round for Viterbo as they continue to battle neck and neck here with their opponents.
And we're going back to karaoke. I want to see if they do that same thing we got to see TTU doing, where they had the hole right there in the single panel by bar top, not the bar top inside of office, but the bar top in
Right.
God, what is that room called? Right outside office hallway?
Yeah, sure.
Well, you know what I'm talking about. You know where I'm referring
Yeah, I know what
to,
you
the
mean.
bar top.
Attackers need to
I'd like to
locate
see
and
if they do
defuse
the same
bombs.
thing, or if they maybe kind of bring their own. Yeah, that one. I don't think it's gonna show you
That
unless
one.
you have a player there.
unfortunately. But that's the one I'm talking
Is
about.
it China?
Right
I don't remember. Sake. There's a name for it. I don't
there.
remember what it is.
There is a name for it. Wait, we'll board lounge. It's
Lounge. All right, whatever.
I'm not calling it lounge. Anyway, whatever. Not important. Not important. Right outside the office, right there. Obviously, we're seeing them put those reinforcements down there. But you got to do something to stop them from being able to take that side of the map. That was kind of my point there. A little bit long-winded, but you got to do something. The TTU Black players, they reinforcement there, so they get pulled behind China or whatever we're calling it, lounge. I want to see what Viterbo does there. TTU Black has seen a little bit more linear on this map, so if they can kind of catch them off, that could be a win for them.
Yeah, it genuinely could be. Again, you have to be able to catch them in that position. TB here opening up that floor hole yet again. TB does love that floor hole. Hasn't actually turned up a kill just yet, but it is making one of the positions in the karaoke tea room a little less viable, and I believe that's the strategic plan there. Eggs going ham. Creeping around underneath. Those track stingers already out here. That's going to make the rotate much, much harder because you are going to have to destroy all those. And Lace finds Draven Dubs with the pistol. Are you kidding me? Lace is just going in for the plant. Why not?
I'm sorry? It's down. The plane is down. They've got 40 seconds now. They're going to fight this back. C4 is going to go out, but it's just Skez sitting at the end of the hallway with his glass gun. Holding it right now. Starling and Boar have to fight back at 2v5, but I don't see it happening. Boar's going to get naded out. He's going to lose his zombie to play. He's going to throw one more back because he can't fight off it, but the grenade's going to go out again. It's going to find him, and it's all up to Starling here in a 1v5. He's got 18 seconds left. He's getting fired upon by the glass. The shield's going to drop. See if he can't mess with him a little bit. He's not firing just yet. Starling getting shot from everywhere, and he's going to finally be finished off. And TCU is going to find themselves on match point.
A nasty rush play there from TTU. You got to respect that. I don't think we even saw that one coming, to be honest, here in Terradus. They just sort of whipped that out of nowhere. And that was pretty much the ideal execution of that, by the way. It doesn't get much better than that. And Viterbo will take that time out right now. Not a bad call. They're probably a little shaken up, a little rattled by that. Great call, by the way, just in general from TTU Black to pick up on that.
So I think I can't even remember who I heard say this. Talk about it a little bit at the major. Obviously, timeouts are used for you to take a second to kind of figure out where you want to do, kind of cut off momentum. But it's also a great morale boost for the other team. You're 6-5. You force them to waste their timeout. They don't have one for the rest of the game. So even if you lose this round, you still have your own. And you can still kind of take your time. They can't do that anymore. They've wasted it on this one. And going into this last round, it may just be the morale boost that TTU needs.
It very well might be. I mean, the truth of the matter is you're going back to karaoke tea room, and TTU, they're probably going to run it back. I mean, you can already see they've got the Montaigne pick in here. They've got the glass again. These are the tools by which they made that last attack happen. And if you're sitting on the other side and for Turbo, you're putting a lot of trust in some of these defensive operators to make this happen. A Capkin is a fine pick, but it would be a very foolish push from TTU if they were not expecting exactly what you're setting up, right? Like they have to be expecting that. What are you going to do about the Ash in the lower window? What are you going to do about the cutoff from the track stingers? I mean, this is do or die territory in a playoffs round. This is it. You don't get a second chance at this if you're on the Returbo side. So you better be very, very, very confident in your ability to stop this push.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, Korvik. I don't think that's the answer I would have come up with. You got that.
I would have gone to a different location.
Even if you don't go up to a different location, just specifically talking about this map, your answer for a blacktop push is Captain.
Yeah, exactly.
No shield, no Wamai, nothing to hold blacktop, or nothing to hold black stairs. I mean, sure, you're putting board down here in sushi, but that's it? That's all you're doing? You spent a minute to do this?
even a Legion or something like that to make this exact attack a little less viable. But I mean, Lace is in. They took a little bit of damage from the mines right there, from the EDDs. But already, maybe not. Eggs going ham, finds an early kill. That's Ray, who's down. So you've lost the tracks. And that is a big loss because that was a major cutoff part of this strategy. Now Eggs going ham is more comfortable sitting here on this staircase, denying them the opportunity to make an entrance. Lace taking some more damage right there. And if they lose the Montaigne, they lose the map. Skez and Lace both drop perilously low. Eggs going ham is going to continue to hold this. He's now been spotted out. Here comes the pressure for the Montaigne. The Nitro Cell bouncing off the shield, but the radial damage is enough right there to bring Eggs going ham down. Good effort there by TB, but Board Creeper guy jumps in and finishes it off. Skez is super low, and Yojo might not be low on health, but is just as stuck here. Skez is going to force their way forward. They get caught out by the smoke, and it's worked. It's worked so well. Draven Dubs the one who swings and finishes it off, and despite our doomsaying, they have done spectacularly well there to hold on to that and force this into overtime.
I swear, it's like, it's the bane of Caster's existence. You're like talking about how like this won't work, this is not the answer, and then it works, and you're like, okay, cool. I guess throw out all of my analysis out the window. I mean, realistically, what are you doing, TTU? You have been doing the same push 4 times in a row, and it's been working for the most part. You just saw that they took a timeout. They took a minute to talk about it. Even if I don't think it was the right answer, don't walk into their trap. They took a minute to think about this. You just gotta walk somewhere else. You gotta change your game plan. And I mentioned it 2 rounds ago. You gotta stop with these linear pushes. They're gonna be on an attack for this last half, and we'll see if they fix that issue.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, I think that there's definitely things that they could have done differently, probably in that defensive setup. The loss of that, I think, is more on TTU Black than it is on Viterbo. I mean, obviously, Viterbo did a good job, right? Viterbo got the kills. They held it together. They held their nerve, but I feel like there were decisions that were made on the Black side where it was like, oh, come on, guys, like you can't be giving that up, I mean, the really aggressive Montaigne push to someone with a Nitro Cell, but anyway, I digress, because we're in overtime now, and this is truly skin of the teeth sort of stuff here for the sides of TTU Black and Viterbo. This is, again, Viterbo's map pick. This is Viterbo with the defensive advantage, right? Like, they have everything they need in their corner right here. The problem is the way that these rounds have been going. TTU goes up, Viterbo catches. TTU goes up, Viterbo catches. If that happens again in overtime, there is no catch up on the second round. So that's something that they really need to take into account here, even with the defensive advantage. And Starling Knight in Lounge already in a really difficult position right here, because there's not a lot you can do if you get pushed back, and you've got 3 guns facing you on the forward side.
I definitely agree with the analysis of Viterbo being very scrappy, being able to kind of keep on the catch up, and not being able to keep that up. They need to find this round here. Looking to see if he can't start it off. Maybe jump in this window. Come on. I know you want to do it. Skez is going to be the first one to fall first. No, he's going to fall. TV.
A bomb has been located.
TV shoot him?
I'm not sure exactly how he dropped right there, but Skez is down now. Puppy Loco's position gets blown. He did like that angle before. It previously served him for a round win. It will not do so again. TB trying to fire across right there as Yojo picks up the kill on a Starling Knight. 4-4 at the track here. TB swings in, looks right when he should have looked left, and the kill comes fast and furious because El Puppy Loco finds Ray immediately thereafter. Now Yojo Lace holding here on the outside edge. TB is down, but not out. They're going to have to make an effort to maybe get their fallen comrade back into this. Lace just face checking their way forward right now, nearly gets beheaded by some gunfire coming the opposite direction. Lace checking back towards the breach. Please don't shoot your teammate in that situation. He doesn't. Lace shoves his way forward down through the middle area of the map as Board Creeper creeps along here on the top floor. Low health from all of the members of TTU except for Yojo. Meanwhile, Viterbo looking very healthy indeed Eggs going ham gets the kill onto TB, who was already quite down. Yojo nearly loses their head, but here comes Lace on an incising push from the other side. Lace finds 2 and keeps it at the 2-2. Board Creeper Guy narrowly misses the opportunity to secure another kill right here as Eggs going ham creeps up the stairs. He'll run face first into Yojo. The drone is thrown. Here comes Eggs going ham. He sees the planter, but he doesn't acknowledge. Instead, he picks up Lace, and now he still has to win a fight. Egg going ham manages to get the trade at the absolute last second and hold it together for Viterbo on a razor's edge.
Is this? I mean, this is Viterbo's map. I'm finally seeing him alive. Took him long enough. They're definitely playing a lot better together. The individual plays are still holding them together for the most part. But we are seeing a lot better on the team plays. We're seeing them set up so much better. They definitely feel a lot more comfortable than they did on the last map. So potentially this could be a Viterbo's, but TTU Black is on their defense. They feel a lot more comfortable on this. They're not doing these weird linear plays that we didn't get to see the first one. They're just going to be playing their game. They're going to set themselves up. Epic is going to sit in some weird corner and get some kills. Whatever they need to do. But I got to point it out. Lace on the Mozzie. Not something I would have expected.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think it's a bad pick by any stretch, but yeah, it's not what I would have expected. They've actually leaned pretty hard into drone denial with this setup because they have the Mozzie, they have the mute, and then they have the vision blockers. I think that's what they're called, coming out of Ray right there as well. So all of that combined to really slow down the drone game. So clearly, TTU Black is looking at Viterbo and thinking that they are using drone intel and trying to slow their roll on that. So we'll see how that comes into play right here. Viterbo, meanwhile, they're running basically the same lineup that they ran on most of their attacks. The roles have sort of been swept around, and you do have Starling Knight here on the Zofia. I think that's probably the most significant change from what we saw on the other side, besides the role swaps.
We'll see if the role swaps really help them out. Eggs going ham. I don't believe. Wait, what are you doing, Lace?
Oh, wow, Lace. Too much, too soon, brother.
I don't know if I'm a big fan of that one. He's going to go ahead and fall. And getting aggressive, sure, you're potentially getting a kill, but you're down in OT. You cannot lose that body.
No, you really can. I mean, that's the problem. Those kind of hero plays, they're high risk, high reward for a reason. If it worked, it would have been spectacular, but I don't really think there was a situation in which he would have taken out more than one opponent on that jump. I just don't think. And now you've also lost a nitro cell, right? You've lost the ability to hold on to some more drones and use those as active gathering tools for your side. So an unfortunate setback right there, and a gift handed to the side of Viterbo that they must make something happen with. Genuinely, you have to make something happen with that. TB swinging the yokai around here to help deny some of the area around Dragon. A lot of pressure being applied to Yojo right there. The nitro cell from Yojo finds a kill, so that'll even it back up. And the error that was made by TTU Black is now repaid in full. And the yokai shot down in midair. Starling Knight firing a couple of grenades over the top here. Skez holding that second shield. These shields are an absolute bulwark against most of this attack coming out of TTU Black. Or I should say Viterbo.
But it may just be Eggs walking up barbecue stairs and clearing it out. Only does so much if you can't do anything off of it, but he's going to find it first. Guys should have won that, but unfortunately he didn't. Draven's gonna find one as well. Epic's trying to hold it together for his team. Clear out. Eggs holding nearby, but it's not gonna happen. Oh, it's actually gonna be TB staying alive. He's gonna find one, but not find another. Viterbo is gonna find themselves map number 2.
Viterbo fought so hard for that as well. That was a real genuine hard fought victory right there for the Viterbo side to get them into a position where they could even look at map number 3 Eggs going ham, Draven Dubs, they're all playing huge matches right there. And I mean, you've got to give a little bit of credit to Ray as well. Those 15 kills, so impactful.
Oh, yeah.
But the map pick there in particular was what came through big for them in Terradus. They liked that
definitely.
map. They played that map so well.
So I don't know if it really was all that much of them liking it. I think it was just TTU not knowing it. I mean,
You know what? That's very true as well.
I don't think I saw anything but a linear push. I mean, come out of both teams. Don't get me wrong. Both teams,
Right.
I don't think saw do like a single double split push. And I don't count pushing both Dragon and Drum as a split push because you're still going in one direction. You aren't setting up anything else. And TTU seeming as a team that I called structural in the first one, kind of falling apart.
Yeah. And Skyscraper is a map that does that. We know that for a fact.
Yeah.
However, the next map in the pool, it's going to be Oregon as our decider. Borrigan, for a reason, a simple map, the bread and butter siege map. An opportunity for one of these teams to move on here in the quarterfinals. Don't go anywhere. A real humdinger of a match here. An NECC 6 Rainbow Six Siege continues after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to a thrilling match here at the conclusion of NECC R6's quarterfinals for Challenger Cyan. I am Corback, and alongside me is Interitus as we look at Texas Tech University Black versus their opponents from Viterbo. It has been back and forth. Both teams have won their map picks. Texas Tech did it in fine style. Viterbo squeaked it in overtime, and now Interitus, we are on to Oregon for our decider.
Thank you, Corbeck. I mean, what more can you say? It was a scrappy one in that last one. It was back and forth all day. I mean, we had mid was at 3-3 right there at halftime swap. Hopefully, DTU can clean it up a little bit. They definitely seemed like they didn't know Skyscraper. I mean, sure, I guess it was their map, so you can get away with it. But this is Oregon. This is Oregon. This is Oregon. You have to know it. And we'll see if they do.
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows Oregon to a certain extent. It's just whether or not that kind of plays into Viterbo's hands, right? Because if you look back towards Chalet, a map that has increasingly become one of the bread and butter maps of Siege, Viterbo got messed up. Like, genuinely, a 7-2, it was not good. Viterbo was not in control, and Texas Tech just sort of rolled it in. Does that happen again when you go back to a bread and butter map like Oregon? Viterbo, they're starting on the attack. That's also not in their favor. TTU Black, the defense, they're heavily favored, right, on Oregon. It's a very defensive sided map. Sometimes in tournaments you see percentages as high as a 60% win rate on Oregon for the defense.
Yeah,
Viterbo's work is cut out for them.
All right, my bad. I mean, Oregon's always been a defender-sided map. It's really hard to get through as an attacker. You have so much you have to do, roam clear-wise, regardless of whether or not they're bunkering. You could have a team bunkering every single round. You still have to roam clear because of the way that the map works. If you just say, screw it, we're not going to roam clear this round, that's going to be the one round where they put someone on the roam, and one player can mess up your entire push. All they have to do is sit on side that hatch in attic, excuse me, I couldn't think of the word, and just shoot down that hatch or just mess around on the top floor, whatever it is. There's so much that a single player can do on this map that it's very hard as an attacker to not waste time.
Yeah, it is hard to not waste time. And I mean, there are a lot of defensive setups here on Oregon. I mean, if you look at what you're running now in the basement, right, you're extending out to the elbow. This is classic defensive strategy here. This is entirely meant to burn time. The defender falls back and reinforces that wall when it's all said and done. There is definitely some verticality that needs to be taken into account here as well.
10 seconds to go.
And if you kind of look at the way that this is being set up, it is a very traditional basement defense. It's kind of this way in which it's been played for many, many moons now. I mean, the only operator in this that I would say you would maybe regularly see swapped out is, you know, your Fenrir or I guess your Warden. But the core of it, the Kaid, the Smoke, the Jaeger, this is standard stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a map where, like that last one, where you kind of struggle,
A bomb has been located.
just go back to your roots. Play it normally, and just kind of do your game. Just reset, if anything. I guess would be the good word for it. But we'll see if... Oh, we're doing a real quick rehost. Just a little bit of issues. But anyway, like I was saying, you just kind of reset. That's what you got to do. You just reset to whatever you need to do, get back to your game, and on a map like Oregon, you have plenty of time to do it. 4-2 is a pretty regular score line here towards the defense. I see a lot of 5-1, so even if you lose that first one, it's nothing to call home about.
No, it's definitely not. And, well, there's the rehost coming in, and I think there's we've been told by our producer it might mean a side swap, but we'll see when it comes through. And if that's the case, well, that, you know, everything that I said about how it was favoring Texas Tech, well, flip it over and all of it favors Viterbo. And in critical maps like this, hey, any advantage that you can eke out is one that you want.
Very true. I mean, even if Texas Tech has to swap, I don't think it's gonna be horrible for them. Obviously, you want to start on defense, but you got to remember, if you start on defense, then you are most likely starting on attack if you go to overtime. There's very few teams that are willingly going to give up a defense overtime. So you're gonna
Yeah.
basically go into that second half. You say, second half, I have defense, and overtime, I start on defense. Just huge advantage.
Yeah, I agree, and you know, I'd be curious to see how Viterbo plays the defensive side. I mean, their defenses on Chalet again, and I hate to keep harkening back to Chalet, but I do think in general it is the map that is perhaps has more sort of bearing on how Oregon is going to go. Skyscraper is a relative aberration, right, in the overall map pool, and I hate to keep harkening back to Chalet, but Viterbo's defenses, they were not particularly snappy on Chalet, right? It just was not a good look. They struggled to establish a roam presence, which is something, you know, it took them rounds to get the roam presence off the ground, and that's something that you can't have on Oregon. It's a map that you need roaming on the defense. You really do, to sort of maximize it. And on their attacking rounds, when they finally started to get things going, it was a little disjointed, and you cannot be disjointed on Oregon either. It really genuinely punishes. I mean, we talk about it as a bread and butter map in Terradus, but it is also a clear thing where if you have problems with fundamentals or you're making mistakes, Oregon will, you know, they will be brought out.
Definitely. I mean, I know I said a little bit about resetting back to basics, but you got to make sure you have those basics to start off with.
Right.
Um, we're not even at this point. We're not even talking about like gun skill individually. Obviously, all these players have gun skills. We saw in the last map. We saw in the first one. Just everyone on the board being able to put down kills. It's about fundamentals of knowing how you to play the game on a comp level. Because it's a lot different than ranked. In ranked, you can just be a gunner. You can hit champ, you can hit the highest ranks just by having the best gun skill. Comp's a little different. You're playing more of a team environment. Um, and it's just not the same kind of level. You have to be sure that you're setting up trades, you're getting your roams down, you're getting your drones on oh my god, mine just blanked. On on
Hello.
attack, excuse me.
Oh,
Sorry.
I thought I lost you there for a second. No, go ahead.
Just a little bit of a glitch. Uh, but yeah, no, I mean, you just gotta make sure you're going back to fundamentals and you're playing it correctly.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. You got to play it correctly, and that's where we're at. Taking a little bit of time here for the rehost, and we do apologize for that. I know everybody's really excited to see how this map winds up, and obviously we're excited to see how it winds up as well. And you know, you look at the course of this matchup before, and I think there is one other pertinent thing, which is that, you know, the map that Terradus, that's your name. That is, you are not the team in this.
I'm not, unfortunately.
You are not. It is getting later on both the East Coast and the West Coast right now. So I'll beg off on that. I'm hungry. I'd eaten dinner today. But you know, if you look at the way Viterbo won Skyscraper, it was, you know, they did well in the overtime, but they did go to overtime, and they were the ones who pushed it into overtime. I.e., they caught up right on overtime, and I think that's something that's worth pointing out, because Texas Tech handled their map very well.
Oh, yeah.
And Viterbo had to kind of slug it out back and forth to get that map win. They got the win, but it was ugly. And you do kind of wonder, does that have a bearing here as we look ahead to Oregon? I mean, are they going to be forced to kind of slug it out again on Oregon? Or is this something that they can maybe get a little bit more comfort room on?
I don't know. I don't feel like this is really a Texas Tech map. I know
That's
I know
fair.
I know that definitely it's big on the coordination, but after seeing them kind of push that way through Skyscraper, I don't know if it's gonna happen. Even if it is a map you should know, I don't know if the structure came out because of them just having chosen Chalet as their map. Like, hey, this is our map. This is what we're gonna practice. This is what we're gonna do. it felt more like they were following a game plan that had been pre-made than it was like individual IGL calls. And I kind of expect to see the same thing come out of Oregon. Obviously,
Yeah.
we'd like to see both teams at their greatest. But just from the way that I was seeing them individually interacting with each other on Skyscraper, I'm a little skeptical.
Yeah, I'm a little skeptical as well, and I think that's fair. And some of the more cutesy strategies, and I mean that's maybe a bit demeaning to call them cutesy strategies, but some of the more like fancy strats or whatever you want to call them that TTU were running, the rushes and stuff like that. Those are going to struggle a little bit more. You can try them on Oregon, but they're not sort of guaranteed to work or as effective overall. So that's something to keep in mind there as well. As these teams get sort of set in their blocks here for Oregon, the rehost is through. All the bands are staying the same. Everything's staying the same. The only thing that is changing right now in Terradis is we are going to the second floor to start this off, and the sides have swapped. TTU Black, I was burying the lead there a little bit. TTU Black is playing on the offense, and Turbo is playing on the defense.
And we'll see if a little bit of our predictions are going to come true. I know how much players hate to follow my predictions. They love to prove me wrong. Did I just see him shoot a panda battery? Maybe, I think I'm seeing things. Anyway, we'll see if it's true. I mean, I'd love to see the coordination we got to see coming out of Chalet from TTU Black coming in this map. And I'd love to see the individual hero plays that really kept Viterbo alive for most of Skyscraper. But we're at the end of a map. We're at the beginning of map 3 of the end of a best of 3. And fatigue is going to start setting in. It is a big part of this game. It's nothing like a best of 5, but it's up there.
Yeah, 100%. And you got eggs going Rome, dangerous player. You know, we've seen some very effective gameplay. You know, he was second on the kill board on the last map. Draven Dubs was the one who took it away, but he was, you know, by far and away the most deadly player for Viterbo on map number 1. So keep an eye on that Fenrir right here. This is also a very aggressive position for Draven Dubs to be playing in on the smoke. He doesn't have a lot of backup here. And if they can secure the armory cutoff, Draven Dubs is not going to be able to escape from this position. I actually think this is maybe a little bit bolder than they really needed it to be. If there's that frag grenade rolling in, now he's going to get through another cutoff line because he actually has to get from trophy back to safety. At least he has Starling Knight here as cover on this particular section. Lace taking a little bit of damage is in. The smoke grenades coming out right there. Lace is hiding in the corner as the first Thatcher EMP comes through. Lace steps forward to try and get the exothermic down, but he's choking on that smoke. Draven Dubs is so very low right now. I don't know if he has the wherewithal to swing again. There will be no tricking. The breach is open. 1 minute, 30 seconds into the round, and TTU Black has got one of their attacking objectives down.
But it's only the first one. They still got to push through. Starling, interesting setup here. You don't see that too often with these zombies there, making it so that they can't just kind of punch their way through or shoot their way through that wall. They're going to have to open it up. Epic's going to be the first one to fall as he gets opened up by a headshot from Starling. Starling looks to see if he can't find a second one. Lace is going to find the first one, though, to answer back for that kill into Epic. And Draven's off the board. Starling's still dangerous here. Skaz is going to fall from underneath the eggs. They are trying to push their way through into Master.
Well, here comes Lace swinging in. TB, though, the one that finds the kill. Lace putting fire onto the stairs. Eggs is down. Eggs going ham is down. So really, it's just Starling Knight and Board Creeper Guy. Both of them have guns. They can make some damage work. Board Creeper Guy drops, though. So now everything here onto Starling Knight coming out of Attic. Engages in a little bit of firefight right there, but the diffuser is down as well. And TTU Black has barnstormed this on round number 1. Starling Knight essentially stranded in Attic. The angle is watched, and Yojo will finish it off. And a rough opening round here for Viterbo.
We'll see, maybe that coordination that I was asking for out of TTU Black will finally show up. We didn't get to see it too much out of the last one, but maybe they've brought it back in this one, especially on a map that is very old. This thing has been in the rework has been in the map pool since I don't even know. Probably as
Attackers
long
need to
as
locate
I've
and
been playing
defuse as
COD.
many bombs as they can.
It's something
Yeah.
you gotta know. And I think they're trying to prove me wrong about what I was saying about Skyscraper.
I think they are. And, Viterbo, that was definitely a rough round, and I said as much. It wasn't a good start for them, but it doesn't mean that this is insurmountable, right, by any stretch of the word. They can definitely bring this one back into the fold. Interesting, by the way, that they've chosen, to really lean into this bandit. I think why they've chosen to do it, but I do kind of wonder if it's the more effective choice, or maybe a Kaid would make a little bit more sense. I mean, theoretically, with the bandit, you can trick, but it's not an easy site to trick. It's genuinely not. And investing resources even into holding the wall is something that teams sometimes don't even do. Like, realistically, there are some teams that just forsake that wall, assume it's going to be open, and then play around it as such. So, interesting choices.
We'll see if that choice will work. Oh, I think he messed it up.
He did, yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That'll make it a little bit harder for them to push through. Or for him to hold it, excuse me. Not for them to push through. It'd be a little bit easier. But they are still allowing Draven to get very comfortable in that hallway. All you have to do to answer this is open up that window behind him. That's it. Epic is trying to do the same thing. He's gonna fall. Please. Open the window behind him. You're giving him way too much freedom. Lace is gonna walk in, and speaking of freedom, he's gonna get that kill, and they're gonna be able to clear that player off. However, like I said, they still lost Epic.
It's funny though, you're very right in what you were saying, which is that you really only have to open that window behind him. You don't have to do a blind rush attack, whatever that was. Oh no, Starling Knight hitting that Azami Akiba in the worst place possible right there, so it only gets stuck on the roof, and they're losing some valuable util right there. Eggs going ham, by the way, is trapped underground. He does have a nitro cell though, and they do know that he's there. It's whether or not they've identified him or not. Eggs going ham finds the kill onto Lace, and he will run back, and if they didn't know who it was, they should now. He'll follow all the way back to dorms. Nitro cell still in. Oh no, he's used his nitro cell, so both nitro cells are gone here on the side of Viterbo, but they do have the man advantage on the defense.
But it's very close. Health-wise, it's fairly similar until Skaz falls. He's going to get taken out by El Puffy Loco, who's going to fall right after to Yojo. 2 players to 3, but Eggs is really close to falling as well. They don't have too much control. One's going to fall, and then Starling off the board. Eggs underneath, though, is going to get taken, or is going to take out TB. Now, Yojo's got to answer for it. He shows a little bit of his shoulder. Doesn't hit him somehow, though. I guess magic bullets curving. Board. Still dangerous over here. Seeing if he can't find this player sitting in default. Eggs going for a flank, and he's going to find it. And the Turbo is going to find themselves round 2.
They are going to find themselves round number 2, and this is the trading game that we got used to on Skyscraper, perhaps rearing its ugly head here again on Oregon. We'll see. It's, early days yet. But interesting nonetheless to see Viterbo play that much more effectively. Did a better job getting those early kills, a little bit of aggressive play, I think really doing them some serious favors. You look back and you think about players that kind of like Draven, I think it was Draven Dubs who was holding on the smoke right there in the armory hallway, should not have had as much truck as he did, and good capitalization on the side of Viterbo to take advantage of the openings that were being given to them. We're going back down to the basement now, or we're going back to the basement now. We saw the defensive setup for TTU Black on the basement, but we'll see a little bit of a change up from the Viterbo side, though keep in mind the core ingredients that I was talking about, they remain the same here for Viterbo that they were for TTU Black.
One thing about this basement that I see a lot of teams do is they just say, screw it, we're bunkering.
Um, I think it could work for Viterbo. They just got to be very careful about falling up
10
off
seconds
each
remaining.
other. One thing with the bunker strat that you have to be careful of is you
5 seconds
cannot
left.
walk into each other. You have to be able to play very close, and they're
Attackers are moving to
closing
defuse
off
the bomb.
90. Okay.
Yeah, that's a choice. I mean, not everybody will do that. Not everybody will do that. But what that is going to do is it's going to enable this rush an awful lot. If that's what they choose to run with, people like Lace have a lot more room to work now, and he'll come straight in right here. But this is a hard fight right here because he's got multiple angles to cover. Yojo finding a pick though, actually taking well advantage of what Lace was offering, and Lace is just going to chase up those stairs onto the warden. He doesn't get the kill. He pulls out the pistol, but he gets the shield back up just in time. A wild bit of play from Lace right there, and Yojo continues to just saw away with that DMR. David Drubb's very low on the health right now. There was an opportunity for Board Creeper guy to come back in, but he gets shredded on the staircase, and Draven Dubb, the only one left alive, throwing smoke grenades in vain as the plant goes down. There's only 17 rounds in that SMG-11. He's going to need all of them to win this out because he's in a 5v1.
One's gonna fall as Blitz gets taken off the board. Diffuser goes down, and so Graves has no timer to work with, but Yojo does. He's gonna find it. They're gonna find themselves a round, and they're gonna show why you do not close off 90. You enable plays like that. You can't. You cannot close off 90. The biggest thing with that one is, if anything, even if you're not getting the kill, you're not applying that pressure, it's an early warning system. Like, hey, they're on their way. They're coming. And not only did they have it closed off, they didn't even have head holds to start with. They had no one holding over there. A lot of questionable decisions on that Viterbo defense.
Yeah, I agree. It was a situation of their own making right there. And the reason that Viterbo, or I should say TCU's strategy went as far as it did was 100% because Viterbo enabled it by their site prep in particular. And also just by the way that they played that kind of defensively. They really played into what Texas Tech wanted them to do. The question now, of course, is how much do you learn from that? And how much does Texas Tech change? Because you can already see on their attacking operators, they are not running the blitz again. They are smart enough, or let's say have the wherewithal to recognize that you cannot pull that stunt one more time and see success from it. But Turbo on the other side, I mean, they're keeping some of the core ingredients, but they have made some shifts. Board Creeper guy in particular, I think the one that's noticeable, coming out with the captain again, which has sort of been a sort of fallback pick for the Turbo. We saw it on Skyscraper as well.
We'll see if it'll work. I'm not the biggest fan of it. It looks like they're still gonna be closing off Bunker as well. Bunker 90, excuse me. They do have the head holes this time. They have a player sitting on top of it. But you can't just have a killer player. You gotta have someone to waste a little bit of time on that blue corner, so they can't just walk up. Do exactly what I'm staring at happening. Yojo's just walking up. He may take damage from Board Creeper, who is just laying down right now. They're doubling up on Taylor. Gonna go ahead and open up Blue 90. And the action's about to start as they're getting ready to just push in.
Board Creeper guy on the Capkin, hoping, I think, to be the delayer. TB there firing down the stairs. Lace gets one, but Yojo is dropped on the other side. Skez is down as well, so technically it's a 4v3. TB taking a ton of damage here as they run down the stairs. Egg going ham, though, trying to keep it open. Egg's going ham, dropping in from above the people's elbow right there with the MP5. He'll get 3 at the end of all of that, and the trading of rounds is back and in full swing here on Oregon.
That was an interesting one, to say the least, Corbeck. I mean, we had them just walk in and not put a player on tower, not attempt to open up the hatch. They got Blue 90 open, but they didn't put a body over there.
They just kept walking up into pillar. I mean, I need the coordination from Map 1 Chalet back. I need it. I want to see it come from TTU. I don't want to see them do this kind of stuff where they're just trying to walk in and use individual gun skills. Like, don't get me wrong. These are all players who are incredibly good at the game gun skill-wise. But where's that coordination you saw from Map 1? I haven't seen it since Map 2. It hasn't really been there. It almost feels a little fake, I'm not going to lie to you, Corvette. I was talking a little bit about it earlier when we were on that break. It felt almost like it was a game plan that was pre-made, and the more I'm seeing these maps,
10 seconds remaining.
the more I'm really agreeing with that.
Yeah, that's fair. I can totally see where you're coming from on that, to be quite honest. And looking at how this round is stacking up again, right? We're going back up to a site that Viterbo likes, right? They enjoyed, I think, they had a good round here. I mean, Texas Tech had a good round here as well. So this one's kind of in the mix. But I mean, I think we're going to get to the point where basically all bomb sites are going to be in the mix. And if the trading continues, I'll be genuinely surprised if we ever see a tertiary bomb site. Theoretically, we probably won't, right? If they just keep going back and forth. Starling Knight, by the way, is alone down here. In classroom. Might have actually been misdrone. Frankly, I don't know. I saw the drone going in from, I believe it was Skez, but they didn't run one into that classroom, which would be a hell of an error for Texas Tech to make, considering that last time they had to fight Eggs going ham out of that space. It doesn't matter, though. Starling Knight is caught looking, and now Starling Knight in a bit of an unfun position, swinging on less than half health, just going for it. All right, I got to admire the gumption right there. As Eggs going ham is looking for a run out, Starling Knight is finally gunned down by Ray. And TTU Black, they will start with that 1 kill advantage, but is it going to get evened up in just a second if Skez isn't paying attention?
We'll see, but they've gone ahead and gotten that main wall open.
Oh.
Eggs could have been dangerous on the other side, but so far he hasn't been able to make much damage yet. Puppy going to be holding this opening right there. Sitting at the top of White Stairs, but... Oh, wait. Are we seeing a somewhat of a split push coming out of TTU? We're going to see TV on the window. He's going to be able to take out Board Guy. That's the kids open now. Graven's nearby, but Eggs is going to find one on the Skez on that flank. He's being able to keep alive. He's going to have to be careful with these stairs. Throws his C4 out and runs away. Doesn't get caught off guard. Epic wasn't able to find him. They are still down on the man count.
They are still hunting too. I mean, to be fair to Eggs going ham, he's causing all sorts of problems by just running around right there and applying pressure to the backside of the Texas Tech's push. They are not being allowed, I should say, to push up here on the defenders that they need to. Draven Dubs in particular, these smoke grenades have been absolutely killer to the momentum of this push. Epic's Ray coming in on the other side now cooks the frag. This should do it. Draven Dubs is already dead though. Eggs going ham still below. Eggs going ham trying to come up the armory stairs, but that's just not gonna work. Ray is clocked into it almost immediately, and Yojo challenges El Puppy Loco for the final kill as the plant goes down, and Texas Tech goes up in the round count.
If I'm Texas Tech here, I want to say take a pause, but like, you know what? You're up 3 rounds. You're in attack. It's not horrible. Like, don't get me wrong. I really am not a fan of Texas Tech right now. I mean, I'm really not a fan of either of these teams right now. They're both kind of just getting by on individual plays. And sure, it looks cool for the camera, but it's very easy. Even if you are individually worse as a player, to just step up as a team and say, hey, let's set up every single fight as a trade. If we win any of these fights without taking the trade, we win the round. And I'm not seeing it on either side.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I mean, you're looking at it and the way that it's going here for Viterbo, what happened to them is they just genuinely did not account for the 2 split push. I mean, I just don't think that they had a good plan for how they were going to deal with it. And as much of a havoc as Eggs and Going Ham was causing by running around underneath Enteritus, he wasn't really contributing to stopping the kind of backside of that push, right? Like the multiple angles. He was just holding up one angle. And I'll give him credit because he was doing a really good job about it, but like he just ran out of runway eventually. There comes a point where like, what are you going to do? You can't get any more kills, so you have to go up the armory stairs, and there's a player waiting for you, because of course there's a player waiting for you.
Yeah, I mean, there was actually 2 players waiting for them. And they're finally going to start their actual droning. This time making sure that they're going to be droning Classroom, clearing that C4, preventing them from getting a free kill. And, oh, I really thought, wait, no! I really thought they was gonna full show there. I was ready to see Starling get a opening kill on the Thermite, but he's gonna be able to get that wall open. And now we have a player stuck inside of this corner. It's Bandit.
Yeah, Puppy Loco is basically trapped here unless somebody swings in to try and help him, and that's a very risky strategy. Lace, though, gonna give that angle up. Yojo should theoretically replace him. Lace just gets so aggressive on that, and Lace will find the kill with the pistol as Ray steps up to try and maybe catch the Attic player out of position as well. It doesn't quite work out, but you've got to admire the pure gumption of this as Eggs Going Ham trying to repeat the trick from the last round gets absolutely slaughtered through a hole in the floor. Starling Knight has fallen deep back into Attic. Draven Dubs is not in a great position either, but Starling Knight will find the kill under the wounded Lace. Ray nearly gets taken out, but there's the last Attic player down. The attempt to swing over and pick it up by Board Creeper guy ends in disaster. It's all onto Draven Dubs. He finds one, but Yojo again coming out of the closet breach shuts that down, and TTU, they will go up 2 now. The round trading broken, at least temporarily.
I mean, even if Viterbo round trades for the rest of it, they've lost the advantage. This is a defense-sided map. We said it a bunch of times. You can fight as much as you want on the attack. The defense, all they have to do is sit inside of sight. You do not have to show any presence on the rest of the map. You can put one person walking up the stairs and potentially showing a little bit of presence, but they're going to have to drone clear it regardless. And if we've seen the rest of the maps, anything they've been like, Viterbo loves to waste time. I don't see this going good for them.
Yeah, Viterbo taking the timeout right here. I mean, I think this is a fair choice for them. They've just kind of lost the rhythm that they were in, which is why I think that they're taking this timeout. I think they also needed to cook up a strategy for going back down to laundry supply, which might have been why they did this. And I'm very, it's very good for Viterbo that they're going down to laundry supply, because the top floor was not doing them any favors, right? The strategy was too set in stone, and Texas Tech had really figured it out in Terratus.
Yep, but we'll see if Viterbo can figure out TTU's defense. See if they've brought anything interesting. One thing I'd like to note, they are actually playing 90. They are gonna be using it. Something that we didn't see coming out of Viterbo. We talked about a little bit of how important it is, not only as like being able to prevent them from being able to walk up, but an early warning system.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you look at the way in which Viterbo is playing this. I'm sorry, we're on the side swap. What am I talking about? I was saying the whole thing about them going down to. Yeah, that's okay. No, it's fine. It's getting late. It's getting late. That's on me, and I apologize. But you look at TTU Black and the way that they're playing this, right, on the basement defense, and I actually really think this is a solid way for them to approach this. I don't actually like that Fenrir mine. I'm going to say that right now and contradict myself a little little bit. That's too easy to destroy. But I like the setup and what they're going for here. They've got the elbow extension, which is the important thing that was lacking on the Viterbo side. The thing that Viterbo has now had with that timeout is a goodly amount of time, I think, to sit and talk amongst themselves about improvements that they need to make. They might not have attack specific improvements, right? But they do have an idea if there are like communication issues, if there are trade issues, if they felt like things have not been fully connecting when they want them to. They've had time to rework that in Terradus, and I think that's very beneficial for them going into this attacking half.
Speaking of the attacking half, they're going to start this up. Lace, seeing if he can't slow them down. I'm not sure if I really want to see Lace here. I mean, don't get me wrong, individually as a player, I'd love to see him here, but he's playing Smoke. He's one of the most important operators for late game, both using that shotgun. Never mind. He doesn't care. He's just going to swing and take it. And so... walk back.
What?
No answer.
What? Okay, but realistically, why did they run the smoke all the way over from the elbow to hold the stairs? That's such a weird thing to do. Whatever. Anyway, I don't even mean that in a mean way. That's just genuinely a weird thing to do. Anyway, it works.
It's a play. It is a play.
It worked. Anyway, looking back to what's going on right here, they've getting some hatches open. This is good work here for Viterbo. I mean, they are down a player, which is a little shame, but it's not irrecoverable. Eggs going ham, checking down towards bunker. I don't think he really should expect anyone to come that direction. But honestly, Texas Tech just turtled up right now in Terradus. They are just not moving from these positions. I don't think a single Texas Tech player has moved more than a couple of inches this entire time. Big frag grenade? No, goes sailing right by, and so they will continue to hold. The fire coming in here is a potential cutoff, but what do you follow up on this with?
Well, they got to clear this player real close, but first they're going to have to clear TV holding nearby. Egg going ham runs directly to a Fenrir mine. He's going to get blinded, and Yojo's going to find him. Yojo's finding a second one. These Fenrirs have been making a menace on both the bunker open. It's right there on the other side of the thing.
Okay, I was going to say, where is that Fenrir mine? I want to know. I want to know for future game on Oregon where to put that, because that thing is wicked. That is absolutely stuffed. The Viterbo stairs push, that one Fenrir mine. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is, by the way, why Fenrir is one of the strongest defensive operators in the game.
So there's a little bit of
in almost every single death in Terradus, there was a FNAT dread mine involved.
So there's a little bit of a better one you can actually do for your ranked games, Corvic. Where he had it is, so you know how the railing goes down?
Yeah.
He had it on that part, right at the top.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. Right. That first step. You actually put it on the one going.
Attackers need to locate,
I don't know how to describe this very well. But the railing on the other side that comes on the stairs going down.
Sure.
But on the rail on the side where you walk down the stairs.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, so I get what you're saying.
High in that corner.
Yeah.
Dead against the corner.
It
still hits that back wall. But it's so high that you are aimed dead up instead of down the stairs where you should be aimed.
That's good. That's good play. Thank you, Observer, for showing us the spot as well.
Yes.
There you go.
No, a little down, like on the bottom railing thing. Yeah. Anyway, but you get my
Fenrir Tech. Fenrir Tech, for those of you at home who tuned into this grand finals. TTU Black here. I won't forget that, because I play a lot of Fenrir in, like, quick match or ranked or whatever it's called, these days. So I like a good Fenrir. He's so strong if you can use him. And he's being used here by Texas Tech to great avail. Lace coming in on the Legion as well. I think that's a very solid pick for sort of countering a lot of what Viterbo wants to do, the aggressive pushes that they seem to favor. And honestly, these defenses from Texas Tech, or that defense on the last round and this one as well, these are looking pretty difficult to crack. This is definitely putting a lot of pressure on the Viterbo side to figure out how best to get around these things.
And we'll see if they can. I mean, they not only have to worry about that, but they also have to worry about some of these roamers who are sitting on top of a drone right now.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Swapping mags.
Guess they're not going to do anything about it. Okay, never mind. The drone is pretty useless if you're not going to actually use it to find a kill. Epic's still being able to be alive and well inside of that, near the sandbags inside of meeting. And he's got a player nearby, Lace, who's going to be able to help him out. They're going to have a hard time pushing them out, and we'll see if they can.
They are, and they're really emphasizing the big tower take here. But the problem is, what's going to end up happening is they're going to throw so many resources over to this attic side that they're not going to have any other tools to use. The problem is the attic, for what it's worth, is genuinely a kill corridor. That's what it is. It's what it's set up as. And once you kind of get funneled into it, unless you immediately take down the player who's at the end of the corridor and prevent reinforcement, which they don't have a means of doing, you're just going to be sending bodies into the meat grinder, and that's going to be problematic here because you're stacking up 4 members of your team now looking into this attic. That's a lot of bodies and firepower to send in this direction, as it'll be El Puppy Loco who comes forward first. Good kill though. Broad creeper guy, I mean, our board creeper guy I was talking about it. The other side, this is kind of what we saw, similar to the issue that they were having with Draven Dubs holding that position. But Draven Dubs, speaking of, he's just going to go ahead and jump straight in. He literally will just aggro here. So the attic is opened up. Not in the way you would expect, but it is opened up in Terradus.
And it's just going to be people falling as they're just going to find it. All the bodies coming out now from the players of Vitero, or not Vitero, excuse me, of TTU. And they're gonna Viterbo is gonna find themselves around in what was just a slugfest.
I mean, that was a wild one. If you had told me that the way that was going to go was it was going to be allowing your players to move through attic by having Draven Dubs jump the window and just bull rush on an Ash, I don't know that I would have believed you. I was, all busy explaining the technical intricacies of taking that site, and Viterbo just goes full brute force, and it works. And I mean, they even got the cutoff on the armoring stairs, which was the thing that Draven Dubs got. Could had so much truck because they weren't shutting him down in that spot. Viterbo's like, oh no, we know how that works. We're not letting anyone set up there. And they got the kill right away. So wild around for Viterbo. And I mean, if you were starting to think that at 5-2 Viterbo had been buried, I think that's the wrong assumption to make in Terradus. They are still deadly. They've still got fans.
Yeah. No, I mean, I said in the last match, they're a team that's scrappy. They're still gonna fight for it regardless how far they are down. We got to see a little bit of it in cafe or in chalet, not cafe. But I mean,
objective is to defuse a bomb.
it's still Oregon. It's still TTU Black on the defense. They're still in the disadvantage, down 2 rounds. It's gonna be a tough fight back for Viterbo. They're gonna have to fight for every single round, and they can't give up too many mistakes.
Yeah, 100%. And,
ooh.
Oh no. Draven Dubs getting clipped early on right there. Got to admire the aggression. I mean, we are onto a tertiary bomb site, truth be told, which should provide some good opportunities here for Viterbo to potentially make this a 5-4. I mean, if they're going to do it on a round, they're going to do it here, right? Like, that's the most likely thing that you can say about any sort of tertiary bomb site. It's just that the actual doing of the deed is more complicated than you would think. Lace on the wandering roam here. Oh my lord, what was that? Lace, how did you pull that off? That whip back was insane. Even Eggs going ham is admitting that was a nice shot. I thought for sure Lace was gonna get clapped right there in Terradus, that they had walked in and looked the wrong way, and okay, Lace was maybe a little high on their own supply after that one, but can you blame them?
No, you can't. I mean, that was a beautiful shot coming out from him. And unfortunate for Eggs going ham, but they were able to find him back. Well, you can't get too confident. They're going to see if they can't open up this hatch, as Skez is going to re-strike this open. Not fast enough, though. The wall is going to go down. It's going to get electrified right after. It's already open. Epic is finding one. Opening into Starling's head. Skez is going to swing to see if he can't find one of his own, but Poppy's going to find him. That's the player who's playing out of Attic. There's one underneath that's going to slow them down, though, and they're going to have to find him if they want to push the rest of these players outside.
They are, and TB now sneaking kind of in here, looking for an easy kill, but it's Ray who's the sneakiest one of them all. That said, Draven Dubs comes creeping in behind, and the combined firepower of him and El Puppy Loco managed to take down Ray. That just leaves 2 team members on either side, but a lot of vertical destruction still in the hands of the members of Viterbo. It's just how much are you willing to gamble? You cannot drop that hatch if you are Draven Dubs. You simply do not have enough health. So the 2 of them are going to push downstairs together, and I like this cooperation. I like this teamwork. This is very much a do or die situation. The bulletproof cam picking them up, but they will find the yokai. There's castle barricades, there's goo mines, there's so much in the way of success. There's that bulletproof camera providing them with information the entire time, and Yojo with a nasty sightline here as well. And the slow rolling push here from the members of Viterbo doesn't pay off. Draven Dubs is caught. El Puppy Loco can go for the plant, but he's on camera. All they need to do is stop him, and Texas Tech move on to match and map point.
That's a big thing. We talked a lot, especially in that last map, about Viterbo just wasting time. That's what they did that entire round. They found the kills that they wanted, being able to get that opening pick, and then looking to see if they couldn't find more, but they got slowed down. They got that hatch or they got the wall open in Attic and had to try to fight through that hatch. Gave up on it. Decided let's find another game plan. Finally pushed through, and they was able to take upstairs. But at that point, you've got 30 seconds left on the board. You can't drop hatch like you said. She did not have enough health. That Ash drops hatch. She may have had like 1 HP if she doesn't die as soon as she drops there. But I mean, you still have to get through all those castle barricades and every single little rat corner that they sat in. And TTU Black, all they have to do is just sit back, wait, and just sit and wait until you can waste all your time.
Yep, that is true. And now on a match point here on one of the strongest defensive sites in all of Rainbow Six Siege. Can't ask for much more if you're TTU Black. You just got to win it out. That's all you have to do. Viterbo, by the way, I mean, we've discounted them before in situations where it looked like their back was against the wall. They have, fought back with remarkable vigor. The Fenrir mine going back up.
I like that one.
That paid off last time. Do it again. But they've fought back with remarkable vigor. Think about that rush round on Skyscraper where Viterbo just absolutely crushed it. I mean, you can do it again. You really can if you're sitting on the side of Viterbo. So all of it coming down to this, and it's been a long game. We are almost at almost at 3 hours, about 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 40 minutes into this so far in Teradus. So these two teams, they've been playing for a while. Does it all come down to this?
I mean, we'll see. TTU Black just has to sit here and bunker. I've said it a couple times throughout this match and before as well, that you have to waste a lot of time in the roam, and they don't have to do much. You're going to find the first one not a waste of time, as the trade's going to go out. Lace is going to fall, but Epic's going to find Draven in return. That's the smoke. A player we've been seeing get very active on a character you really shouldn't be getting that active on.
You don't. Eggs going ham. Going to go ahead and open up the hatches. This is very similar to what we saw from them last time. Lace is dead, so they did lose their smoke early on. Probably not the best thing in the world. Draven Dubs on the Ash. Still trying to hold on. A little bit of an attempted Kaid trick. I'm not sure exactly if they got that open or not, or what exactly was happening, but here comes Eggs going ham. Just slow walking down the stairs, and a pesky Fenrir mine. The FNATs enabling as per. Ray here fighting out as well, but he'll fall back into the depths of Freezer. Nobody's quite ready to push down that corridor yet.
Only a minute down left for Viterbo. They've got to push through, and they still struggle to take this Freezer player. Even if they can find him
all you've got is freezer control. They haven't been able to walk anyone down main just yet. Trying to push through. They're going to run into a gun of Yojo here. If they can clear off this Capital, this could be a big one. Ray's going to be the first one to find it. Egg's going ham's going to take out Joe in that corner. They still got freezer control. Puppy's trying to force his way down. See if he can't find this player. Epic right now looking to see if he can't clear one inside of Laundry and keep his team alive. This guy's taking a little bit of damage. That Fender mine is finally going down in freezer, and they're going to start to push through. They're going to run into a player sitting right there. Wait, doesn't find it. Eggs is actually going to find the one on the Skez through the fire. Eggs looking for a second when he finds it, looking for a third, and he finds it.
There we go.
Is going to keep themselves alive.
Eggs going ham, living up to the name yet again. Some of those chalet performances back here exactly when Viterbo needed them the most. 2 rounds now to push it to overtime, but Texas Tech, I mean, they just need one. They just need 1 round. That's all they need here, and they are going to do laundry room again in Terradus. So that's a bold choice, in my opinion.
I mean, we'll see if it works out for them. If you're going to do that, the only change you really need to make is putting a player on T1. What a lot of teams like to do is actually not even 1 player, you put 2. I mean, they kind of did it for a little bit with Lace, where they had him walk up tower stairs. I would prefer it be literally anyone else. Or just swap Lace off of that smoke, please. You need him to slow down. That's all you need at the end of the round, really, is just that him being alive for that slowdown. Just swap him over, like swap him in, I don't know, Yojo. Someone who plays a little bit closer to sight. Just change their operators. It'd probably go a lot better. But anyway, back to my original point of they just need to walk 2 up tower stairs. Just putting that pressure alone, it makes it a lot harder to not waste time.
It does, and you know, the fact that Lace is running around on the smoke, I think, is one of the most problematic aspects of this. Like, I mean, I don't want to disparage them because their smoke is, you know, smoke can do whatever smoke needs to. But the truth of the matter is, like, you're not using. It's a lovely kite spot as well. We're learning so much here today, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen that one before, though, to be fair. But the problem is, you're pulling him out of position and you're kind of forcing him these aggressive gunfights. He's a 3 armor. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's a 3 armor. He is slow and he is loud, which makes him, as the aggressive sort of point man on a defense, a little bit ineffectual. But I guess one team is sitting at 6-4 right now at Texas Tech, so maybe they don't have to use smoke better than I do. I guess. I don't know. It is one of those things, though, where I feel like you're always told, you know, don't use your smoke aggressively. Save him. His value increases as the round goes on.
Or just bring a mute. Drop the warden. I guess you're bringing a shield. I don't know. It feels weird. I think the point of the smoke here isn't even for Lace to have a smoke. It's so that he can play SMG-11. That's... There's better options there if that's really what you're looking for. That's the only thing that really like falls out to me here with the way they're doing this. But I guess it doesn't really matter because they're, like you said, they're winning. I'm not the one playing. They are. So clearly they're looking to see what their decisions could be that are right. One thing I've really seen that's been right so far at TT Black is the way that they're playing Freezer. They've been doing a good job of getting really aggressive when they need to and falling back right after a kill.
Ray has to pop the phone right there. That gives him critical intel. Ray will fall back. That F-Knot on the bottom of the freezer stairs continues to be a health hazard for the members of the Viterbo squad. Viterbo now funneling bodies down into freezer. A gunfight there with Ray that Ray walks away from. Ray trying to take that high position. Will drop down and fire some shots, but he can't land it. The drone catches him out, and it's poor Creeper guy who finds TV first. Over comes the Yin Candela. What can the Jaeger do but really fall back in that situation? A full press here coming from the sides of Viterbo. 3-4, 2-4 now. Eggs going ham, lighting off. Starling Knight gets one more, and everything on the back of Skez, and he is brought down by Starling Knight, and another round in the books here for Viterbo as they continue to push towards that overtime.
They did a really good job of just
setting up everywhere. I don't think there was a single avenue, except for I think Tower Stairs was like the only place where we didn't see something coming out of iTurbo. They had two players playing down Freezer. They had two players playing out of Laundry, and they had a player walk really late up into Bunker. I mean, it was really well executed. There's not much you can really do, except win your individual fights there as TTU. And if you're not winning them, then something like that kind of team play, it's very hard to play against. They tried. They definitely shot back, but it really didn't work. I was kind of weird to see Lace move away from Epic. Every time we've seen them kind of play this bottom basement site, those two have been basically joined at the hip. So something interesting to see in that last one that they decided to swap up.
Indeed. And now you kind of look at the way things are going here for Texas Tech, and you think to yourself, okay, is Texas Tech maybe kind of on the ropes all of a sudden? I mean, these are strong defensive sites that Texas Tech has been losing, and they just keep going back to basement. I am genuinely surprised that they did not shift this bomb site up. Like, fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, shame on me. Like, it's clear that Viterbo has a plan for how they want to attack this, and it's been working. I mean, it's been working for 2 rounds now. What makes you think round number 3, with pretty much no changes to your lineup except dropping Fenrir, which was one of the most successful parts of the aforementioned lineup, is going to make a difference here?
Left before insertion.
Well, you know what they say, Corbeck? Third time's the charm. This
Sure.
If you just keep doing
Attacker's
it,
objective is to defuse a bomb.
if you just keep doing it, you'll eventually win. I mean, doing the same thing and expecting a different result, it may be the definition of insanity, but it may work. If it works, it's not insane.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, that's true. If it works, it works. It's just, is it going to work? I mean, that's, yeah, okay, third time's a charm. Let's hope. As Yojo plays hyper aggro there with the MPX, I mean, we won't rule out the possibility here that TTU Black can just ball out on gun skill and get all these kills. Certainly, it's within their capability to do just that. But they've been turtling on these basement defenses. They really haven't been getting very aggressive at all. I mean, look at the way that Ray has been playing these, right? He's going to fall back into Freezer. He's going to hold the same spots because that's where he needs to hold, because those are the most effective spots. And Viterbo is well aware of that. Oh, that's cheeky. Nobody there, though.
No one is there. It's what I like to see a lot of players do is go to the third floor. Oh, he pre-fired the Fenrir, thinking it would be there. But there is no Fenrir this time around. Draven's going to take a little bit of damage, and so is Epic, but no one falling just yet. Draven's going to be able to find his way in, looking to see if he can't clear out anyone who's sitting over in Laundry side, but there's no one there to look for. Epic is just going to get walked upon, and they've got Freezer control.
Oh, no, they've got Freezer control.
As they're going to be walking in, he's going to be putting a Claymore down.
You can't give this up. Skez finding his first kill of the match so far. The Malusi swinging in and re-establishing control of Freezer. They weren't able to capitalize. It's still 3-4 here, though, with about 1 minute and 10 seconds left. Eggs going ham, just walks over a set of boxes and gets a kill. Skez tries to get one more, throws the impact grenade. Skez trapped, running back, forward. Eggs going ham, gets that kill. Yojo, the only one left alive. Eggs going ham, again going ham. And it's well done here, ladies and gentlemen, because we are going to overtime in this match.
We're at overtime, and I said before that if we go to overtime, TTU Black is on defense. I don't know if that's a good thing anymore. I really don't. I mean, we had a 4-2 half on attack for TTU Black, and then a 2-4 half on second half. So Are they going basement? Okay, they're not going basement.
No, they're not. They're doing meeting kitchen, honestly, which is
I'm
weird. But at this point,
thing I could say to them.
yeah, which is weird. But at this point, honestly, anything's better than that damn basement site. So, all right. This is a match, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a Viterbo fan, if you're a TTU fan, you're probably on the edge of your seats watching this go down. And if you left early, you thought that TTU had this sewed up. Well, you are sorely mistaken, because Viterbo has run it back in the most impressive way possible. And win or lose here, I mean, Viterbo's got to be proud of how they handled this. This has been a wild ride, and TTU, man, they have got to arrest this free fall in Terradus. They have got to win this match.
Attackers are moving.
Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, both teams have got to win this match if they want to keep going. But it was TTU's game, or TTU's series to lose. They had it up that first map, 7-3.
Yep, something like that. 7-2, 7-2.
Whatever. 7-2. Oh, wow, it was even better. 7-2. A disappointing show line on Skyscraper, and then coming into a map that I said like 40 times should be known. And I guess they don't know how to play basement. That definitely showed, and we'll see if they can play a little bit better on this first floor.
There you go. Already an aggressive approach being taken right here. I genuinely hope they've droned it out, because Lace is sitting right here with the gun aimed, and it looks like Eggs Going Ham is... No, he's trying to bait him. Eggs Going Ham is trying to be sneaky. Those eggs are far from over easy. Those are some sneaky eggs. Didn't quite work out, though, because they kind of backed up right there. Epic's Ray still holding here on the top floor. He's got a fallback position as well if he needs it. The hatch is open to his right as the drone does come in, but they know that Epic's Ray is there, but they didn't quite spot him out. Yojo on the low ground here on the Legion. El Puppy Loco with a nasty angle, trying to see if they can pick someone off, but it's Lace up on the top floor who does find Eggs Going Ham. The Jabater was Jabated, I think, in that scenario. Didn't quite think that Lace had gone. The opening into Attic will come, but it might be a little too late here for the side of Viterbo, because they've lost Draven Dubs as well.
Two off the board already for Viterbo. They're gonna have to find an answer for that soon if they want to do anything. But first thing they're gonna have to worry about is this fire. It lasts for about 25 seconds, and there's already 50 seconds left on the board. The top fire is off. They still gotta deal with the fire on the below. Thankfully, they didn't wait until 30 seconds. That would have been very awkward. But they still have to figure out a lot of control in this map. Lace is just gonna hold this window jump in. Starling's gonna make the call. He's gonna look to see if he can't find him. He does! What a shot coming out of Starling. He's gonna jump in and see if he can't clear out the rest of these players upstairs.
Board creeper guy there now playing on the breach. It's a 4-3. I mean, it's still salvageable. El Puppy Loco is in a very dangerous position indeed, because I don't think they know that he's here. Skez gets one kill. Skez rotates back, but El Puppy Loco finds it. They've got control of Meeting Hall here. They could get the plant down. The members of TTU need to get back into this. The Yokai coming out. Board creeper guy has the kill on a Yojo. Epic Ray, though, he'll get the next one, and time runs out. Oh, the Yokai saves the day in what could have been a potential round loss for TTU. And on to match point we go in round number 14 of the deciding map.
And TTU Black is back on attack. Something they did a lot better than their defenses. I mean, it's hard to lose 3 rounds in a row on basement and I guess decide to keep going back for whatever reason. But they're back on attack now, and we'll see if they can actually push basement. We got to see it the first time they pulled out that blitz rush.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I'm curious. Can I get a look at this reinforcement on blue? I want to on that blue 90. I want to see what they do. I really hope that they keep it in the corner of the eye, but I really hope that they don't double reinforce that.
Stand clear.
They need to play it. You can't
I said it earlier. You can't just give up control of blue. You give way too much freedom to the attacking team. And yep, there it is.
Hold it secure.
10 seconds left.
My head is in my hands right now, Corvik.
So it's the way that they've chosen to play it, honestly. But I mean, you look at the other side of the ball, and TTU is not playing one of their lineups that would take advantage of this. They're genuinely not. So that's worth pointing out there as well. And as much as we want to bemoan that ceiling, and I do agree, sealing that off is a silly thing to do. It's not a death sentence. It's genuinely not. Some teams I've seen play it that way. It's just not the preferred play. Anyway, here we go. 20 seconds in, and Texas Tech is making some progress. They're droning out. They've got most of the top floor themselves. I don't think any of the members of Viterbo are on the roam, but of course they don't know that, so they've got to be a little bit careful about this. Their caution, not going to be their undoing here, I think, in this circumstance, as it'll be Ray who leads the charge, and he will go upstairs and just check around up there as well. But again, I don't think there are any members here of Viterbo on that top floor. There is a captain in play, and that's important to remember. When things get heated in moments like this in Terradis, captain's value does go up because you're not being as careful about checking your doors and what have you.
No, true. And one thing I'm seeing out of TTU Black is a lot of stacking. They're going to be very careful. There's 2 C4s on the board. That could be a free double kill if they throw it through a hatch, if they throw it at stairs, whatever it may be, and you're nearby. That's going to change the tide of a round. But they've got a minute 36. Hatches are finally getting open. They're on good pace right now. TTU Black made sure that they've cleared all these roamers. And they're going to start their push soon. And we'll see if they can't find their way down these stairs.
1 minute 20 seconds now on the board. Ray here on the staircase, ready to start the push. It looks like he was waiting for a go-ahead signal. Smoke canister popped here by Draven Dubs on the E-box hatch there, I think, to slow things down. Board Creeper guy still holding around the vicinity of the B-side bomb chassis. He's looking for an opening. Lace is driven back up the stairs. The smoke grenade's doing a lot of work here for the side of Viterbo, just keeping the attackers somewhat displaced. The diffuser dropped on high. That means an aggressive push is in the offing here for the side of TTU Black. What can they make of it? TV pushing down into the freezer. A couple of shots there experimentally. He's looking at the right spot, but there's nobody there. 40 seconds left on the clock. Time is ticking. The first kill comes in at Starling Knight, and he's dropped ace. One of the top gunners here for the side of Texas Tech is down, but the trade comes back as Skez finds one on the long sideline. Ray gets caught by the smoke grenade, and it's all or nothing now. 20 seconds left here in the attack. TV pushes forward. Eggs going ham, gets caught. TV gets 2. El Puppy Loco is down. Yimmy nearly finds a 3rd. Big board creeper guy trying to salvage the situation, and he is dropped. 10 seconds left. Draven Dubs, the only one left alive. Skez on low health here. Nobody has diffuser control. Skez picks it up. He cannot get the defuse down, and we are going all the way in overtime.
You know, I had to congratulate them about their time usage, didn't I, Corvik? I had to say that they were on good track. They were starting their push soon, and then they run out of time. You know, the caster curse is real. Anyone who doesn't believe it, you can watch that round back. You can go back to that 130 mark and find way to follow exactly eggs. Way to follow the script. But find exactly the point where I doomed them to go to round number 15. And that's where we are. We're in the last round here. It's do or die for both teams here. This, if you haven't been watching, is the quarterfinals. There's no going back after this. Whoever wins this round continues on.
From being defused by attackers.
At least we're not going to basement.
We are going to second floor dorms, and I think that is a good idea from TTU Black. I think that is the right choice to make. I could not tell you. I genuinely could not tell you in Terradis who I think is going to win this one. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Any given round could go either way. That seems to be the theme that we've established here.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean,
10 seconds left.
It's been back and forth all game. We had both halves. The attackers got 4 rounds on their
Attackers must
half,
locate and defuse the bomb.
and up until OT, and then it's been 1-1. So we'll see if TCU can find this last one, or if Viterbo is going to be the one continuing on, starting out their roam now. They're going to have to find Epic on this first floor, sitting inside of Meeting Hall, and they're going to start it out knowing that he's potentially over there.
They are, and Starling Knight has been a bit of a demon on the DMR here tonight, so that's something to keep in mind. I mean, it's definitely the preferred firearm of that particular player. Something to keep an eye on there. The Doe can be obviously a very strong operator in and of themselves, but look at what's happening here. We've seen Draven Dubs on this Ash before, and they've been very rushy on the Ash, and it has paid dividends for the side of Viterbo. TB up here now, checking that long sight line. You've still got 2 roamers. That's Lace and Ray. They're both on the low ground. Lace has a good fallback position here, has not been cut off. Eggs going ham in the garage, sort of backing up or mirroring the push coming from above, as Starling Knight tries to swing the corner there with the DMR. Starling Knight now sort of just trapped in limbo here in the entryway. It's going to go ahead and call those phones. Yojo swinging both directions at the top of the stairs, and there's the first kill, and it's a big one. Draven Dubs is down, and with them goes that Ash potentiality.
Another one's going to fall, as Epic is actually going to find Starling. That's 2 bodies already off the board for Viterbo, and it's not looking great for them in this last round here. They've got to find their way up these armory stairs, and they've also got to clear these players underneath. Doesn't seem like they could do much with no floor holes, but just having that presence underneath, being able to rotate up either sets of stairs, makes it very hard as an attacker. You have to make sure that you can't just give them this kind of freedom, and with only a minute left on the board, they're wasting a lot of time. Another body's gonna fall. His Lace is gonna find forward creeper guy. Eggs is gonna fall too, and it's all up to Puppy here. This is it. It's a 1v5 situation. You're on the last round potentially, or not even potentially. This is the last round. This is it right here.
El Puppy Loco in trophy. He's got an opportunity for 1 kill. He misses his shots. He swings. He's looking the wrong place. Lace, of course, swings around and finishes it off. Look at what happens when you don't play aggressive smoke. He'll pick up the win, and Texas Tech Black walks it in. And an absolute grind fest of a match here against their opponents. I mean, what can you say, Terradis? It has been a back and forth struggle across these last 2 maps, and it goes all the way to the bitter end here on Oregon.
It's been a long night. We had a really fast first game, and then 2 games that went to 14 and 15 rounds respectively. Both that were just back and forth all game long. They did a great job on both their attacks and their defenses. Obviously, they had the individual mistakes. The other team was able to capitalize on them, and it kind of enabled them to be able to win rounds. But neither team gave up. That's the big thing with best of threes, especially ones that go to double overtime or that both go to overtime. Is it's gonna be really hard as a player to keep it going for 3 maps, much less 2.
Yep.
And teams did a good job of just continuing the fight without giving up any ground to the other.
Yeah, and I feel Viterbo's pain. I really do. I mean, they played very well on those back 2 maps to make it up. They were so close, and it was one of those rounds like where we said at the start of that final round 15. I mean, that could have gone either way. Really, it was a back and forth. Teams were trading back and forth. Viterbo doesn't cross the line. I mean, they exit here in the quarterfinals, and that has to be frustrating. But they can't be too unhappy. I mean, they absolutely pushed Texas Tech Black to their limit there, especially on that Oregon map. The comeback from Viterbo was crazy, but in the end, Texas Tech, a steely nerve and some good planning was what it took to push them through right there.
And a
that,
great.
I think. Oh no, go ahead and tear this.
Sorry, I was gonna say, yeah. I mean, it was a great series. Both teams had their map, and even though Skyscraper was a hard one, it definitely felt like it ended up being Vatero's map at the end of the day. They were able to play individually a lot better on it, but Oregon could have gone either 100%. Way. So I mean, no hate to either team. They both did their best and brought out what they could.
They did indeed, and that's going to do it here for us tonight for NECC Rainbow Six Siege for this week. Thank you so much for joining us. Tomorrow, League of Legends action on NECC. Come back 6 p.m. Eastern. You'll see some exciting League of Legends games here. Best Collegiate has to offer for you. But for now, from all of us here at the NECC, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful evening.